Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. Today, we are going to be showcasing some Final Fantasy games. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel booking are now open. You can visit gamesdonequick.com and check the GDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Also, the GDQ 2025 schedule is now out. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/schedule to check it out and let us know what you're most excited to see. The new game submission period for games released after September 6th is open now until Thursday, November 21st. So be sure to get any new game submissions in before then. All that said, we're starting off with some Final Fantasy VI. I'll hand it over to our runner here to let him introduce himself.
Hey everyone, welcome on in. My name is Bidu. Today we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy VI, any percent glitchless. Now, the moment I hit new game here, we're not going to be watching the whole opening intro scene. What we do to start up a run is we're going to do a couple of save resets. Already done that. We're on the proper seed that we need to be on. We've also watched the opening intro so that when we hit new game, which is when timing starts, that's when the timing actually starts and we don't have to watch the intro. So if we're ready with the timer, I'll count us down in 3, 2, 1, go. So, like I said, we don't have to watch the opening intro at all. We're just right into it. Saves you about 4 to 4.5 minutes. We're going to put the battle speed to 6, which is the slowest, since only the enemies are actually affected by our ATB. If we're on battle speed 1 or we're on battle speed 6, it's always the same speed for our characters. So this just allows us to essentially keep the amount of attacks that an enemy gets in a battle to a minimum. Now, one thing we want to do is you can run away at the end of a battle, assuming that you have filled a hit and run meter and your ATB bar is filled. So what we can do with this is siphon all of the experience to question mark girl here. This is going to be useful for a little bit later on. We'll bring that down a little bit more as we get to that point. This is also the first Final Fantasy game where they introduce pincers. I believe Final Fantasy VII is the last time they introduced pincers, probably because they realized that pincers are not fun. Breaking that down a little bit more. Before we have a more consistent way to run away from things, pincers are a pretty make or break for time save or time lost later on in the run, because you can't just run away. You have to basically fight your way out of it, either by finishing off the entire formation, or you can fight either the left or the right side, whichever has less enemies ideally, and then you can run away from that because you now have a way to escape the pincer. So, one little thing here, so to make sure that question mark girl is the last one to run away, obviously we're going to want to make sure that her ATB bar isn't filled, like we mentioned, which means she needs to run last or attack last so that her ATB isn't filled. We're also using Bioblast. Not only does it attack everything on the screen, it's also a long enough animation that it gives Wetch and or Vix enough time to fill up their ATB during the animation. So now that we've done those 3 fights, we are ready for boss time. So I mentioned that we are going to have a step route based off of the save resets that we've done. This means that I know where the encounters are going to be and what the encounters are going to be as far as what the enemies are going to be in it. The formation is based off of the frame that you enter the fight. That's when we're talking for formation, back attack, pincer, preempt, so on and so forth. Ideally, everything in this game is a preempt. Realistically, you're probably only going to see about 10 to 15% of your encounters be preempts, which isn't bad, but if you want to start going for really deep times, doing the math on it, at least for the first hour and a half of the game, I've looked at, you kind of want to have about a 20 to 25% chance of or rate, I should say, of preempts. So, this is Welk. Welk is going to be rude today. So, normally, we can finish off Welk here in a few attacks. The shell always starts with 0 ATB, and so what we would normally do is try and time. Oh wow, he's really being a rude boy today. Alrighty. We're gonna try and time an attack so that we, what's called counter. Okay, we didn't get the counter cancel. That's fine. We had to try and go for a double counter cancel, which with Terra being slimed means I need to try and basically guess where it is instead of going off of the timing of it. But instead, we're gonna just play her by ear. The even if you do get the double counter cancel, which like I said is kind of rough, it still is about a 30-second loss. And when you're doing like PB attempts, it is it's an instant reset for the most part. So we'll get through this. It ain't gonna be pretty, but we'll get through it. We're just gonna have to wait through this one because, so the idea is with the shell we're starting with 0 ETB, and what a counter cancel is we're gonna wait until the shell has full ETB, then attack it. Then it's gonna use a counter, and while it has full ETB, while it does the counter, the counter essentially is the attack, and then the ATB will just reset itself, and that's how you prevent yourself from getting the Gru. That's where the slow kind of makes things a little bit rough. So I would call this a not ideal situation, but it is what it is. And in typical SNES, at least, Final Fantasies, you always have the peekaboo boss that they always like to show off. I don't know what it is about it, but they just... It's weird because they always do that as like the first boss, and then you don't really see it a lot. Minus like a few other gimmick bosses throughout the run, which is amazing in itself. So basically the lore here is Empire is coming to Narsh. They found out about this thing called an Esper, and they have this mysterious witch girl who is quite powerful in their Magitech armor that they have here. And they came to retrieve this Esper for ideally to gain the Empire some power. She had some weird reaction to it, as you see, and her two buddies are no longer with us. Not like they did too much anyways. One thing we're going to be doing when we rename characters is we're going to make it so that everyone goes down to one letter in their name. As you can tell, there is a text draw in this game. Every frame, it draws 2 characters. So, with Terra having 5 letters in her name and we bring it down to 1, that means that we save 2 frames every time she talks or is mentioned, which doesn't sound like a lot. However, doing that with, say, about roughly 10 characters, quick math there, over the length of the game where everyone does seem to have about 5 to 6 letters in their name, it does save you a noticeable amount of time over the 5 hours that we're going to be playing. Anyways, now that she no longer has the slave crown on her head, which was how the Empire was basically manipulating her mind, she realizes that, hey, I don't want to be a mass murderer as the Empire is chasing her. So our dear friend Arvis here is, in his grand scheming, was like, hey, walk through the mines. This is a perfect plan. Nothing bad can happen here. So we're going to have 4 encounters along this walk. This is going to get Terra to level 6. Because of the fights that we siphoned all the experience to her through the opening Narsh walk that we just did, as well as this, she's going to get to level 6. Now, what this does is when a character joins the party, they typically join at party level. Locke, I believe, is +1, then Edgar's party level, or party average, +2, because there's going to be more than just 1. So by her getting a level here, means that Locke gets an extra level, which means that Edgar's going to get an extra level. We're going to take a few fights, and so on and so forth. It kind of builds. After the first 30-some minutes, we don't really take a lot of fights unless they're a forced fight for like 2.5 hours. We just kind of rocks through this game at like level 10 to 12 for a good 2 hours. which sounds low, and it is, but luckily, there's a lot of tools that we can use to manipulate a lot of stuff in this game. Here is our last encounter, and you'll see that she gains a level, learns Antidote. We're taking a lot of damage on this walk. Holy. I haven't seen Tara die on this walk yet. That being said, I have seen her get close. I think I've seen her down around like 10 HP or something, so like an extra crit or something, and probably would have seen her taper off there. Tomorrow we don't get in this run. Gogo and Mog we do. They're the only characters that we don't shorten because by the time we grab them, it's not worth the time to rename them. So, after our grand escape and falling the weakest part of the mine, Tara falls, completely knocked out, and I guess that is the it's the end of the run. I think we lose. So we get a little bit of this. That's it. That's all, kids. So Tara's getting a little bit of a flashback on getting the slave crown on. Found out that she mass murdered a ton of soldiers in a very short amount of time, but while having like no control over her mind doing so. And Kefka here, we're gonna see him a lot throughout. We don't know a lot about him right now, but I would say he maybe doesn't seem like the kindest of fellows, but maybe I'm just being a little judgmental at this point in time. It's fine.
I'm sure he turns out to be all right in the end.
Yeah, I mean, when you look as stylish as this guy does, how could he be evil, you know?
Yeah, nobody's
so we kind of see
has ever been evil.
We kind of see the power of the Empire there, and big ol' army, so hopefully they're not, you know, bad or anything. Now we meet, this game doesn't really have like a protagonist. A lot of people will say this character, that character is a protagonist. Some will say Tara, some will say this guy Locke. If you speedrun this game, you will not only say that Locke is not the protagonist, you will also say he's probably one of the worst characters in the game. Not because we don't use him, but because we kind of have to use him, either because it's forced or because he's just kind of fast. And he is failure incarnate. And hopefully he decides to try and be a bit of a Chad today, because, at least for me personally, lately, he has not been. Some would call him a thief. Some would call him a treasure hunter. Me? All I'm saying is if he needed to disappoint more than one person at a time, he could probably just go and have supper with his parents. Anyways. Now we have the Narshgars, and they've caught up to us. Luckily, we have the Mughals here. Yay! And they're going to help us. This is also the first time that we see a bit of the multi-party stuff that can happen. We are not going to be using the Locke party. We are going to be using a party with the character that we mentioned before. His name is Mog. That is because he is the only character that you can take his gear off of, which we will be using. Also, the fact that this party is pretty strong for what it is as well. Now, you'll see I can walk right past these NPCs. The TLDR is if you watch while their arms are swinging, you can walk right past them. It's a whole just changing different tiles, and they're active on one but not active on the other. Oh boy, so we got the net. Awesome. You'll love to see it. Spoilers, you don't love to see it. We now have a character that is stopped and is unable to do anything. Okie dokie. 1/16th chance crit. You love to see it. Gonna change up the plan a little bit. It's not that that was a bad crit. Just gonna have to change it up a little bit. Typically, you'd go Mog, Koopa, and Mog for the kill here, but that crit essentially counts for 2 attacks. So we'll just not do one of the attacks and call her a day. You'll notice that I took the Mithril Pike and the Mithril Shield off of Mog. Like I said, he's the only character that you can actually take his gear off of. Fun fact, every single other Moogle in there is a placeholder for characters that we're going to see later in the game. If you're doing a glitched run, you can skip some of the characters, and because you've never actually recruited the character, that Moogle will just appear instead. A good example is you'll see General Kutan instead of General Celeste. Back in the old no sketch route, you would see 2 Moogles where Struggle and Realm would be. Does it really matter? Not really, just a fun little fact. So now that Locke has saved Terra, he says that he knows of a good friend just south of here that should be able to help us. I don't remember if he mentions it or not. He's a king, by the way. If I haven't mentioned it, he is in fact a king, and he's pretty hands-on. That's a good way to put it. Now, along this walk, we're only going to get 2 encounters. Like I said, with the step route, we know where the encounters are going to be. We know what they're going to be. With the step route, knowing that a lot of the times with the step route, it's about maybe you're not getting a lot less encounters, but a lot of the encounters might be, in this case, easier to run from. There might be a step route where maybe on this bit you only get 1 encounter, but it's 2 leafers, or was it a dark wind and 2 leafers, 2 dark winds and a leafer? Anyways, 2 birds and a leafer. More enemies on the screen means the run difficulty is a little bit higher, which means it takes a little bit longer for you to run away, unless you get a preempt. Every time you get a preempt, the run difficulty goes to 0, you run away instantly. This is why there's something that you really, really want. Here we have Figaro Castle. I know everyone always makes fun of the way I say it, but unless I hear this place become some sort of musical area, I'm not calling it Figaro, it's always Figaro. And here we meet the king. And as a person who very much loves the colors green and blue, I think he is dressed phenomenally. So I mentioned that he was hands-on. Not only is he a king, he is also an engineer. He likes to use tools. Fun fact, tools are really, really good in this game. There's a lot of them that have pretty good attributes for whatever situation you're kind of in. That being said, we only use 2 in this run. I had to think. There's a few other runs where sometimes you'll use 3 to 4 of them. And no, none of them are the chainsaw. We're not using the chainsaw. The chainsaw is bad. End of story. I know that's a bit of a hot take, but trust me, the chainsaw is bad. So before we can continue on anywhere, we need to go and we're just going to explore the castle a little bit. I hear there's a nice old lady over here who's going to let us know about another character. We're 17 minutes in. We're going to find out about our 4th character already. We're crushing it. We're currently walking slow right now until I give it another 6 minutes or so. Then we'll get the sprint shoes, which allows us to walk faster. Later versions of this game allow you just to hold a button to get a sprint speed, and then you can get the sprint shoes to get 4 times speed. GBA and Pixel Remaster, I believe, do this. That 4 times speed is rough to have perfect control of, to say the least. It's fun when you move well, but holy moly, is trying to move at 4 times speed something else. Next, he's... yes, the Paladin shield. Anyways, so there's a thing called an NPC value in this game. It goes between 0 and 255, and then it wraps around. Every NPC value basically dictates when you go into a screen, where the NPCs start, and a little bit on how they move. So at least early on, you can manipulate this NPC value to kind of have NPCs walk the way you want them to. There's a little more we can do with it later on that we'll break down. A good example is for that little bit, I did a stutter step before I went to the door, because if I just rushed right through, the NPC value would have had the Chancellor just walk right in front of us. And it's not like it's a huge deal, but I'm lazy. I don't want to push the directional buttons if I don't have to. I just want to hold the 1. So that little stutter step makes it so that the Chancellor he just held off to the right side there. Now, this kind of comes down, so you're allowed to use turbo in every FF6 run, which allows us to get these guards to look at each other. This is kind of RNG-ish, depending on where your turbo's kind of hitting. Getting the 2 guards to look at each other very longingly is a frame perfect, we'll call it trick. It doesn't save anything, but it makes me happy when I get it. I got nothing else to add. I like to see the guards just looking at each other. Well, I say look at each other, but those helmets also cover their eyes, it looks like. So maybe they're not really looking at each other, but they can just feel the presence. So now that Edgar has lied to Kefka and said, you know what? I don't know if there's a witch girl here. You know, there's more girls than there are grains of sand here, which I don't know if you've noticed where we are. There's a lot of grains of sand, and I've seen like 13 NPCs so far. So I don't know where he's keeping them if there is that many girls, but I'm starting to think maybe he's just lying. Anyways, he covered up for Terra, and Kefka walked away. I'm sure that'll be the last we see of him. And Terra, for the next while, she's basically she doesn't know who to believe. She doesn't really know what to feel yet. She's been under control her whole life. She's like 18 years old. Finally gets out of control. Has one side like trying to control you, one side saying that they don't want to, but they're also trying to protect you, but you don't know what side's the good side right now. So there's a lot of self-conflict kind of happening right now. Anyways, we got Brick on fire. Figure it out. I haven't been able to figure it out. The best I came up with is they dumped a bunch of oil on stuff, but still not looking like it's super effective anyways. Kefka has decided that we are in fact liars, and I guess that's the end of the game. Okay, maybe not. The king's just gonna abandon his whole... I don't want to say country, so he's leaving the castle. He's dipping. We had to ride chocobos. It's fun. Then we turn out, because he is such a great engineer, that this castle has a really cool attribute that we get to use a couple of times. It gets to submerge. I haven't figured out how they manage to breathe while they're underground, but I'm not an engineer. So that's not for me to decide.
Somebody else smarter than us figured it out. That's all we need to know.
Exactly. Now, I don't know if Edgar actually built all of that. I'm going to say no, because that looks like a lot for a king to do. But I know he definitely had a hand in it. So, this is also our first... This is a force back attack. Edgar started off with relatively good ATB. So you'll see when I have a cursor on something like with steel here, that is what we call ATB weighting. When I do ATB weighting, nobody is generating ATB. It's a whole art that you kind of just have to feel out. It's really hard to describe how to do it well because it's kind of fight by fight, situation by situation based. But it's one of the things with the slow battle speed where we can manipulate the enemies to getting less turns. A good example there is we just didn't want them to get a second set of turns because A, there's a good chance probably Terra dies, especially if they decide to go with double tech laser. Also, I just don't want to watch extra stuff, which is a big part of it. So I'm starting to think maybe this Edgar and this Locke guy, maybe they're not that bad people. They found out that Terra does have magic. You'll notice that I didn't use magic, so I don't know how they know she has magic. But they know about it. The reason we didn't use magic, by the way, is because that cutscene where they go magic takes forever. I don't remember the exact loss on it, but I'm going to throw out a number and saying like minute to minute and a half. I don't know. It feels like it's about 10 minutes. So we get introduced to the Chocobo Walk. the beautiful thing about chocobos is they don't count towards step route. There's also a lot of spots here where we'll kind of mention it, but like spots where you generate threat, there'll be spots where you don't, and so on and so forth. So this is one of the few early parts of the run. We're going to be taking some fights for experience, also for some money, because right now we're kind of broke. And I want to buy sprint shoes. 3 sets to be exact. You'll see at the end of a fight, I am closing my party windows. This should save you about 10 to 13 frames. Now that doesn't sound like a lot. We're going to be fighting stuff a lot. So if you can consistently do that throughout the run, it saves a decent amount of time. Now, the only unfortunate part about this is Edgar is the one who hits the hardest with this auto crossbow. That's not the unfortunate part. The unfortunate part is how slow he is. There's going to be a lot of... The heavy hitters usually seem to be the slower ones for the most part. There are some ways that we can mitigate this a little bit later on, but for early game, we don't really have a lot. Also, side note, I can't unsee it. Someone told me that a Bleary looks like a dessert, and I've never been able to unsee.
Oh, no.
You're welcome.
Oh, no.
So along this walk, you'll only see this in the world of balance, but along these, the bright green and the dark green, there's what we call no encounter tiles. We want to hit a certain amount of them to keep the step route going. Essentially, the no encounter tile is you're just not generating any threat on that tile. So we get our 3 sprint shoes. We're going to put Tara in the back because she doesn't have a lot of HP. She's going to be our sprint shoe holder, and now we can finally walk at not molasses pace. And even though we just rode a chocobo, this guy says, hey, do you want to learn how to ride a chocobo? And we get to have about 4 to 5 text boxes of it. It's awesome. So if you're doing runs of this, and you've done more than like 5, you will learn that Mount Colts is not fun. There's not a better way to put it. It's a real make or break early on. And now we're going to start manually running away from things. We do want to get a certain amount of fights. We're not going to be taking everything. And like I said, because everything is consistent as to where it is and what it is, the only thing that really changes what we're going to be taking would be preamps or not preamps, but it's pretty consistent how you handle this for the most part. And just for a little bit of an idea, off of those 2 runaways that we had, they were decently quick, but a preempt would still save about 6 to 8 seconds per fight, because we would be gone now. That actually wasn't a bad runaway either. Not everyone is going to run away at the same time either. There could have been a chance that Edgar and Locke would have run away and Tara would have hung back. And then the enemies usually get their turns, so then Tara gets hit twice. And that's just how life goes. So I want to try and get Locke to run away from one of these big packs. We're going to come across 3 of them. The run difficulty is decently high, but if you get it off pretty early, then now that's just one less thing for me to think about for the rest of this Mount Colts. I do need to swap over some equipment as well. And while I could do that in a menu, it's so much faster to do it while you're doing stuff in a battle. One thing that I love about Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 speedruns, item management. We're going to have to do a heal. We're going to play a little safer today. No reason not to. Edgar's getting a little beat up, and I don't need him dropping to a crit or anything like that. So I'm going to use this one just to kind of show what I'm talking about. A little bit of a bad placement on that, but it's fine. So while an animation's going off, Edgar gets the Mithril Pike. Locke gets the Mithril Blade. Everyone's a little bit stronger. Well, everyone but Tara, I guess, but she's got magic. She's fine. So this room, I like to call it the room of pain. Now we can show off what a preempt actually looks like. Preempt and side attacks are essentially the same thing. The only difference is a side attack has your character split on either side. It's essentially your version of a pincer. But the reason this is the room of pain is because of these trilliums. They have a move called Bane's Touch. Bane's Touch inflicts poison. Poison is actually really rough in this game. If I were to get poison in this fight and run to the next fight, which isn't even that far away, everybody would be at 1 HP easy. So, luckily, Tara learned Antidote while we were doing that little bit of a grind. She got that at level 6. We're gonna take this as Runaway. We do need to take 3 of these Trillium fights. There is 3 more left, but I take a preempt Runaway on a Trillium every day. Unless I need to fight him. If this game proves to me wrong on why this is called the Room of Pain, I'm not going to complain about it. If I get proven to be a liar and I just get to be living my best life, that seems like a pretty good trade-off to me. Apparently I'm bad at counting. This is the third one that we took, isn't it? There is going to be one more. If people don't know about Step Route, no, I'm right. Never mind. People don't know about Step Route. They're always like, man, it's always unlucky that you get an encounter right before Vargas. You're always going to get an encounter right before Vargas. That's just the way she goes. Okay, Room of Pain wasn't that painful. You'll love to see it. Give ourselves a nice little heal up. And now we get to see the guy that we were seeing throughout the mountain this entire time. We saw a shadowed figure and, I mean, it looked like this guy. So this fight is all about trying to manipulate not this part of the fight, but the next part of the fight. Ah, we're doing it this way today. I see. So Vargas had a turn that was decently early, which means we're probably going to be seeing Gale Cut before the next auto crossbow. Yeah, okay. So at this point in the fight, there is a good chance we're probably going to see Doomfist. It's going to be dependent on... Well, I don't want to spoil the surprise. It's going to be dependent on a little bit more randomness. You're going to notice that there's a decent amount of randomness in this. Oh, hey, look! It's Sabin! Maybe that's the guy I was seeing walking through the mountain. He's going to start with random ATB. So it's kind of, at this point in the fight, it's a little bit of a race between Sabin and Vargas. Getting hit by Doomfist is roughly a 7-second loss just off of the extra text boxes and such. He can start near full, he can start less than half. That's not the worst. Do a nice little left, right, left. That gives us pummel. And he's like, whoa, you learned the ability to punch quickly from your martial artist trainer? That's crazy. How did you learn such power? So now we get Sabin in the party. He is the... Edgar and Sabin are kind of the hard carry for the next 2 hours, give or take. Tools and Blitz, along with the few tools that we get throughout the... I shouldn't say tools. Along with the few relics and equipment that we get throughout the game. Really good characters. They're just really good. If you're not putting them in your party, I guess we're playing hard mode. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, now that we have this, we're making our way to the Returner's hideout to meet this meet the leader named Bannon. Now, a little bit of a heads up about Bannon. They really boost him up. I haven't really figured out why. I looked at it earlier today. I put 750 attempts in this game, or for this category. Oh boy. And still haven't figured out why he's pumped up as much as he is. He doesn't seem that smart. He doesn't even seem like he's that good of a leader. I mean, I guess he's old. Maybe that's what it is. His sense of fashion is questionable. We'll go with that. And he comes off really, really intense. He's gonna come up to Kater here and he's talking about magic, and the next thing you know, he starts talking about Pandora's box, and it's like, bruh, she just got her mind back to herself like half an hour ago. Settle down a little bit. But luckily, the crew is nice enough that they do allow Tara to make up her own decision. Does she want to join the returners, or does she not want to? But before we actually get to that part, we're going to go talk to all of our friends. They're going to give us a little bit of insight. Well, I say a lot of insight, but it's weird because it's like, it's kind of fence-sitting statements that they're doing. Like, I'd like you to do this, but like, I don't want to be that guy to like tell you to do this. So we're gonna do a little thing here. If you talk to Bannon once and we say no, we're gonna say no to him 3 times to get the Genji glove. If you talk to him once, you'll notice that that guard is gone. When you come up here, the guard is here. Talking to him and getting the Genji glove right now saves you about 7 to 10 frames, assuming he doesn't get in the way. Now that's not a lot of time, and if he gets in the way, it becomes a big, not even a wash, it's just a straight up loss. But you gotta go for it every time. Why not? Will you ever see the 7 frames saved? No. But you'll know deep in your heart, and that's all that matters. So we're gonna say no to... We're gonna be real teases. We come up to Bannon each time. He's like, you gonna help us now? No. How about now? No. He's like, well, why do you keep coming back here? So now Tara is super conflicted. She's like, I want to help people, but I keep saying no. So I guess that's the end of the game again. Oh, never mind. Ominous music. Something's not right. We got a messenger. He came to tell us that South Vagaro is currently under attack by the Empire. Probably because he's like, you know what? I'm pretty sure that Edgar guy was lying to me. So, back on the run we go. No one seems too concerned about the guy that's dead on the floor, by the way. Like, all right, time to make a plan, I guess. So we're going to do a couple of save resets here. These save resets are going to get us on the step route for the rest of the world of balance. The seed that we're on does not give us a good step route. And since we're going to be going to the menu anyways, may as well do a little bit of menuing. Doing a save reset like thus pushes the seed ahead, I believe, by 14. And when you do another one on the title screen, it pushes it ahead by 1. So now we are on the seed that we want to be once I actually select on the file. Another thing this does is we talked about that NPC value. It puts the NPC value at a known value. So this guy's always going to walk the same way. I'm going to wait till he goes on the carpet. And while that seems weird and a little mundane, this river is also manipulated by the NPC value. So having that means we're only going to get 2 encounters instead of the total, I want to say 9 encounters. Which saves a lot of time. Now, we have one fight here where I want Edgar to get all the experience. So we're gonna have him attack, have everybody else run during this little bit. Bannon, it is your time to go. Be gone. Thank you. Oh, fun little fact. If Bannon dies, that's game over. I don't know why they put such importance on him. Everyone else can come back to life with a Phoenix down. Why doesn't Bannon? The developers deemed it so. He's so important that it's not even worth taking the time to just hit him up with an item. I don't know. So we're coming up to the famous grind spot that everybody always talks about. Slap on the turbo and have Bannon healing and all that shenanigans. We're not going to be doing that. Levels are lame. We'll deal with levels later on. Also, if you do that, you're taking a lot of Esper bonuses out of your party. Granted, once you get to like level 60 or whatever, the Esper bonuses don't matter that much anymore. Little side note, I put out a YouTube video a while back ranking like all the characters, and everyone was always mad at where I put Locke, because I put Locke pretty low. One guy's put down a thing and I'll never forget it. When you get Locke to level 75, he becomes a really good character. And I'm like, no kidding. Absolutely flabbergasted.
Wow. If he's not a good character at 75, problem.
Well, I looked at him like, I mean, he's not wrong.
Not.
So Ultros here, he's a real nice guy. He always starts with 0 ATB. We always get to start with full ATB. This means, remember that counter canceling stuff we were talking about with Welk? We can do that here as well by hitting him with a fire spell specific spot. So when he used Ink there, that was his entire turn. We're not going to see Tentacle at all. Actually, he should be dead on the next Edgar fight here. Assuming your levels are correct. If he doesn't die here, you definitely messed up your levels on Mount Cold somewhere. Anyways, easy fight. As to why he doesn't just flip the raft, I don't really know. Sabin thinks he's pretty cool and he's going to go and fight Ultros in the water. Also turns out Sabin's not very good at fighting in the water. So now we get to begin the scenarios. Aside from like 2 categories, every speedrun has to do these scenarios. Everybody hates Sabin's scenario. It is extremely volatile. All the encounters that we've had up to this point have had extremely low chances of back attacks and pincers. However, those chances are now going up from like a 1 in 60 chance to like a 6 in 60 chance, which is still pretty low, but it's enough to worry about. And this is where this is also the scenario. We do this one first because you get smoke bombs, which allows you to run away a lot more consistently with everyone at once. So the issue with this one is it's so long. There's a lot of chances for back attacks and pincers. And then you finally get the smoke bombs, but if you're going for a good time, you can spend a good 3 to 4 hours to get to this point and be like, yeah, I haven't thrown a smoke bomb all day. It's great. Running to the right here does save you an extra few frames instead of running down or to the left. Makes sense, that's where they want to go and hide. And along this path, we have found an Imperial camp. So we're going to try and do our little Metal Gear Solid shenanigans, and they try not to fight everything. They are pretty outnumbered. And look, Kefka's here. How he got here this fast? We don't ask questions. Just know that he got here from South Figaro faster than we did through a river. Now, we don't have a map in front of us right now, but the geography doesn't really make sense on why he got here so fast, and you just gotta believe me on this. Now we're gonna meet another character. He's not particularly good, but boy is he manly. You thought Sabin was testosterone incarnate? Just you wait. We have the Moustache Man. You don't really see his mustache on the portrait on the front, but you see it on the sides. This is just such a sick tune. There is a song for this. I'm not singing it. I had laryngitis last weekend. We're taking her a little easy. So one of the few times we're going to be putting the battle speed to 1. Remember I mentioned how this only affects enemies. Because we're going to be killing this enemy with a counter attack, I don't want to wait forever for this guy to get his next turn. And at the end of this fight, we're going to get a drop. There is a 7/8 chance that we get a black belt and a 1/8 chance we get the Phoenix down. We want that black belt. We want the money. That black belt sells for 2,500 GP. The Phoenix down, if you choose to sell it, will sell for 250. If you're not very good at math, that is 2,250 GP difference. Smoke bombs sell for 300 apiece. That is 7 smoke bombs that you could be short. Not really on how the money route works, but also kind of, yeah. I guess that's a good time to mention too. The money route throughout this game is toit. Real toit. There's steals we're gonna need to get. Fingers crossed. This is why we love Locke so much. And even then, there's a few extra drops and stuff that you can get that sometimes help. There's one that I can think of in particular I don't like because while it does give you extra money, it makes the menus awkward. And I would rather save the time on the menus. But here we, I'm not going to say meet, but here we learn about General Leo. He is... The 3 generals of the Empire are Kefka, Leo, and we'll learn about Celeste, but we saw her the opening little intro thing there. Leo is by far the most honorable man. He's about as good a guy you can be while being on the evil side. He's one of those, like, he's evil because he's like, I'm just following orders kind of guys. So we heard how Kefka wants to go and poison the water to Doma, which, I mean, that's just a straight up war crime is what it is. So Leo's like, no, you don't be doing that. And then Kefka's like, okay, I won't, haha. And then after he left, Kefka's like, yeah, we're totally doing that. So we're still on battle speed 1. I don't want to be on that anymore. The reason why it was okay to be on battle speed 1 for those few fights is when Kefka is in that particular sprite form, he is considered a party member and is not affected by that battle speed. So now we get to deal with a little bit more RNG. Ooh, okay. All right, this is going to come down to a 50-50. You don't... Ooh, okay. We want Sabin to pummel the guy in the back. It doesn't usually work out this well. Okay. Just blocking everything. I'm not going to complain about this, especially after the amount of damage he took. I don't love Shadow's HP right now, but it's not the worst. It's not in scary range, but it's right on the edge of it. Anyways, turns out somebody's poisoned the water hole. And somehow this hurts everybody in the castle. everybody asterisk. I mean, that got in there really quick. Also, side note, we were talking about this the other day. How much poison do you think it would take to filter through this much water? Because there's no way Kefka carried that much of it.
It has to be like a super poison or something for it to, for that to work.
The other thing that's been given was possibly Kefka knows the poison spell already, and maybe he was doing it that way. But that seems like he would have spent a long time sitting there too. Either way, everybody except Cyan and that one guard are dead. I guess technically the king isn't, but he's right there. He's knocking on the door. Everybody drank the water at the exact same time. That must be what, it's 1 o'clock. It's drink water hour. So, like a good soldier, Cyan went and checked on the king before he went and checked on his family. Now that the king's dead, the king's like, hey, you should probably go see your family since, I'm out. And, spoilers. His family was also thirsty. So this makes Mustache Man very, very angry. This is a good time to mention that hydration is important, I think.
As long as it's not poisoned.
Yeah. The Canadian saying, if it's yellow, let it mellow. But I guess this would be... I can't make... What rhymes with purple? Yeah,
purple?
me too.
Purple?
So this little bit, you're going to hear us a lot, has a little bit of a randomness to it. We can't control Cyan right now. So he is going to do one of two attacks. He is going to do a physical attack, which kills the guards in one attack, which is great. Or he'll use Dispatch, which loses you about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds per time he does it. As far as for these fights, who he attacks, it doesn't really matter. The next one, it will. Oh, he also has a counterattack chance, by the way. He is equipped with a black belt, passively, but it gets taken off after this fight. So the randomness in this fight is... Does Shadow win, or not Shadow, does Cyan win the 50-50? He does not. We wanted him to attack the Grunt, not the Cadet. Luckily, Savin knows what's going on, because he also got hit with the 50-50. The issue with Blitz is you can't choose the target. There's a lot of boss fights where this doesn't matter, but on the handful that it does, it really matters. So now we get to go, this is one of the couple of times in the game you get to be on a Magitech armor. This is the last time that we'll be on it. You do get to be on it again end game if you're doing side questing shenanigans. We will not be doing side questing shenanigans. That is for all characters and espers. We're beating the game fast today. Not moderately fast. So there's going to be a lot of inventory management in this section, which is one part that I like about it. Cyan is, his shtick is, he's not good with robots or machinery. The fact that Shadow has not been hit yet is kind of cool. So I don't know why Cyan was having so much issues at the beginning. He's aiming perfectly. He's hitting what he needs to. All right. Well, Shadow did what we need him to do. GG's, buddy. a little bit of a dance before we go for the finish here. The reason why it's okay if someone is dead here, as long as it's only one after that last fight, is because this encounter only has 2 enemies. And we're going to be getting a full party heal here pretty soon. So not a great camp, not a bad camp. Pretty average-ish. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff with those waiting on Pommel. Interceptor technically cost us time, but he also... It's always weird, because, like, did he really cost us time, or did he mitigate a possible Pommel not hitting what we need to? You never really know. It's a very confusing split if you just break it up by itself. Here is another recovery spring. Everybody is full HP. We're happy. This is the spot where the back attack, preempt, pincer shenanigans really starts to come into play. Notoriously, these ghosts can hit you in a pincer. If you take too long to run away, there is a chance that one of them uses a spell that puts stop on you. Fun fact, if you have the stop status, you don't run very fast. I'll give you a hint as to why. Because you're stopped. If you tried to get somewhere while being stopped, you don't go very fast. Is there any questions on that? So here comes the train. We learned that this train is the train that brings the souls to the other side. Which looks pretty empty right now, which I guess is a good thing. That being said, we are now locked on it. Which means that there's a chance that we're going to the other side. Cyan's thing here, he says we all have to go sometime, always makes me giggle. He's already just like, you know, that's how she goes. The issue with Cyan is we were talking about these runaway meters. They all fill at different rates. A little bit of an easy way to look at it is the older the character, the slower they are at building up that run meter. Which means, because Cyan is, I think, roughly around 50 years old, he's not a fast boy. So good news, we are not getting any pincers on the train. This is the last pincer check that we get. There is one more 3-pack that we get, but it is a pincer prohibited. And remember when we were talking about how Cyan is slow? There's just another example of it. Now, I know we're playing an RPG, but I'm sure everybody loves a little bit of Super Mario 64. You can tell that Sabin is a huge fan of Super Mario 64, because watch this boy's long jumps he's going to be shooting out here. He knows how to... Oh, hang on. N64 controller. Holds Z and hits Z and the A button, right? I think so. I think the back button's the Z button. Oh, it's been a while. Anyways, Yahoo, we made it across. Unfortunately, a fun little attribute about ghosts, they can fly and float. But apparently they can't get off of ledges. But they caught up to us real quick. One little fun fact, I believe if you run to the right when that one ghost was hanging out there, you'll see that there is only one ghost. Which makes it a whole lot less scary. Now, if Shadow is dead, this encounter isn't the worst. Having Interceptor pop into this encounter is kind of annoying because Interceptor takes a decent amount of time. And we're just trying to run away anyways. Whenever you're ready, Ghost. Because of Step Road, I can't run around him. So we just have to watch him do his back and forth. There we go. Now we're getting the good stuff. Luckily, bombs are pretty slow. So even on a bag attack, there's a chance that you don't get hit by Blaze. Blaze is a pretty powerful fire spell. I just can't believe Shadow's been holding on with 3 HP this whole time. So one more encounter to go. And that'll be the last that we have for this shenanigans. Bye, Shadow. So if you lose Step Route in this run, it's not the worstest. Just gonna do a little safety save there. That costs no steps to do. For the most part, encounters just kind of happen a little bit sooner. They may happen in a different room and it'll change it up a little bit. You won't lose the run, you'll just lose time. All right, here we have the Ghost Train. And if there's one thing everyone loves about the Ghost Train, I shouldn't say everyone. I'm not one of them. There you go. There's your suplex. Enjoy. I hate that meme with a passion. By the way, we're gonna be coming up to a waterfall pretty soon. I think that'll be a good spot for our first break here.
Sounds good.
Be in about a minute or two. Yeah, run is valid now. We saw the suplex. Huzzah. For the record, I don't suplex very often, but you know, special occasion, you got to throw it out there. So now that because the train is undead, we can re-dead the undead and make it just dead by using the Phoenix Down to undo the undead. And then that just makes it dead. And then after he became dead from being undead, he was like, you know what? I'll just take you guys to where you're supposed to be because you're not even supposed to be here. And then we're all happy. Yay. Now, the heartbreaking part of this scene is we're going to see a lot of people, presumably from Doma, maybe, getting aboard the train. These are all the dead people. Because they're going to be bringing the souls to the other side like we were talking about. It's heartbreaking, but it's weird. See, like, he seems surprised to see his wife and his kid here. Probably because they're actually up and moving because it's just their souls. But still, he seems surprised that his dead wife and kid are getting onto the train that takes the dead people's souls to the other side. I don't know. It's always been a little weird thing. Anyway, she leaves them with some uplifting words. We'll always love you. And now we're going to have a little bit of downtime here to do some menuing. It doesn't matter how fast you do it as long as you beat the fade out. Talking about this yesterday. If you beat the fade out by 10 seconds or if you beat it by half a second, your menuing was still perfect. It is a pretty long little waiting spot. And with that, we have hit that waterfall that I was talking about. So I'll shoot it over to you, Church.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Before we go to the break, just a quick reminder, GDQ's next All Women in Feb speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th. Submissions are open from now until November 24th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information. With all that said, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some Final Fantasy games. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VI run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right, and let's just start her down again in 3, 2, 1. So when we left off, we just went through a whole undead train after going through an Imperial camp where we found Kefka go and basically war crime an entire country, really. And now we're basically stuck at this giant waterfall. And what better option is there to do but just yeet yourself right off of it? Surely there's absolutely no other options around. None whatsoever. So this is the... This is actually a really fun fight if you're doing a glitched run, just because you get to use a retort glitch and never actually see the actual boss fight here. But since we are doing any percent glitchless, we are just going to sit here and chill for a little bit over a minute. I always go with the 10 seconds after the music loops. That's how long it takes for Zopaz to show up. So, what's going on, Church?
I'm enjoying the run. I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. I've never actually played this game, and I mean, like I've seen runs sort of here and there, but I've never watched a full run. So I'm, it's nice to be able to finally watch a run, see all the cool stuff that goes into it.
All right, just listening for the music loop. There it is. I saw 104.01 is when the music looped, because I know that there's a 1 second charge up time on this attack on 10. Well, I guess, sorry, I'm looking at my own splits here. Don't mind me. Anyways, Buddy's going to show up here. There he is. We did slap one earring on Sabin, so that raises his magical damage output by 25%, which gives us just enough damage so that we can dispose of this purple fish real quick. Like, if you take a little too long on this fight, like that, he always gets the 2 attacks off. He'll either do physicals, he'll do bite, he'll do mega volt or ice. Most of the time it doesn't do a lot of damage. If you wait too long and he gets to his second turn, he'll use a move called El Nino. And with the levels and HP that we have, that is pretty much a guaranteed wipe. So, don't have that happen. That is one of those spots where, like, we're starting to get into a bit of the run now where ATB waiting is going to become a lot more pertinent. We haven't really got to where the menus are getting very complicated yet. That's probably not for another 40 minutes or so. So one thing people always do when they want to like pick up the run, they're not really sure where to start. We do have a, I guess, segmented run called the Kefka Narsh run. You can do it glitchless or glitched, whatever. It's just for you to kind of learn the basics of the game. And it's just basically you run from here until you go and you fight Kefka at Narsh. And it'll take you about an hour 30 to hour 40 once you start getting used to the run a little bit more. Kind of gets your feet wet and kind of used to the run a little bit. While I was talking over that, saw a little animal boy. Came and took a peek at us. We said, hey, what's up? And then he ran. Remember when I was talking about how Locke is a really big disappointment? I wouldn't exactly say that Gao is a disappointment as much as... How does the guy even want to word it? He's an unfortunality that the run has to endure. See, the issue is we have to go and find Gao at the end of a fight. There is a 5/8 chance that he shows up at the end of a fight. For step route, we want to find him in 2 encounters. Now, 5/8 chance on 2 encounters doesn't sound that bad. Until you've finally got through early game, you've got to the Velt like 3 times in a row, and you've got him on like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th tries, I think is my record. And then you're like, you know what? Maybe I just need to stop for today. Now we're going to do a little bit of shopping. This is to get us some money for... I'm going to save for this dried meat because that's what you need to get Gao. But that's our smoke bomb money, essentially. We don't get to buy smoke bombs here, unfortunately. But we do get to get them shortly after this. So the 2 encounters that we're going to have are a single ghost and a single bomb. Yep, seems about right. We're going to do a little bit of a heal up, just that... One fun little thing here is if you have somebody dead, Gao will not show up at the end of a fight. Now you're probably thinking, Beater, that doesn't sound very fun at all. And you're right, I completely just straight up lied to you. It's not fun. All right, and that is now 2 marathon runs in a row, in 2 weekends in a row where we do not get Gao in the first 2 shots. Amazing. So now we get to do the fun stuff called Oh Gao, where art thou? If we get him on the 3rd try here, we can quote unquote save step route. The encounter string will just be a little messed up. After 3, step route doesn't matter no more. So remember all that talk about step route? Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. So now this is just trying to find Gao. All right, I see you, game. I see ya. Gonna be one of those days, I see. Thanks for the math, Real Coon. We're actually going to pop one of these. Like I said, we just want to make sure nobody actually dies. So that's when real unfortunate things happen. This is one of the more fun encounters, as you can see. Very fun, very pog. Every single one has countered so far, which I think is this is what we in the business would call unlucky. What is this, number 6, I think? I have no idea what's in this encounter string anymore. I only know it up to like 3 or 4, and then after that, my brain kind of shuts off. You can't write this, kids. You cannot write this. Now, some would say skill issue. Some would say unlucky. Me? It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Now, I would love to do something with Sabin. Unfortunately, he cannot move. I would love for him to, but that's not the world that we live in. Anyways, if anyone ever says that Gao is great and awesome,
they are wrong.
I think this is number 7 coming up. We're experiencing something very magical. If I did a reset, I would lose my World of Ruin step route and fish manipulation, and my World of Balance step route would not be good anyways. Hey, just in time. How's it going, buddy? So that is what a 7th try Gao looks like.
Well,
so this cutscene goes for roughly 3 minutes before we have another, like, roughly minute of small cutscenes. How do I want to word this? The split typically is done in 2 minutes. I feel very lucky. So the math isn't mathing on the split is typically done in 2 minutes when we have 3 minutes plus another minute of cutscene plus running away from 4 hard to run away from encounters. We're here for a long time, not a good time. On the one hand, we were only 2 short of my PB of most Gao attempts. I was actually starting to get a little excited.
If you can't get the good kind of PB, you can get the bad kind of PB.
Exactly. So as far as my knowledge as to where encounters are going to be, what they're going to be, I got nothing. We are currently +5 on the encounter string, and who knows how many steps. We're in for a wild ride, fellas. So now that we have Gao, after all that time it took for us to get him, we will be, aside from running away from 4 encounters, we will be using him for 1 boss fight, and that is it. Which is also why it hurts so much that he's such a bottleneck for how little he actually gets used. We missed the personal worst by 2. So, based off of the luck that I have been getting thus far, we are going to do a safety save. Not saying I don't trust the game, but I trust code as far as I can throw it. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to throw code before, but you can't really throw something that isn't physical. How does step route work? Essentially, based off of the seed that we started the game on, if we walk the same way, the exact same time, we'd always get the same encounters in the same spots. Because I had to go for those extra 5 encounters, we're down, I wasn't counting, but probably 30-ish steps, 30 to 40 maybe, I don't know. As well as the fact that the encounter string is going to be +5. We're in a world where I do not know what's coming up, and it won't matter too much. There's just going to be a lot more reactionary gameplay than being proactive on it. Sealed Cave has an Atma weapon. For what it's worth, a lot of counted 49 steps. Oh, baby. Once you've done the game enough, you kind of know the step route. Majority of the time, it's pretty point A to point B. There's only a handful of spots you kind of have to know. Like, hey, I need to burn 4 steps here. These are where the no encounter tiles are. All right, so this is a fight that you kind of worry about. You want to take him out quickly, because if you don't, you'll get hit, or there's a chance that he uses Aqua Rake, which can party wipe you. Or at the very least, Gao's probably the only one that's surviving. So luckily he didn't have that. We're good. We're good now. And the angle form actually counts as 3 enemies. So while this is only, it looks like there's only 3 enemies on the screen, we're essentially running away from a 5 enemy difficulty encounter. And we're going to be taking the left path here. If you take the right path, you do get 1 less encounter. You have to run through a lot of extra caves, so it ends up being probably slower unless your encounters are pincers as such. Welcome to Final Fantasy VI, where it's the gift that keeps on giving. So we're talking about how we can either fight through a pincer, or you can just, break your way out of it. Because Sabin went for the enemy on the right instead of the one on the left, or any of the 2 on the left, we opened up the right side and we can just run underwater away from them. We're not going to question how we are running. Oh, at least we got a little bit of everything on this trench. Got the single angle form, got a pincer, got a preempt. How could I be so lucky? So now we're in the port of Nikia, which we finally can get. Well, I was going to say finally can get smoke bombs. Smoke bombs have not actually been the issue today. The issue, we have so much money from all of those encounters that we had to fight out. So we got 31 smoke bombs, and we got 2 Megas hats. The Megas hats are just going to be good for raising our magic stat on a couple of characters throughout the run. Not that we're going to be using them immediately, but just good to have. So now that we've made it through RNG Incarnate, you'd think, can we breathe a little bit? Is it time to just relax for a second? No. Now we need for Locke to get a 46% chance steal. And just how many times it takes for him to get it. Now, Locke's steal is based off of level. So if you come in here at a higher level than what he is right now, you're probably going to have a higher chance of stealing. But because he is currently, I believe, level 10 or 9, it comes to a 46% chance steal. So there's a first try steal attempt. Oh, we got it on 2. You know what? 50-50 shot, get it in 2. I say 50-50, but like for, rounding it up. That's not bad. So there is a fun little glitch that you can do where you can leave Narsh without ever grabbing Celeste, and you can leave while you have the merchant gear on, and Locke will just have this merchant gear on for the rest of the game. And it's just really funny to see, because when you put him on a chocobo, the game doesn't know what to do with that data. So there's just like feet and a chest on it, I think it is. And it's real wild looking. Just a fun little thing I just wanted everybody to know. This guy we don't need to steal. We're just gonna kill him in cold blood because we want a cider. Don't worry, we are the good guys. It's for the greater good. Anytime someone says for the greater good, you just gotta believe them. So that little bridge that we kind of walked around, I kind of glanced over it a bit. We call it the developer bridge. I don't know if they meant to leave it in or not, but it's in every other iteration of the game. So maybe it's meant to be there, but we just call it the dev bridge and assume it was just there for like testing or something. It makes it so we don't need to go and steal the guard's green armor, and then you have to steal merchant stuff again. Otherwise, this would almost be as bad as Sabin's scenario. Nice little clock elixir. Grab an extra Phoenix down while we're at it. The way that things have been going, extra Phoenix downs is not the worstest thing to grab. Just ripping through these rich people's homes. Don't mind me. There's a little tech that we can do called fast stairs. When you go downstairs, like I was there, you lose your sprint shoe speed. But if you hold up or down against the railing for even a single frame, you get your sprint shoe speed back. So what you try to do is while you're phasing in, you're holding up or down. Typically, I just go with up. And like as soon as you're about to gain control, you hit whatever direction the stairs go. And if you've done it right, you didn't waste much time looking at a banister, and you get to go up and down the stairs quickly. So here we have General Celeste. She has decided that what the Empire is doing is, it's not good, it's not right. And she decided that she was going to voice her opinions on this. Anyways, now she's in this basement getting beat up. I'm going to guess that they probably disagreed with her. The hyper wrist is going to be for money. The running shoes are going to be immediately equipped on Locke because he is a quick boy. Now that we have smoke bombs, we can run away from encounters a little bit quicker. The only time we don't use smoke bombs are A, we're fighting that fight because it'd be weird to run away from a fight you want to fight, or B, we get a preempt. So Locke here once again just trying to save every single girl he comes across. I'd argue he did not save Terra. That was all Mog. Locke just kind of sat back and watched it happen. So maybe now is where he feels like he can be somewhat important. This guy is having some real good dreams. So we're gonna equip the running shoes. Now he is a quick boy. Grab a little bit of shmoneys. If this one's 1,500, I'm gonna lose. Oh, there it is, 1,500. Just going up in increments of 500. I don't know why, but I just always think that's fun. Oh, right. We're not gonna get encounters where I think we're going to. That's gonna be a... So when you're on step route and you know where the encounters are gonna be, you typically just kind of like stop once you hit that spot. I guess I can't do that. You know, it's like a sport. We're playing to the whistle now. So you can see how much faster Locke is with those running shoes, and now he has a permanent haste on. Grab another set of earrings. Earrings actually stack with each other. So if you have one earring on, you get 25% more magic damage. When you have two on, you get 50%. The Atlas Armlet is the physical version of it. It does not stack at all. I don't know why they decided to make the magic stack, but the physical does not. Later on, we're going to pick up an item called a hero ring. I guess it doesn't really matter how I walk around this. The hero ring is essentially just the earring and the Atlas Armlet put together. Playing with the inventory in battles while I'm doing that doesn't lose me any time, and it puts stuff where I want it to be. So now I can have faster shops. There'll be times when I'm going to be equipping things on and off in battle. Basically, it's just going to be, I know where everything's going to be, and I don't just want to auto-arrange, since auto-arrange is, now that I've done this for so long, is really annoying. The menus are going to be nice and quick now. Stuff will go in certain places to where my menus, when I actually do a menu, it's going to be nice and quick and only like a handful of inputs versus like scrolling up and down trying to guess where stuff is. Here we pick up a Thunder Rod. So a little thing in this South Figaro cave, the chests level up in two different spots. When you first come through here with Edgar, Terra, and Locke, they're pretty low level items, we'll just say, I guess. When we come through here, everything is leveled up a little bit. And when we come through in the world of Ruin again, I believe it also levels up there. So we get a Thunder Rod. Now, I'm going to be closing this text box at a specific moment. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now, doing that at a specific moment, assuming I hit it right, means we're only going to get one encounter on the river with the Terra scenario. If I did it right. If I didn't do it right, then we can get somewhere between 1 and 3. All right, so everything looks good. Rods are really broken because they ignore magic defense. In this version, they always do the highest damage roll. They will also ignore things such as Reflect and Shell. They're really, really good. And because they're really, really good, guess what we're saving all of our money for? I'll give you a hint, it's rods. All right, so the NPC value is going really, really fast while that screen was shaking before the boss. If I closed it at the right moment, there'll be a little bit of a pointer, and I was trying to hit a little section in the NPC values where it's going to go here and say encounter, no encounter, and we should hit 2 no encounters. Assuming I did it right. It would appear I did it right. Hey, we got a preempt here. Even though we have smoke bombs, we still love preempts, and we'll never not love preempts. They're just too good. That particular part of the river, I am 99% sure it's 3 encounters max. The river prior to that is upwards of, this one I know less about. I want to say 9? So as you can see, running away is a whole lot less stressful trying to run away from stuff. Pixel Remaster is kind of its own beast with strats. Like, some of it works the same, some of it doesn't. Physical evasion works, which isn't a big deal. Like, magical evasion is the only evasion in this game for this version, and that's whatever. It's really cool that magical evasion is the everything evasion. With the physical evasion working, you just change up your strats ever so slightly. It's more the strats change a lot because you want to auto battle as much as possible, because if you're not auto battling, you're typically losing time. And with the fact that the battle speed affects both you and the enemies, means that you need to go very fast for things to go fast. Which means the enemies get a lot of turns. So you want to auto battle a lot, but also you don't ATB weight much, which means the enemies get a whole lot more turns. So a lot of the strats are a little bit different just based off of those things, as well as a few other small mechanical things, like there's a morph gauge glitch and shenanigans. Is a long-winded way of saying they're the same, but also not really. I believe these chests also level up here, but I might be incorrect on that. I know they do in the World of Ruin. Well, for what it's worth, whatever step route we're on, we didn't have a lot of encounters on that walk. So at the cost of about 4 minutes, we saved like 25 seconds. I, for one, call that a win. We will be grabbing, in this version, it's called the Moogle Charm. That's not going to be until the World of Ruin. We will not be in Narsh again for another, 3 hours. It's going to look a little bit different. Only level up in World Ruin? Okay. I knew they leveled up in World Ruin. I couldn't remember if they followed the South Figaro rules or not. So now we have finished with the scenarios. Everybody is back in Narsh. I shouldn't say everybody's back in Narsh. There literally was only 2 people in Narsh. Everybody is now in Narsh that we have met. They are expecting Kefka to come rush in the town. And it's going to be our job to defend it the best we can. You know, Sabin's party would have showed up a little bit sooner, but Gal forgot to set his alarm, showed up a little bit late. Sorry guys, it's my bad. Now, if you run this game a lot, you'll see the guy on the bottom left who just kind of walked in. That's Arvis. You become very familiar with Arvis if you're doing PB attempts for a low time, because you are stuck in Narsh for a very long time, because it is very easy just to lose a good amount of time in the first 12 minutes. If you're playing on an emulator, you can set a save state for after your C manip is made and you've watched the intro and all that stuff, and you can get right back into it. People like me and Dainu Atari, we play on console, and even though we only have to force 1 encounter on our save reset, which if you're doing it from because we play on a flash cart versus a standard cart, it could be upwards of I think I've seen up to 20, 25 resets to get to the seed that you want. You still have to watch the opening intro, so it takes 5 minutes to get a run going, so it's really annoying to play for 3 to 9 minutes, watch the thing for 5 minutes, play for 3 to 9 minutes, watch the intro again for another 5 minutes. It gets old really quick. It's the one thing that emulator has over, but it feels too good to play on an actual console. Yeah, was playing hide and seek. I think he won. I didn't look at that situation and go, you know what? I'm the winner now. So one thing I guess I kind of glanced over is Celeste she's a Magitech Knight. She wasn't born with the ability to use magic. She was infused with magic and can use it that way. So she is a natural magic user like Terra, which just means that they learn magic. A few magic spells. I want to make sure I make this clear. A few magic spells via leveling. All right, it's time for the final stand. We beat Kefka here. We beat the game. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
That seems reasonable to me.
Now, there's going to be a whole lot of guys here. I'm not going to fight them. We're just going to Metal Gear Solid our way through the shenanigans. Because fighting them is slow and I don't want to lose out on Esper bonuses later on. So we put the middle party, the party that we want, so that when we swap over to them, they can just run right over here. Slap on that second set of earrings. Aura Bolt is going to do some pretty good damage for this point now. And then we're just going to wait over here. Fun little fact, you can actually walk up this part. It's not important or anything, I just always thought it was We'll get into Esper bonuses in a little bit once we actually have Espers. We currently do not. So the whole shtick with this fight is we don't want Kefka to get to his third turn. So there's going to be a lot of heavy ATB waiting. And hopefully nobody getting nuked by anything. It's turn 2 that I usually worry about. Oh yeah, you eat those for breakfast. All right, so we should be okay here. I think. Okay, now we're good. Now he can get hit by a damage tick and I don't care too much. So that should be the end of the fight. The reason we want to get done before his third turn is because his third turn can potentially be an Ice 2. Could also be a physical or muddle. But if he does an Ice 2, and he does it party-wide, unless it low rolls on Sabin, everybody dies. So that's why we try to avoid it. So now that we have won the game, other than like Kefka's still alive and he just kind of ran away, it's not a big deal. We're gonna take another look at this Esper because everything went so well last time. Granted, this time Terra doesn't have a slave crown on. Maybe she can actually communicate with it a little bit better. Like I said, well, Espers aren't really gonna be a thing to really think about for another honestly like another half hour really to where they're actually influential. So it looks like the communication with this Esper, in case anyone's wondering, this Esper's name is Tritalk, later on called Balagarmonda. If you're a boomer, you call it Tritalk. I am a boomer. Terra has now Mighty Morphin Power Rangered, and now she's gone. Welcome to SNES Final Fantasies, where if you're not failing, you're not progressing. Bye, Terra. The one thing is she can really move in this form. Like, I think she goes faster than an airship. I haven't actually timed it or anything, but I think she goes faster. Or else it's just because I'm not in control. It feels like it goes faster. It could also be that. Anyways, Locke is the only weak one who was still asleep. everyone else woke up. They're like, all right, we got to get moving. We lost one of our main characters. And now it's on our way to... We get to go see a different part of the continent, which is cool. How we're going to get there? It's going to take a little ingenuity to figure out how to get there. Go with that. There are 2 different routes that you can kind of do for this as far as party makeups. Essentially, you can kind of swap Cyan or Celeste in. Same thing with the Kefka and Arch fight. Technically, Cyan is a little bit safer, but a little bit slower if everything is going well. We have the Rune Edge on Celeste, which means every time she attacks, it takes a little bit from her MP pool and guarantees a crit. If you get really bad rolls and it's taking like the high end, things can kind of fall apart on the next boss. I say fall apart, but just fall apart in the sense you don't get a quick kill. She also has like no armor on, whereas Cyan does. Again, I have no idea where anything is going to be, which is going to be awesome. We got a Thief Knife, which makes Locke a little bit faster, so we'll swap that on really quick. It's not very often he's not the one throwing the first smoke bomb, so any chance I get, because he's already innately the fastest, and he now has the running shoes on. There we go. Couldn't remember if I said it on him or not. Now everybody is set on smoke bombs. Those smoke bombs are going to hang out in slot 1 for 99% of the rest of this run. Oh, sorry, Treasure Hunter Knife, my bad. We want Edgar in the front so that we can get this 50% discount. We're going to buy the drill and the flash. And those are the only tools that we're going to be using for the rest of this run. Sell 2 hyper wrists, a peace ring that we got from Kefka, as well as the wall ring that we just got in that Narsh cache there. And we're going to buy some Phoenix Downs and Revivifies. The Revivifies are going to be for a grind much later in the game. Otherwise, they're just kind of... They're just going to take up space for a while. So we're going to use the castle and move on to the next part of the continent. Because it can go under the mountains. I don't know who dug this out. I don't know who pathed it. I don't know who was like, hey, maybe there's something over there, because they probably didn't even know. Anyways, it worked out. It just so happened that there's another desert there. You guys want to know how many deserts there are in this game? I'll give you a hint, it's 2. So they got real lucky in figuring out which way to dig. So I'll still be doing the same route that we always do for walking, just mostly because of muscle memory. There are a few no encounter tiles that we're trying to hit that can probably help us out. Not that it saves us steps, but it doesn't lose us more. Again, at this point, maybe it's better for me to not hit them, but no one's really routed out a 7th try Gao step route. Mostly because hitting that Trustular reset button is way more reliable. And we go and grab our first hero ring. And a lot of people don't know about this, but there is a little hidden chocobo stable in this forest. Which is good because now we're going to walk in the complete opposite direction. After we do a little circle, of course. Now, we've had this discussion before once in a while, and just my little stream, whatever. What animal do you think a chocobo probably tastes like the most? We've heard chicken. I've heard ostrich. heard turkey. Someone threw out alligator at one point, which, sure. One person said beef, and they said just because they're big. I wasn't sure where they're going with it, but, you know, that was an option. I feel like they're too big to taste like chicken. Shark? Ooh, that's a new one. Anyways, these are the things that I think about as I make this long walk to Zozo. We're going to do another safety save because there is a little bit of a first encounter. No kidding. Or first step, I should say. So, I was talking about when we're... Okay. If we were on our actual step route, we would have only got one encounter close to where we're actually going. And not two immediately upon entering the town. But this is life that we live. The good news is when we get to World of Ruin, we get step route back. The bad news is that's not for another 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm just gonna sit here. Hey, how's it going, buddy? One thing to know about Zozo is everybody here lies. Which, I mean, I think that's a Jack Sparrow line. Who can you believe more? A dishonest man for always being dishonest, or an honest man who one day may become dishonest? Think about it. How did I go off of step? 7th try, Gao. There will be no slam dances today. Slam dance, in case you were unaware, is when you have a solo slam dancer, it has the ability to use a tier 2 spell on your party. If it goes party-wide, there is a chance that everybody dies. Maybe not Sabin if he's at full HP and at low rolls. So when you see a single slam dancer, step route we have two. So even if we see another one, it's, you know, par for the course type thing. Sometimes you'll notice runners get a little quiet shortly before they see the smoke bomb text at the top. They're like talking, see slam dance. You're like, and kick. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. See, slam dancer. We're just gonna hold the button, and we see smoke bomb. All right, we're good. So that is it for the slam dances we're going to be hitting. Grab that fire knuckle, a very strong weapon for Sabin, especially at this point in time. Nothing like a nice little back attack to finish things off. I'm telling you guys, we're getting the variety pack today. I don't think I have enough. Oh. I kind of have enough, but we've been going through a lot of potions. Usually I just, without thinking, just rip through and use them on everybody. On that one, I was like, okay, wait, what are we actually dealing with? So a quick kill for this boss here is we want to try and get 3 attacks off before he gets his first. Unfortunate. So now we can go with the backup strat. We're going to wait for him to do another turn, and then we'll go. After you've done 1,350 damage, his next turn is going to be the healing phase, where he'll use 3 tonics or potions, and then cast Shell. Safe. Cast safe. Yeah. And then you have to try and redo all of the damage that he heals, as well as the fact that watching him heal himself takes quite a while. We did get a jewel ring steal off of the thief knife rock. Okay, she might crit here. Oh, it doesn't matter. And there you go. We call it, that's kind of like it's the quick-ish kill. I am in fact wearing a bunny hug, yes. I don't know if you can actually see the definition on it or not, but there you go. So we found Tara. She is chilling in Zozo. And here we have an old man with a stick. Can I read the definition? All it says is a Saskatchewan word for a hooded sweatshirt with a pocket in the front. In case you're wondering, I'm from Saskatchewan. They're bunny hugs. I've never called anything a hoodie in my life.
Okay, I've never.
I've heard that a lot about people like, I'll be like, oh, hang on, I just need to go grab my bunny hug, and I'll head out, and they'll be like, what did you just say? Grab my bunny hug. No, what's a bunny hug? It's this. Like, no, that's a hoodie.
Is that literally just a Saskatchewan thing?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because other Canadians make fun of us too.
I've never heard that thing.
Yeah, that's
Okay, we have time.
Sounds about right.
You don't. Well, we're even on this, I guess.
So we've learned a little bit about this. There's a bit of an Esper world. It was it's been locked off so that the Empire can't get to it. It's the big old Magitech war years back. And we also learn that the way to get an Esper's power is for them to die and turn into Magicite, which we're going to see here really quick. Now we can talk a little bit about Espers. Espers not only teach you magic, like Ramu is he's the Thunder God guy, so he'll teach you Bolt, Bolt 2, and Poison. We'll pretend Poison is, it kind of makes sense. He will also have, it'll say a little thing on the bottom of like, Esper level up bonus, so every time you level up, that stat will go up. When you level up in this game, the only thing that goes up is your level, and I know that sounds redundant, but I'll explain a little bit why after. Your HP goes up and your MP goes up. None of your other stats will actually go up. With these stats is how you make characters get stronger. The big one we're going to be using is, there's an Esper called Zone Seek. It gives you +2 magic power per level up. Magic is just so broken in this game as far as time put in to get and the damage output you get out of it. And the fact that, it can multi-target. The reason level matters with going up, even though it seems redundant, is your level goes into a lot of damage formulas. So while you're leveling up, you feel like you're getting a lot stronger, even though your stats aren't going up, because that level number is being thrown into the formula. I was like, until I started speedrunning this game, I didn't realize that my stats weren't going up, aside from gear and Espers, because I never really worried about Esper bonuses just casually playing. And you don't need to, but you can get pretty broken pretty early if you kind of think ahead with your team and what you want to build. So we're going to grab Siren, we're going to grab Stray, we're going to leave Kieran. Bye, Kieran.
Bye, Kieran.
We don't like that Esper. Kieran also takes the top right slot of the Esper menu. So by not having that, unequipping Espers is now just a very quick little right input, which I think is beautiful. So now that you saved Tara, we've learned how Espers work. Celeste is kind of talking about like, so is that how they augmented me with magic? Trying to like think about how she's actually got her magic abilities now. So now the party's going to kind of split up. We still need people to kind of hang out in Narsh and make sure everything is going well over there. We also need we need a way to figure out how to get to the Empire. We're going to go do some infiltration. So we're going to take the two broken characters, the twins. And I guess Cyan and Gao are going to go make sure that everything is going okay in Narsh. That is one heck of a party. So, quick little menu before we go. We'll put those Esper bonuses on, or Espers on. This is just for magic learning. We don't really care about the bonuses too much. Put people in the back row because now we're kind of getting out of the just doing a lot of physicals. Now that our abilities are starting to kind of come through a little bit, we're starting to get better gear. So the only redeeming factor for Locke is how fast he is. He can just fail you faster. That's all that means. There is a lot of no encounter tiles down this way. That's what we're trying to walk on there. So if you've ever tried to grind there after you've got your Espers, and you're like, it just feels like there's not a very good encounter rate, you're probably walking over all those no encounter tiles and just prolonging it a lot. Ooh. We have seen people go all the way back to Narsh to swap their party members before, from like pushing the B button a little too quick and not putting Edgar and Sabin in there, because you kind of need both. So here in the rich town of Jador, we're gonna learn about this real suave boyo named Setzer. He has an airship. The world doesn't have a lot of airships. One good thing about the airship is it flies, which means we can, you know, traverse the world a whole lot easier. Oh, sorry, not Setzer, S. That is now the third S in the party. We've had Sabin and Shadow and now Setzer. Surely we wouldn't get another person named S. That would just be wild. Now we're gonna make our way to the opera. Which, for its time was pretty influential for what you could do with cutscenes and such. Pixel Remastered actually went absolutely wild with the opera. There was like, if you haven't seen it, please go see it. When they first mentioned the Pixel Remasters, I was like, I guarantee you, when they make it to 6, there's gonna be real live singing in the opera. I bet you I could even find a clip of me saying that prediction. Everyone's like, no way, they're not gonna do it for just that part. Boom, they did it. You know what else they did? Camera changes. Everything just looks so beautiful. You have like different angles, and the singing on it is like pretty phenomenal. You can get the singing in the Italian is pretty good. The Japanese is pretty good. They went all out. So the one thing that Celeste isn't really taking a shine to is she looks a lot like the star Maria. So the plan is we're gonna dress up Celeste like Maria. She is going to do the opera because Setzer said he's gonna come and steal Maria and make her his wife. So Celeste is now going to be Maria, and the hope is Celeste gets kidnapped. We somehow follow behind, and then we get an airship. There's a few details that feel like they need to be ironed out, but that's the plan. But for now, I present to you all the opera. That conductor has never worked a day in his life. He's living his best life right now. One small thing, by the way, if you have not heard the Distant Worlds version of this, also listen to that. I'm not going to butcher it here, but if you want to hear someone butcher it, I typically sing this every like second or third stream. It's just so good. So I've been playing this game since I was 4, 32 now. I've done 750 attempts of just any percent, let alone the glitched and the all characters and espers runs. And I still love this opera so much. Is it maybe a little bit of rose-tinted goggles? Maybe. Or maybe it's just the fact that it's just that good. So we could read the lines and make sure we know what to say. But like I said, I've done this a time or two. I don't think we're going to need to do that. Distant Worlds also like adds a bunch of extra stuff like before and after this too. Makes the story of this actual opera a little more coherent. All right, question for chat. Think about it for a second. Aria de mezzo caractere, which is this, or I want to be your canary. Which one is the better production, presentation? I don't exactly know what word you want to use. Which one is better overall? I'm still behind the caractere here, but I mean, I want to be your canary also has a cute little story. You do get to see I Want to Be Your Canary in 2 different spots, though. Oh, okay. So, like, that's something. Just so happens that both of them get botched. Well, I'll say the last one gets botched, but just doesn't go according to script. And there is most of the opera. There's a little bit left to go peep at yet. I just love the dancing.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Locke had the worst seats in the house, just watching it from the side. Probably saw absolutely nothing. So now we got a little letter from Ultros that says he's gonna ruin this show. Not really sure why. He's just that kind of dude. Also, lady on the top of a pillar. How does she get up there? She's just got a crazy vertical. You in fact could have a party of which Ultros has not met a single person. Yep. Also, this can't be Splatoon. Those are not octopi, those are squids. Anyways, his plan to ruin this opera is to drop 4 tons off of a piece of catwalk that somehow is holding up 4 tons.
Really impressive engineering.
So, because it's a marathon, it's always fun to do. Bark, bark. Show off some googly eyes. These are the switches you're not supposed to hit, by the way. Uh-oh! Wasn't supposed to end up there. Boing, boing, boing. Oh, I love it. Spoilers, that saves us no time, but it's funny every time. And the Impresario just watches us do it. We just yeet right past him, and he's just like, where do I find these people? So ideally, we only want to fight 3 rats. Now, with the encounter string that we normally have, we would, with 3 rats, only have 3 3-packs to deal with and no 5-packs. I have no idea where our encounter string is. So, we might not get any 5-packs. We also might. These rats have, the sewer rats here, they have 299 HP. I don't know why it's that, not 300. Well, we're gonna see if we can, just move past a couple of them. Okay. Edgar can hit over 299, by the way. Hey, there's one at least. Unnecessary crit, but Locke's feeling very, very angry. Let's see, how do we want it? Okay, we'll just do it this way. All right, 3 3-packs. The game felt bad for us and said, even though we gave you a bad gal, we'll give you a good opera and counter string still. So now we're gonna try and break the ankles of this other rat, hopefully, question mark. Oh, that's my in. Oh, yeah. Easy game. Yeah, Gao was sleepy. Hey, there's a reason why I make the estimate so much bigger. Gao was a part of it. Dine made me take a guess on when I thought the run would be done today. We're going to see if I can beat it in 5 hours and 13 minutes game time. See what happens. So, like every Ultras fight is going to be, this is a scripted fight. And this is a very easy scripted fight. Because you don't have to ATB weight much. That is the amount of ATB weight I needed to do. He is, you're now done, son. We're going to take... We put the Thief Knife off of lock for this, because I didn't want to watch him do stealing animations. But now we're putting it back on him because we want the speed. And with that, I believe it is probably time for another break, eh, Church?
Yeah, we can take a break about now, yeah. It's about that time. So, during... Go ahead.
I was going to say, we just have a couple of minutes of cutscenes anyway.
So during these longer runs, everybody, we take breaks every like hour, so just everybody get up, stretch, get some water. Do you want to wait till after the cutscenes, or?
I can stop right now if you want to go through your shtick here.
Well, whatever you want.
I'll let you go through your shtick.
All right. Yeah, so we are going to take that break. Just before we go to the break, a quick reminder. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role. We're going to keep the tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use exclamation Twitch or Discord in Twitch chat for more information. With that said, yeah, we'll take that break now if you're ready for it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on the Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing 2 Final Fantasy games. We're in the middle of a Final Fantasy VI run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's just get her started again in 3, 2, 1. So we just we got through the opera. We got kidnapped like we wanted to. We somehow got our party on here like we wanted to, and now Setzer's like, "You're not Maria. Who are these goobers?" And now we're going to try and convince them that we just want to go to the Empire. You know, maybe take him down, but he will be considered an associate of ours then and maybe hunted down for the rest of his life. But we just want to see if he's just down for it, you know? And so we don't really get the backstory of this in this run. But if you take Edgar and Sabin to Figaro Castle, you get a little bit of a cutscene where you learn about how Edgar and Sabin were both kind of talking about who wants the throne and whatever else. And Edgar was like, you know what? We're going to leave it up to a coin flip. If it's heads, I'll be the king, and Sabin, you can go off and do your martial arts stuff. And he's like, all right, sure, cool. Flips the coin, and sure enough, it's heads. We later find out that this is a double-sided, well, I hate the term double-sided coin because every coin is double-sided. The sides are the same on this coin, and they were both heads. And so Edgar basically, quote unquote, tricked his brother into going and doing what he wanted to do, and Edgar just took the throne somewhat willingly. This is the coin that Celeste is using to rig Setzer. And after he takes a look at it, and he's like, "You swindled me. You know what? I like the cut of your jib. I'm in." TLDR, cheating gets you what you want. I don't make the rules, I just play the game. So, Now we have an airship asterisk. We have an airship, but Setzer's gonna fly for us. He's not really a part of our party yet. And after it lands, we get to go in it, but we don't get to fly anywhere. It's a partial win. And I wanted to leave this part for after the break because this is such an iconic scene of attacking the Empire that just like the opera, it still just, it hits every time. Looming in the distance, the massive Empire. I don't know what you want. Well, I guess that's technically the factory and stuff, but the entire facility. You got the lights in the sky. You don't see the mountains that are all around it, but I'm sure that doesn't matter too much. So, before we actually go and do that, we are going to take this free healing spot. We did get punched by a few rats along the way. We're going to buy some smoke bombs, some warp stones, and now we are off to the races. And by the races, I mean we're just going to go in a... Ooh, we got another preempt. How about that? So we're going to do a nice little safety save. Never mind, we're going to get into one more encounter before we do a safety save. We're still on that we don't know what we're going to get type of shenanigans. I'm hoping we still get a Pipsqueak fight when I kind of want it. If not, we're just going to kind of take stuff until we actually get it. I still didn't want to take a fourth rat pack and just kind of hope that we get lucky here. Again, I don't really know what the encounter string or anything looks like. I think on a +5, it might wrap around to getting what we want again if we're in that right area. Anyways, this guy's like, hey, you guys are from the Returners? They're pretty cool. I'm going to pretend like I get really sick, and then he can just run on the beams above us. And he really sells it. And we're in. That was pretty easy. Now, there's a lot of equipment and stuff in here that we're gonna grab. There's some pretty good... There's good stuff in here. Flame Saber. I think there's a Thunderblade in here too. There is an X potion, but it's a little off the way. We're not gonna grab it. No, Cyan is buns. There's our Thunderblade. There's no better way to put it. Cyan is just buns. All right, we'll see what encounter we get in the next little area here. Here we're gonna grab a remedy. That remedy as well as the remedy that we got from Zopaz, we carry till the final fight. So the Empire hasn't quite figured out how to fully get the power out of Espers yet. They haven't really learned about the powers of turning them into Magicite or anything like that. So here we have Ifrit and Shiva. They're almost dead. They've been quote-unquote drained of all the powers. But he isn't able to absorb all of the powers that they can give because they haven't become Magicite yet, if that makes sense. Yeah, let's bring the guy who is absolutely terrified of machinery and bring him to a factory. Sounds like a great idea.
Right? Nothing could go wrong.
Oh wow, we got lucky. How about that? It's about time. That is much faster than a 5-pack of rats. Which takes like upwards of like 3 rounds to kill. I believe this is the only time you hear this track in the game. Now, this fight is interesting. You see, bosses have what's called a no-run flag. When there's a no-run flag, obviously you cannot run. Yeah, we'll do it this way. If he casts 3 magic spells on Ifrit, he will teleport in, he will cast Fire 3, and then he will teleport out. When he teleports, the no-run flag disappears. Alrighty. Salmon decided that he was hanging around. So this is what we call unfortunate. Just trying to see if he'll kill me with a counter or something. There we go. Now we're out of the fight. So we're going to talk to Shiva. We're going to talk to Ifrit. And then we're going to grab both of them. And away we go. Well, kind of. You know, my common sense says maybe we should heal. After looking at our HPs. I think that would be very hoove of us to do. Alright, now we're good. Don't usually get that messed up in that fight. And because especially since I don't know what's coming up. Hey, fun fact. Every preempt where there's 1, 2, or 3 enemies, you can usually do something so that everybody runs away at the same time. That trapper fight, I haven't figured out. I don't think anyone else has figured out a way to generate enough lag for it to happen. It's its weird and own anomaly. Does it really matter? Not really. That one does come up on Step Route, though. The only reason why I know that. All right. So we're kind of hitting a little bit of a boss rush, just going through this whole area. So we're going to do a little bit of... Oh, right. We got the jewel ring. That's the one item that I was saying I don't like getting because it messes up this menuing a lot. And it always throws me off. So this boss can be a little bit of a rude dude with his first turn. All right, he went physical. Good. He can use a move called Overflow. Overflow confuses someone. And depending on if you put something in or not, that whole something that you just put in might be hitting your entire party. A very classic one is Sabin suplexing himself. The self-plex is always pretty funny. Edgar Flash to the entire party can almost result in a wipe. There we go. We got Steel. And because we can put this guy to sleep, he doesn't do too much after that first turn. And that's the fight. Okay, looks good. Looking good, feeling good. And away we go. So here you'll see there are espers all stuck in in these tubes. By pulling the lever, we release them, and then they also become ours. These are the espers that are actually starting to become decent. The ones that we got from Zozo, they're not very good. Big ones that you'd want to kind of take note of is Bismarck. While it only teaches you fire, bolt, and ice and life, you do get strength at +2 per level up. That one's a pretty good one. Shote teaching bio, break, and doom is a pretty good one to have. I think it's HP plus, I want to say 50%. So the HP or MP plus 50% isn't, say you have 100 HP, you're not getting 50 HP extra per level up. It's whatever HP you're getting on that level up. So say you level up and you get 10 HP. If it's plus 50%, you're getting an extra or total 15 HP. So it's not that good. It's not that bad, but it's a little misleading on how it's worded. I guess a good thing to note too, there is a little bug in this game where if you die and you go back to a save point, you keep your levels that you had going through that area, but you lose your Esper bonuses. And the only way to kind of get back to where you were is to hit the reset button. Casually, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. There's a couple of spots here where that matters in the speedrun because you need that reset, so you need those points, but now you're losing step route on something because you had to do an extra reset. It's awesome. We're going to try our best today to make sure that that does not happen. So Celeste, in all of her wisdom, after Locke thought that she set us up and was selling us out to Kefka, warped out Kefka and his crew, but didn't instead just warp us out with her. Doesn't really make sense. The logic isn't really there, but now we get to do the minecart escape sequence, so I guess we're all winners. A little bit of a menu, just putting on our new stuff here. So we've been doing a little bit of a manipulation here. Magitech Factory has been checking who's our party member and status effects of our party members. Sorry, who's our party leader and the status effect of our party characters as we've been walking through. That swap there helps us manipulate the entire sequence here so that we get the same encounters that we want. We get a lot of rare 4 red Mega Rotors. And they're good for a lot of money. Sorry, just have halls I'm finishing up. So, preamps are good. And with the hero ring and earring, just with the hero ring, Edgar is strong enough to kill all those Mega Rotors with just a single flash. The purple Mega Rotors have 420 HP. So Sabin is going to do a little bit of cleanup on this one. Taking a lot of damage for not being at the boss yet. So I think there's a total of 5 fights. Yeah, it sounds right. Oh, this is one of those things where your brain just kind of shuts off for a little bit and you're like, all right, just flash the enemies. Wait until the music changes. Yeah, this is really good for experience and money that we're going to need later on. You always see I'm trying to get my cursor memory wherever I'm going to need it for next, so I'm not busy doing it when I need to do something. I don't want to be trying to do it. I want to be set up so that I can do it right away. So try and do it during the downtime of, like, you know, Edgar finishing up a boss fight or something, or even one of these fights. You know, set up what you need here. Everything's set up the way we want it. Good to go. That's one of the things I really like about this run. All right, here is 128. He's fun. So with a Flash Bismarck Flash, hey, this is our first summon, I believe. We send in Free Willy. All right, so far this fight's going not bad. We don't want to see the boss use too much Red Feast, which is a 1/3 chance counter. After 3 of them, we are guaranteed to have to do an extra turn. But because he's only done the 1, I think 2 comes down to a damage roll. But he should die here. Pretty calm fight. So we're gonna do a bit of a safety save here. 1, because we don't have a step route to follow, so I don't really, not too worried about it. 2 is this next boss fight can go awry. You can make this is like a pseudo scripted boss fight, and the pseudo part is you need to make sure you survive the first 2 attacks. It's a pincer fight. So if you get attacked in the back, you're taking twice damage. Now there is a 2/3 chance that they use magic and a 1/3 chance that they use physicals. And then each physical has like a 1/16 chance to crit. So when you get hit by 2 crits, you're like, awesome. Especially when they hit the people in the back, because now you have to divide that by 2 as well. And you're like, how could I be so lucky? So we'll show you hopefully we'll show you the pseudo scripted fight, because it's pretty cool in how it all works. Also, how the fact that stationary arms catch up to us flying away, I don't really know. But again, sometimes you just don't ask questions. All right, magic. Magic. Okay, we're good. So we're going to ATB weight this. I thought Sabin won the race last time. These guys are actually weak to Bismarck. We're going to get a Chocobop in there. This is pretty much the only thing Setzer needs to do here. So we'll kill this guy with a drill. We'll see a tech barrier. The part of the scripting here is this guarantees this tech barrier, which is essentially just this guy wasting his turn. He could do a party-wide Bolt 2, which can just kind of kill everybody. Again, not ideal. But now we're gone. Huzzah. I also like that scripted fight because it gives me time to put the Thief Knife on lock, saving me menuing later on. The Phantom is just to make sure that if they go really crazy with their counterattacks, they miss. Phantom just, the Vanish status, just making it so that all physical abilities stop you. Keep that in mind for later. And by later, I mean like 2.5 hours from now. But now we have brought an Esperita Terra in case you guys didn't notice, that one Esper on the top left, Kieran, that we left behind, flashed when the other Espers flashed. I just always think that's cool. So now we're in the Esper world, back in the day, playing as Madouine, who is an Esper that we have. He teaches Ice 2, Bolt 2, Fire 2. He also gives you a Magic +1 on level up. But this is kind of how the Empire came and attacked the Esper world, how Terra came to be. There was a human that was left at the entrance of the Esper world. In this version, her name is Madonna. Later on, I believe they changed her name to Madeline. I think. Because they just had to keep it really close to Madouine. Hey, look, who's that walking down the street? It's Madeline and Madouine. It's just... Anyways. This is how their love story begins. She wants to leave, and Madouine's like, you know what? We can make this work. How are we to know if it's not going to work if we don't even try? And after holding some hands and a little bit of dancing, they create what we in the industry like to call an Insta-baby. That there is Terra. Why does it not have green hair and it has brown hair? We don't ask questions. So 2 years later, the Empire has come to where the sealed cave is, and they are coming through and they're just taking over all of the Espers. Now you're probably wondering, why are they not using their magical abilities? When inside this area, all of their magical abilities are nullified. Seems a little coincidental to me, but it also lets them kind of keep their power in check too. She's been dyeing her hair. Next thing you're gonna tell me that Sabin's tan isn't real and he's been faking bacon? Anyways, everyone's blaming... 2 years later, everyone is blaming Madonna for the Empire coming through and taking people over. Taking the Espers over, I should say. And she's had enough, and she's dipping out. But because he is so chivalrous, our dear friend Madouine is going to go and bring her back. While they're also casting a massive, like, vacuum spell. And wouldn't you know who's right at the front? It's Madonna. Oh, and apparently also Terra. Bye, Terra. Bye, Madonna. Bye, Madouine. And the door closes. I believe Madonna at this point is... Wait, hang on. No, not yet. This is how the Empire gets Terra, by the way. Right, that's how Madonna dies. There's nothing to be Madouine about. Anyways, now that Terra has learned her origin story, she now has the Morph ability, which is really broken, later on to be called Trance. Essentially, it doubles all of her damage, and it halves the damage coming in. That's pretty good. The only way to build up that gauge is to get magic points. We get magic points at the end of a fight, now that we have Espers. Because those magic points go towards the learning rates. So now it's time to do a little bit of a manipulation. I mentioned how we're going to get Zone Seek. This is at the auction house. Now, normally this would seem like quite a time waste. However, we can make it so that Zone Seek is guaranteed, which makes it's worth getting and taking the time to do so, because getting that extra 1 magic power every level up, just it's so good. So off to Jador we go. Now, the NPC value that we were talking about earlier, which, tells us when people move in specific ways, also dictates what you get at the auction house. So I'm going to wait until I see her do 2 different movements. I want to see down, left, down, right, or up, up, right, left. And you have to make sure that you buffer all of these movements. So I see up, right, left. Now we are guaranteed to get Zone Seek. How does he do it? Spoilers, I read the notes. So we're gonna say no to the first option. It just saves us 1 text box. And then we can get it for 10,000 GP, which normally in a run, we just barely have enough money for. I think I'm usually sitting around like 11 or 12,000. After all those extra fights and stuff we did earlier, I bet you we were sitting way higher. Oops. Let's do Zone Seek. We just got that one. And now we're off to go. See, that was our entire auction house stop. Really didn't take that long. So we need to just go here with Terra so that we can kind of learn about how Terra should probably go to the sealed cave and see if we can maybe get the Espers on our side. I'm sure it'll be fine. No way this goes wrong. And Bandit is still chilling here like he matters. I don't know. I've never had the feeling that Bandit matters. I know he's supposed to be, but if you want, on my YouTube, I do have an auction house manipulation video. Only works for the Super Nintendo, but to get Zone Seek and Golem in both the World of Balance and World of Ruin, because they do work in 2 different ways. I did say we weren't going to be back for 3 hours. For what it's worth, for this little bit, my brain shuts off. So I feel like that counts to not counting. All right, and we're out. So now it's off to the sealed cave, which is on the very bottom of the map. So why go down to go down when you can go up to go down? And you'll notice that if we came here earlier, there would have been a whole bunch of guards just walking around, and there is nobody, which seems a little suspicious. Gonna do a nice little safety save here because even though things shouldn't go bad in here, they very well could. Like these liches. These liches are, they're a really rude enemy, actually. They will first cast Fire 1, and you're like, okay, whatever. On their next turn, they'll cast Fire 2, and you're like, oh, that's kind of scary. And then they'll just start chucking Fire 3s, and you're like, oh, we need to get out of here, like, now. Oh, this is one of the fights we actually need. So, the way that this grind works is because they're undead, we can kill them with Revivifies. We want all this experience to go to Terra. So we put running shoes on Locke and Sabin. Locke also has the thief knife to make him a little bit quicker. And Terra always goes last. She was coming in at level 11. She's going to leave at level 19. Plus 2 magic power per level up. That's a lot of magic power. Plus the fact that she's going to eventually get a Magus hat and the Blizzard sword. It's she's going to become a powerhouse pretty quick at only level 19. All you need to do is just make sure, A, you don't hold run too long. So it's really unfortunate if you do that because you're getting a little greedy for building up run meter. And Terra runs before she throws a Revivify. And there's 2 different ways you can do this. Some people will come in here with just Locke and Terra. It's marginally slower, but it makes it safer because the pincer and back attack chance is significantly smaller. Bringing 3 people here does make it faster, but we do have a higher chance of getting a pincer, which is a little bit scary. Also, the weird part about not being on step road is I don't really know where I am. You can start moving a little bit before you've actually completely phased into screen, if you know where you are. Because we're 5 encounters behind, I have no idea. I have to like try and mentally remember where we are, but a lot of the times I'm usually talking about something or just kind of making my way downtown, and then I'm like, wait, where was I? You want to try and kill the Zombone last in the double-ing Zombone fights, just because we run away after he disintegrates, whereas with the regular ing, you run away before they disintegrate. Gives you a little extra time to build up run. You'll see it in this one now that we've seen the Zombone. But yeah, this is the only grind we do until World of Ruin. We're gonna do a heal after this, just because there's no reason not to. And again, if you weren't here for earlier when we were doing this, the way to make people run away individually is you just need to build up the invisible run meter, and then make sure that you have full ATB at the end of the fight, which is why Terra is going last, because you can't have full ATB at the end of a fight if you just used a turn. Double Zombone isn't a bad encounter. A little bit quicker because there's less of them. So we've learned life. We are level 18 right now. We just need to take one more fight, which if we're lucky, oh, there might be a fight we have to run away from, which is fine. I'm actually not entirely sure what this is going to do to the experience. As long as we get to level 19, that's all that really matters. If I see Terra gains a level, we're big happy. All right, we're done. There may be an extra encounter. We'll just run away from it at the end. Ooh, okay, I was thinking it was going to happen a little bit later. Guess it gives me time to set this up. And away we go. Not the worstest of the worst. Got through it. Locke got a little beat up, but we used our magical powerhouse Terra to take care of that. And we have made it to the sealed cave. Ooh. So maybe it's time to finally make it into the Esper world. That being said, we have no idea how to open this thing. Uh-oh. No! He followed us! And it's a back attack. So there are two ways to get out of this this battle. You can either attack Kefka, which is the way the developer intended way. This is the only version where you can smoke bomb out. It's a little bit faster. No seal spotted. We're looking at one. Technically, we're not in the cave anymore, so I guess. But hey, she opened it. Yay! You know what? I see no seals either. I just like how Sabin and Locke turn around like, what? Oh no. There goes Bahamut. There goes Zone Seek. What else do we got here? See if you can name them all. Correct me if I'm wrong. Fenrir. Torado, I think. Shiva. I don't think these are the same ones every single time. Kieran. Don't get to look at them very quick, so you gotta get on it. Anyways, we open the seal. We let some stuff out. And it's closed up again. All in a span of about 2 minutes. GG's. Then they all get up and they're like, guess I'll go back home now. So we can warp stone out of this. Do a little no place like home spin, and away we go. There is an entrance that is like really, really close that you could also just use as well. We have already got past the Insta Baby. And that, well, there's a lot of drama in this game. That was Zone Seek's brother. What, man on man Seek? Football defense joke for y'all. That was at least a 3 out of 10 joke. You were saying it earlier, Church. They can't all hit.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta drop ones that don't want it.
Exactly. Anyways, they're kind of all going out of control, and basically our ship is going down. We don't need everybody to salute. We need maybe one person to fly his ship, but otherwise, you know, get the cello and the violin. Oh, maybe we're gonna land in the water. That wouldn't be the worst things. No, not the mountains. Not the mountains. Okay. Oh, we're going to mountain. Oh, never mind. Planes are good. Planes are good. And then that's the end of the run. Again. Never mind. We're good.
You're really correcting the estimate here. So like the 5th time you beat the game.
Yup. Aim to please. Get a couple more smoke bombs because we're starting to run a little low. And wouldn't you know it, because a lot of people actually don't, there's a chocobo stable here. Would it be funny if where you crashed? No, I would find that I don't need more random shenanigans in this. There's enough. Some consistency in my life is not a terrible thing. So we're gonna ride our chocobo right back to where we just tried to infiltrate. Except instead of the factory, we're gonna go to the actual palace. See how many people get in my way. Ooh, usually Arvis is like the big guy that's always in my way. How all the returners got here? I don't know. They don't have an airship. Cool little trick. Wait in the door, go out and then come back in. Now you don't have to follow the robed figure. He just kind of teleports. The Chocobo stables, I believe, headcanon tells me that they're people that live off the land. And anything they get is just for those times when they go into town. So for this little bit, we're talking about maybe we'll kind of get with the Empire. We can work out a deal. See if we can try and get these Espers under control. You know, we need to put the powers together type thing. So we need to go talk to a bunch of different guards. We're going to talk to 23 of them. There you are. Some of them will just be like, you know what? I'll listen. Some of them will want to fight. And that's okay. Because we are so much stronger. It's kind of like a Paul versus Tyson thing, and we're Paul right now. The first fight that we do is going to be against the only robot. We're going to cast Phantom on it because the guards do have an ability called Program 65 that puts mute on the target, which isn't good when most of our damage is coming from Terra using fire. We get to see 2 summons in one fight. That's pretty cool. Daddy, is that you? I have heard a thing about how, like, we'll say, like, Ifrit. Ifrit isn't a person as much as, like, a species of Espers. I've heard this a couple of times, and I'm like, I can get behind that. So, like, it's not that that guy is Ifrit, it's that that guy is an Ifrit, and his name might be Steve. I don't know. Anyways, this room is always a little rough to try and get through. Just because people are moving all over the place. So the whole shtick here is Locke is going to steal. Or he better, at least. Because, again, we're going to be needing money. We're getting pretty close to where the big shop is coming. Well, one of the big shops. This is bigger than the endgame shop. Here is Toilet Man, and very understandable why he is angry. Still, we're going to be fighting Toilet Man. And just because he's Toilet Man, he says some people fight harder when they're cast down. It's funny. Makes me giggle. Okay, get out of the doorway. Get out of the doorway. Thank you. So only a handful more to talk to. There's only one more that we need to fight. We're going to have some downtime so that we can do some menuing so that the shop that we're going to do should be nice and quick. Asterisk TM, hopefully. Fire proc doesn't really do anything for us. And all of this is kind of downtime. So it's kind of like the train menu we were doing. If you finish it with 1 second left, or if you finish it with 30 seconds left, It doesn't matter. Both are perfects. He still got them done when they need to be done. And he didn't lose any time doing it. Oh yeah, things are all over the place here. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna grab these Magus hats. Bring them all the way down. Find our Atlas armlet running back. Gale's gonna go to the top. Oh yeah, we did get a jewel, didn't we? Okay, I'd say that looks good. And we still have 6 seconds left. He fought 3 people when he was on the John, not 4. Totally different story. So now that we're in the banquet, I think it's Phoenix, F-E-N-I-X, just due to character limitations. That's my guess. I don't actually know, but it makes sense to me. So we're going to be answering these questions in a specific way so that we get as many points as possible. Because we want to get the charm bangle, which is why we talked to all those other dudes. You know, had to beat up a few of them. As is life. We're going to ask 2 questions here. You don't have to ask the third one. Doesn't really do anything for you. It can make up for in case you answer something wrong earlier, depending on which one it is, because these don't all give you the same amount of points. All right, now I don't have to pay attention too much anymore. So we always call this the lobster Thanksgiving. I don't really know what was going on with this meal planning, but I see a turkey there. See a couple of turkeys. I see some wine. Some beautiful flowers right between Terra trying to look at the emperor there. Bunch of what I think are buns. I don't know. So these guys are like, show us how strong you are against espers. And I'm like, all right, sure. Here's an esper spell. Okay. Did I say 2 turkeys? I swear there is only one. Second one's in my belly. Ate it already.
Okay.
Listen, the run started at noon today. I had to eat something quick. And what's quicker than eating a full turkey, I guess. All right, so we're gonna go down to Albrook. We're gonna meet our dear new friend Leo, who everybody loves. He wears a mohawk like the best of them. That being said, after our party gets together, we're like, I don't know if I trust these guys. Sure seems like they 180'd really quick. But I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Cyan and Gao, you just keep bench warming. Your spot in this tail is done. So with us completing this properly, I think we'll be, once I get out of this town here, I think we'll be good for another break, question mark?
Yeah, we can take a break if you're ready for it.
I'll just, I'll get out of here. There's one quick little, I'll say trick, attribute to this one part of this building that I just always think is, it's actually routed in. It's the only spot where inside a town, a building is considered to be a dungeon. Oh, I see. So we can actually warp stone out of this spot. All right, I'm good. It's just cool.
Yeah, that is actually decent.
So during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just so you can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. Just a quick reminder, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing 2 Final Fantasy games. We're in the middle of a Final Fantasy VI run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's just get her started again in 3, 2, 1. So, a couple of questions happening during the break. Start off with the first one. What is world record? Currently, world record is a 4:59:45. My time in relative to that is a 5 hour and 6 second, currently grinding for said world record. We've been on some decent paces, but if you know anything about this game, she's a rude mistress. Another thing about, is it worth skipping the charm angle? No, with the giving us half encounters for basically the rest of the game, it's too good to not get, as well as the fact that we need to come to here to fund the amount of rods we're going to be getting. Diane mentioned it, but we're going to be getting about 62 grand worth of money just in this spot alone. And we're going to need about a total of, ideally I'd like to see about 99,000. So that's like 2/3 of what we need. How well optimized is the record? Optimization wise, it's pretty good. Luck wise, really good in some spots, not so good in some other spots. As one person trying to get down to that sort of time, it's the words that when I was about to start going on this little record journey, I was told it is a soul-sucking grind to try and do, and I'm like, ha ha ha, okay. Then I got down to 504, 503, and I'm like, wow, that was pretty tough. Then I got down to 501, I'm like, that was even rougher. Then we got down to 5 hours, no minutes, and I'm like, holy moly, that's something else. We've had a good handful of runs, get into World of Ruin, and even less getting into Kefka's Tower on a pace where it's world recordable, only for the things that you know are going to happen in Kefka's Tower to have happen. And with the time that low, they don't even need to be that bad. And it's still going to be like, well, that just cost it. A good example is my 5 hour and 6 second record. I lost 40 seconds to a single Pearl Wind cast. And I missed that record by 21 seconds. Anyways, that was a month and a half ago, and I haven't got close to it since. As far as lore goes, we're joining the Empire. Oh, actually, little side note here. That Pearlwind, by the way, is on the second last fight before the final fight, which is a scripted fight, which makes it even better. We're gonna be with the Empire here. We're taking one of their boats. We're going to be a General Leo, and he's a real stand-up dude. Celeste and Locke are kind of having this whole teenage romantic thing happen because why communicate when you can just infer things and infer them wrong and then cause situations that are stressful and, at the end of the day, mostly incorrect because you just didn't want to talk. Tale as old as time. Anyways, let's get on a boat. I'm sure all of our problems will be solved on said boat. This is the part of the run where it gets pretty cutscene heavy. Once we get into World of Ruin, we kind of hit some high octane for an RPG action. But this is kind of like build up for the climax. How do we make plot happen if people communicate properly? What? Name a single Final Fantasy game where boats cause problems. Final Fantasy 4 and 5. Immediately off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know this for certain, but I'm pretty sure you could name ones where they aren't a problem, and that would be faster.
So Tara is still in this whole like, she's trying to kind of learn what love is. How do I know what love is? I just kind of want to find a purpose in life, but being like a half-breed Esper human thing, it's a little bit rough. So she's talking to Leo and having this nice little heart-to-heart. He's kind of breaking it down. He's like, as someone who has devoted their entire life to being a general, don't be like me and try and find your own way through life. Follow your heart. And while that may seem like it was pretty helpful, she doesn't know she can trust her heart, so that causes a little bit of issues too. Unfortunately, in this run, this issue does not get resolved at all. Thank you, any percent. Shadow actually comes through and he's a little bit of like, don't be like me and kill your emotions type thing as well. So she is getting some like insight as far as like, don't do as Donnie don't does. And then in typical, what I'll say, Marvel movie fashion, we can't have a heavy hitting scene end with it being heavy hitting. Nope. You gotta bring in the comic relief at the end. Oh boy, is it our boy Failure Locke. He can't stand being on a boat, and now he needs to throw up. GG's. If it's any consolation, we're almost done with this guy. I don't know if that excites anybody else, but every time we get through floating content, I'm like, we're done with them. The bad news is we still haven't. It's kind of like a bad GM for a sports team. Even though they're no longer part of the team, you still have to deal with their mistakes for a little while until you get that all cleared up, and then they're out of your mind. So this little walk to Thamasa is probably one of the hardest walks as far as making sure you hit everything you need to. We're not on step route, so I'm a little less stressed out about it. But there's a lot of no encounter tiles here. I'll try and show you what the walk looks like. Something like that. And that's a lot of no encounter tiles that we have to hit in a very short succession. This smoke bomb is pretty much the last thing that Shadow does for us. Thanks for the help, bud. So now it's time to do some shopping, and we are going to be selling basically everything but the kitchen sink. Oh, apparently we got the flame saber drop off of 24. That's cool. Didn't actually notice that. Not like it's a huge deal. It doesn't really change anything. It's just cool to see. And we're gonna go running. Things are in a little bit of a wonky spot just from some stuff being a little wonky. Like we got a good amount of money though. Oh, we can even get an extra thunder rod. How about that? Normally if I can get 11, 11, 11, I'm happy. Being able to get 11, 11, 12. And here is our final S character. The fourth one. Look how rich he is. I seem to have like 300 and something GP. I feel pretty broke. I like how Interceptor is like part of the party here. Also one of the top 5 themes in this game, Realm. She exists. She doesn't do anything in this run other than like what the plot tells her to do. As far as like in the party or anything. Very small sample size. The thing about Strago and Realm, even in like casual runs, is you get them so late that it's kind of tough to implement them into your party unless you know about them coming. Because you've had so many characters being developed the way you want to develop them, and then you get these ones and you're like, all right, I guess we're kind of starting out from scratch. Being broke is a mindset? Yeah, my mindset's I'm broke. I'll try and keep that in mind the next time I go to a bank. You seem to have only $10 in here. Being broke's just a mindset. I'm actually super rich. Can you make this payment? No.
Absolutely not.
Speaking of not being able to make payments, so after you've done that little talk, this inn only costs you 1 GP. There has been a runner who may end up being unnamed, who had a shop in Thamasa that was so perfect in a sketch run that he did not have 1 GP for this inn.
Oh, no.
And he was like, well, guess I'll go and sell one other small thing and come back, I guess. It's wild that you don't have the 1 GP. So just like the auction house, we can manipulate the burning house here by doing a nice little, the in out of the door shenanigans the entire time. When we get in there, we're going to be watching a flame. We're going to see it go up, right, up, right. That's when I know I'm on the right spot. Then the movement is pretty precise to make your way through the first couple of rooms. It's going to look like I should get into encounters, but if I do it properly, you're bonking into the flames and you're not going to get the encounters. After that, the next 2 rooms they're not manipulated anymore unless you're somehow manage to stay on the exact same NPC value every single time, which is a little rough because these rooms, it's rifling pretty quick with the fire animation. But they're pretty easy to move around anyways in the last couple of rooms. Now, I don't know what spell they're casting here. I've come to the conclusion that Flames Be Gone is an oil spell. Because while they're casting it many, many times, that fire sure went to flaming real quick. So before we go in here, before we continue in here, we do have one quick little menu to do. Get ourselves ready. Now, we haven't really put out any sort of serious damage yet. That's going to change. Excuse. There we go. So we want to see this flame go up, right, up, right. Got an up, right, down, so it's not where we want to be. So it looks like we hit kind of the far point of the NPC value. So we're kind of cycling our way around again. Like I said, there's 0 to 255. There we go. So quick movement through there makes it so we can actually manipulate this part. So it's going to look like I'm bonking into him, and technically I am. But kind of the same way as the Vomamus early on in the run when we were saving Terra. Ooh, I don't like that placement. I don't like that placement either. There we go. You can't really see like arm swinging because it's a flame. So it's a little bit tougher to just kind of freewheel it. Unnecessary crit. Couldn't steal. I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, Locke. Now check out this damage. Yeah. So he's weak to ice. And with ignoring magic defense and all that fun shenanigans, we can just bust out 8,000 damage. And, you know, that's the fight. The boss has 8,400 HP. So that's why we needed Strago to put on the ice rod to just give her the little tippy tap. Just to finish off that last little bit of damage. The crit wasn't needed, but I appreciate the effort. Anyways, Interceptor is not very good at fighting fire. Shadow coming in from somewhere in the roof. By the way, the scale of this house does not make sense to the outside of it. When you compare it to other buildings of close to the same size and what they look like on the inside, something is afoot. We didn't go down any stairs, so this is all one single floor. But everybody is safe and alive. Shadow will no longer be part of our party. Thanks for the help. For what little... He basically beat up some guards and ran away from a lot of undead enemies and threw a smoke bomb. But you know what? I still like what he does more than Locke. Locke so far is 3 failed steals and 2 successful steals. So he's shooting underneath 50%. We're going to need him to first try steal an Ultros here to just bring him back up to 500. We're leaving Realm behind because she is too young to be fighting. Should not be part of the party. Which makes sense. She's like 8 or something like that. One small thing that you probably might have noticed is Realm doesn't know who her parents are. Strago is just someone who adopted her. So she doesn't know who her dad is. Now, Interceptor doesn't like anybody but Shadow, but he sure seems to really like Realm. I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying it's a little weird. Probably wouldn't put too much thought into it, though. Anyways, now we got the old man marching us to the Esper Cave. Gotta try and do that same walk, but backwards. Which for some reason is easier for me. There. And one little perk about this area, because Realm is not very good at listening. Whenever Realm is on the screen, which she was going to show up like on the next step, which is funny, you don't generate any threat. It literally was the next step. So while she's on screen, like she is there, no threat is generated, and that's actually implemented into the step route. And here we have found the statues. These are the 3 statues that keep the world's magic in balance. I'm sure that's not going to be important whatsoever. Strago runs faster than... Or the only reason it looks like he's running faster away is because those last 2 fights were preempts. So everybody always runs away at the same time. If it was a regular runaway, it would be... Cyan would run a little bit faster. And look at who we got here again. If it isn't our boy Ultros. Don't touch those statues. So once again, I'm going to hope for Locke to get a steal. Luckily, he gets 2 tries at it. And he gets on the first one. Okay, we're happy. He is shooting at 500 today, which is not great, but not terrible. And like every Ultros fight, it is scripted. As you will, so Ultros is weak to lightning and he's weak to fire. When we go with Morph, we get that double damage output. Terra does a lot of damage on Ultros with a fire rod. Strago is just there to kind of implement the little last bit of damage. He has 22,000 HP here, so when you do 2 at max damage, you just need that little extra, what is that, 2,002 damage? Now, we could use the sketch ability here, like the game wants us to do. Hopefully it hits. Ultros gets hit with a tentacle ability, and that's the end of the fight. Or we just throw him a fire rod and it's done. Guaranteed hit, they can't miss. Easy. And now that that's done, we're gonna come into the biggest cutscene in the game. This is the infamous Thamasa cutscene. Aside from one little part where I move Leo a little bit and hold the A button, it is essentially 13 minutes of cutscenes.
Oh, jeez.
This is the spot where every runner tries to try and get the run here for time to go and make a sandwich. You can actually straight up make whatever meal you want at that point. This is a good stretch break spot too that a lot of people like to use. But we have found where the Espers are hiding. And now we're gonna try and be like, hey, we need to try and be friends here. Where's the leader boy? I never remember which one it is. Can't remember if he comes off screen or if it's the wolf guy on the bottom right. Oh, they tried leaving, and wouldn't you know it, there's more Espers. Steak and lobster. You better get me a piece there, Pojo. Ah, here he is. We were about to have a little bit of a standoff, and then this Esper's like, how about we don't? They start to notice that Terra has that little bit of Esper magic within her. Despite the fact that we used up all of her morph gauge. And now we're kind of friends. We're not enemies anymore, which is important. Okay, now you guys are just making me hungry. So when they came into the world, they kind of lost control, just like Terra did. They mentioned how they did level a town. Not ideal. But they kind of want to make their amends. So Thamas is the spot where the Returners, the Empire, and the Espers are all gonna just shake on it. Everything will be right with the world. Everybody is happy. That's the end of the game. Again. At least this is a happy ending. All the other ones were like, and we died.
Yeah, this one like wraps it up, and everything's all right, and everything's good.
We can all go home with a smile on our face. It's good. Why didn't they tell the whole story through Gal's perspective? Because he's been sitting in Narsh this entire time. Be a pretty boring game. But wouldn't you know it, even though the Empire seems like they were on our side, here's Kefka. He is the agent of chaos. And he's learned about Espers now, which is not a good thing. Now you can be like, is this the Empire doing it, or is it just Kefka doing it? Considering that Magic guy or Magitech guy just nuked some of his own own guards, I'm gonna assume it's more of a Kefka and Gestalt just going ahead and doing their thing. He's also become strong enough that he can just turn Espers into Magicite with a single spell. Sparkle. No, Sylph is trying to run away, and you're an Esper. I don't really care if I have Leo in my party. I wouldn't mind having his gear, though. All right, here we go. Mono e mono. It's time for Leo to finish the game. Get him. Start off with basically a preempt. This is the first time you're kind of introduced to the offering, which allows you to get 4 physical attacks. This is also the last time we will be using an offering because physical attacks are kind of blah. You'll see why by the end of the game. So it'll take 5 attacks to do this. This should be number 3. Okay, maybe I lost track. So in that case, shock. Just because it's cool looking. I think this is the first attack that Kefka did that hit. Shock does lose a little bit of time, but again, it looks cool. So while he thinks he defeated Kefka, he sees the Emperor. Kefka starts to like really develop like a Loki kind of thing going on here. Wait, it was Kefka the whole time. And well, Leo's kind of up against the ropes and he's dead. So maybe we don't add Leo to the party. It's not that I don't like him. I just prefer my party members to not be dead. Also why we didn't take one of the ghosts in the train. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Is there some sort of secret to keep him alive? Glitching. There is a glitch that you can do in like each version of the game to get Leo in your party. He's not always fully functional, but it kind of works. And wouldn't you know it, the sealed cave is open yet again. I say this and I just totally remembered about one grind we do in World of Ruin where I purposely killed 2 of our party members to siphon experience. Now the Espers are truly out in the world. To hopefully go and save the Massa from from Kefka and Gestalt. I don't even know if I want to say from the Empire anymore. There might have been a little bit of a split at this point. I mean, they technically are the Empire, but some guys were like, wait, I thought we were friends now. So there is a bit of what we call a fire game. Ifrit and Kefka are going to have a little mono-e-mono. Ifrit is going to cast Fire 1, Fire 2, and Fire 3. Kefka has roughly a 67-68% chance to block. So you can guess on how many fire spells actually hit Kefka. 1 seems to be the most common, which makes sense. That being said, I think we're on a streak on my stream of like 3 straight of all of them are blocked, so 0 hits. I, for one, think it's going to be 2 fire spells.
Hey, go big or go home. I say all of them.
Well, that's 0 for 1. That's 0 for 2. And the zeros, I guess, continue. Sometimes it's just that easy. And it turns out the sparkly move that he's using to turn all the espers into Magicite is just X-Zone. Never hits when I try to use it. And yeah, there are a couple of routes where we do try to use it sometimes. Look, another Ifrit. I don't know, it looks a lot like a Magicite to me. I think that's the one that made us come into the idea of there's more than one Ifrits. So long, Steve. Everyone's sad about Leo, no one thinks about Steve the Ifrit. And actually, you know what? Steve, gone, sad. Leo, gone, sad. Interceptor, hurt. We need to fix this right now. This is big sad. Hopper's getting hurt in my video game. Now it's time to make them pay. Oh yes, we get an airship back again. We haven't really got to use it much. And we're not really going to use it here. We're going to take it up to the next area, and that's about it. But we have everybody again, so that's cool. I find it funny where they're like, General Leo's gone, and there's going to be someone in this party that's like, who? So now it's kind of like, well, what do we do now? It's not like the plan really changed. Time to take down the Empire. It's more so a matter of how. Because that's an entire Empire versus the 9 characters we have now. Or 10 or whatever we have. I lost track. Wait, they took my offering. You know what? Now I am mad. Alright, we're gonna take all that stuff off. Safety save. Now let's get on our airship here. As far as what we do, these guys travel really fast. I don't know how, but he just went from Thamasa all the way down to where the sealed cave is, made it through the sealed cave in the time that we had a conversation and got on our ship. I didn't think my menu was that bad. So, this next area we're gonna do is called the Floating Continent. The reason it's called that is because this entire continent goes up in the air, aka floating. Is there any questions on that? Now, the size of ground that goes up versus how big it actually is to traverse around, pretty wildly different. Originally, this was also supposed to be the final dungeon, but they got the game done in such a quick time that the World of Ruin was like, well, we still have time to make more game. Let's do this, I guess. So now it's time to make our I'm not going to call it a casual trap, but I've definitely seen a lot of people fire up casual games and get onto the floating continent and be like, okay, I think we need to grind. Which makes sense. A lot of the stuff on there is pretty tough. Currently, we have a level 19 and like a level 14 and a level 15 character, I think is what's in our party. We're not overly strong. A lot of guides will tell you to be like 30 to 35, I think. But before we get there, we have to get through, I believe it's 6 pincer encounters. You save time if you don't get attacked in the pincer encounters, which doesn't happen very often. Where are ya? And the only thing that triggers them is time. So we just kind of sit back, relax, and fly the skies, I suppose. Okie dokie. So whenever Celeste takes damage, we're going to heal her. We want every fight to have Celeste survive. Say that properly. We want Celeste to survive every fight. Otherwise, we have to take an extra encounter on Floating Continent for her to learn Bio. It's not uncommon for her to die. Yep, here we go. That's how it starts. Okay. The way that it usually goes is if you get hit by an absolute 0 and then she gets hit by a tech laser and she didn't get runic out in time, that's typically how she'll die. Now, Edgar being dead here isn't the worstest of things. I'm not going to take the time to revive him. I don't really care about his experience. Okay. All right. I was in this situation yesterday too. Marathon safeness, we heal Terra. The chances of us dying in the next couple of fights with a 487 HP Terra, pretty low. However, if she gets hit by absolute 0 tech laser, she dies. I don't know if you've noticed or not, Terra's the only one doing anything in these fights aside from if I get a runic off. Since everything is machine, they're going to be weak to lightning. And with the double earrings and all that magic power that she has, she is just barely killing them. We should be seeing Ultros popping around right about here. Should have an encounter right about here. Well, Celeste is currently being carried, but she'll have her time to shine pretty soon. So even though we took damage here, we're not going to heal. The next fight is going to be Ultros and Mr. Chupon. And because it's an Ultros fight, they're always scripted. And then after that, we get a full heal. And with Edgar being dead, we get the quote-unquote optimized fight. It's faster by like a portion of a second. It's very minuscule, but we get one less sneeze animation. Maybe it'll be a full second of save. I don't really know. I haven't timed it because it doesn't super matter. Just is what it is. So 1 fire rod to get Chupon out. 2 ice rods to get Chupon out. And now we're falling. Terra has K-ish ATB. And that's the fight. This nice little thunder rod on the body. And there you go. That is IAF. So now we want to try and get Phantom up. Oh, okay. It's a little rude if you ask me. Celeste didn't die during the IAF, so we're in a decent spot. So on the floating continent, there is an enemy in a box called Gigantos. The best thing about these ninja shenanigans, Pojo, is with that 7th try gal, I have no idea where the encounters are going to be and what packs they're supposed to be. We are flying the high seas, as they say. So I want only Celeste to get the experience here. Oh, you can definitely run away from brain pans. Ninjas, you cannot. Alright, I'm gonna wait to make sure that everybody actually dies. I do not need them to steal Celeste's experience with like a random block because I queued something up early. Thank you. It's only happened to me once, but you're like, oh yeah. Edgar's getting hit, queue up bio, he blocks the throat jab, Gigantos dies, and you're like, oh. So Celeste just went from like level 14 to level 18 off of that fight. Now I need to just try and get her to level 19 at some point. I did the imp unimp to take off the vanish status. So that they get hit by the physicals. That fight is why we wanted to make sure that we learned bio, because Gigantos is humanoid, which means he's weak to poison. He also has 0 magic evasion. So, it ain't gonna miss. Unless you're playing the Pixel Remaster. I've had bio miss on that 2 or 3 times. And I'll be like, he has 0 magic evasion. I even look in the game stats there and it's like, yep, 0 magic evasion. Then how did bio miss? I think someone explained it to me once. I'm still unconvinced. So Celeste has got her level. So now we're just going to run away from pretty much everything unless it's unrunnable. Pixel Remaster also a fun thing where I went to go kill an Intangier at very low level. I drained out all of its MP so that it couldn't Medio on me, and I got stuck in a loop of Medio needs MP, Medio needs MP, and I never got a turn. It just kept on saying Medio needs MP over and over and over, and I'm like, oh, I guess this was not a good plan. Seemed like a good plan at the time. Okay, so because Terra has been hit twice now, again, we are going to heal. Because if we don't, there is a chance that we die. But basically the whole MO now is just get to Atmo weapon. I guess because we're also on a different step route and stuff, we haven't had a lot of preempts either. When I'm doing like record attempts, I love to see me be leaving this area like 28, 27-ish smoke bombs because there's a chance I can skip an item shop at the end. When I see like low 20s, I'm like, oh, there's no chance. Ah, here is the unrunnables. Hello, boys. Luckily, we had some pretty good ATB. Celeste is now strong enough with that Zone Seek on Gigantos that she can kind of help. If Terra is not full HP and they both throw a Skeen, you can die. It's awesome. It's so not awesome, by the way. Oops. Figured I could take this time to kind of get set up a little bit. All right, here we go. Here is Atma Weapon. Now, I know he can be a pretty scary boss. In this game, in this run, he is scripted. So the only scary thing is if he decides to throw to crit on a physical. He only gets one turn in this whole fight. He's also susceptible to slow, which makes him super slow. All right, so this is technically the slow fight. We did Runic in the event of Flare, because he's either going to do Flare or a physical. A physical is much faster. That Flare animation is pretty slow. But this battle is pretty much won. One more Thunder Rod, and that's all she wrote. Easy boss fight. We're gonna learn Bolt 2. Good, good. Morphin Rods and a super beefed up Magic Terra. Slow ability and only letting him get his first turn. The reason we wait, by the way, is because if you do too much damage before that first turn, instead of doing attack or flare, he can start doing some more nasty stuff like Quake, Meteor, so on and so forth. There's a glitched run of all characters in Espers, where the entirety of Floating Continent, from the time we land on it to the time we kill Atma Weapon, is like 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Through the sketch glitch, you can put a Moogle Charm on, I believe we put it on Celeste. Then, so now you no longer get any encounters on all Floating Continent. You run your way around. There's also a glitch called the Menu Merge. If you equip the goggles as a weapon and you scroll your magic menu and your item menu merge together, and now items have magical properties. The X potion does Baba Breath. So you make him punch, he doesn't actually do any damage, the data gets dropped. You merge your magic and your item menu, use X potion, Baba Breath, Atma Weapon off the screen, done. The fight is like 10 seconds. It's glorious. But in this run, where it's glitchless, Kefka is starting to get the idea that, hey, I'm gonna use the power of the statues. Because that seems smart. So this is what we in the business district call a internal disagreement. Kefka's gonna try and kill his emperor. Now, the Emperor is going to try and cast magic within the field of the statues and realize that the magic gets nullified. Well, that ain't going to work at all. Kefka is going to... They're kind of listening to Kefka right now. He's going to move around a little bit. Kefka before was just insane. He has now gone completely unhinged. Gives him the good old death stare. Boots him. What is that? That's got to be like 15 feet. And, yeah, now he's going to try and nuke his Emperor. And he has so much fun doing it. It's a little disturbing how much fun he's having. We'll call this a self-promotion, sure. Oh, what was your previous position? Oh, you know, I was the second-hand man general to the Emperor. What's your position now? God. The hours are tough, but the perks. Bye, Gestalt. Anyone want to take a guess where that body lands, by the way? We always talk about, like, some families just trying to have a nice meal, and then the Emperor's body just comes crashing through the roof and is like, what is happening? And while they're trying to figure that out, you know, won't spoil it, but that's not the worst thing that's going to happen in their day. Oh, look, it's Shadow. Now, we were talking about how moving the statues really throws the imbalance of the world and everything. So while you'll say that Kefka destroyed the world by, you know, moving all these around, who was the last one to move the statues? Sure looks like it's Shadow. I'm starting to think that Shadow destroyed the world. Just a little something to think about. The statues just get a little more detail. They evolved. They digi-evolved. All right, so we are timed to get out of this. It's not a rough timing to get through, though. How many do I have? Oh, I have so many thunder rods. Hang on. I don't normally get to leave with 5 thunder rods. Well, it'll be 4, but... this is what we call an unfortunate situation. Luckily, we have a flame saber. Wake up. I don't think destroying the world is a thing he's doing for us. We're not going to be thanking him for it. There we go. Edgar learned Doom. Celeste has learned Fire 2. We have learned everything that we need to do before leaving. We are happy. Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll get the Narapa Condemn skip. So this skip is purely based off of my RNG and Narapa's RNG. And we did not get lucky. Sad. We were close. I mean, it gives me a little bit of time to do this, I suppose, but... Not like there's like a lot I want to really do with it. Oops. Oh no! I forgot to wait for Shadow. If you don't wait for Shadow, he's dead. I'm basically, not only am I blaming Shadow, he is also no longer, you know, employed, as it were. So I'm basically blaming the guy who no longer works for us, so he can't even stand up for himself. That is the construction special. Joe hasn't worked for us for like 2-3 weeks. Hey, who put this plug on the wall and why is it so crooked? Oh, that was Joe that did that.
It's brutal because it's true.
And then because someone always has to say it, I'll be the guy. And then the future refused to change. If anyone is a CT fan, you'll be like, ah, yes. And if you haven't played CT, go play CT. CT being Chrono Trigger. I'm too lazy to say words. It's funny when we always say the future refused to change because the next text is the world was changed forever. So we're going to be doing a manipulation here called fish manipulation. It is the toughest manipulation in this game. You have to move pretty much perfectly so that you can save Sid in 4 cycles. Otherwise, you're kind of up to RNG. Dine and I spent an evening one day and we put out a spreadsheet of every NPC value and what fish are there, because there are 2 fish that heal Sid and 2 fish that hurt Sid. He's going to start at 126 HP. Every second he loses 1 HP. We need to get him up to 256. So getting him in 4 cycles is pretty tight. But if you follow the manipulation, and everyone has a little bit of a different one because they do things a little bit differently. This is one of those where, like, you can kind of make up your own, and as long as it works, it's good. But lore-wise, this is about a year after the world has, you know, all got destroyed. Kefka is actually claimed godhood now. We don't really get into it too much here from like talking to NPCs, but through his godhood and the power of the statues, he can, what is he called? The Ray of Judgment, and he'll just sometimes like nuke something. It just completely decimates an entire city. Just because he can. So the way that this fish manipulation works is we were talking about before. Every time an NPC moves, which in this case would be a fish or the bird, every time they move 1 spot, the value goes up by 1. Also, talking to Sid here will make the NPC value go up by 4, and that's what we have to do to get started. Because you always start with an empty beach if you don't. So we're going to do a save reset. We can finally be back on step route since Gao 3 hours ago. Thanks, buddy. Just going to put on that. So first the save reset. Again, it puts that NPC value in a known spot so we can actually do this manipulation. Because if you were to ask me what NPC value I'm on before that reset, I could not tell you. Way too much stuff has happened. All I can tell you is somewhere between 0 and 255, which is not... It's not very precise. So we talked to Sid once. See the fish moving here. Pick up these 2. That other one is a bad fish. I watch how that pigeon moves. So now, because he can do 2 different things. So now I know I'm going to talk to Sid twice while he's in there. Once more, so we've added 12, because 4, 8, 12. We should get 2 fish here. Pick these guys up. We're only going to talk to Sid once more. This should give us... Honestly, I don't really know how many fish are here because I'm too busy looking at a bird that I'm not supposed to bonk on. I think there's 3 here, though. Okay, the fish stayed low, which means I'm going to go wide. Then I'm going to talk to Sid twice. And we should get, depending on how things went, well, okay, typically you get 4 fish here. And I just want this fish. He should pop right over here. And that is the fish manipulation. Easy peasy. That is one of those things where I usually tell people not to stress about it early while they're still learning the run. But once you start learning it, you don't learn it till you can do it. You drill it until you can't not do it. And you're still going to mess it up from time to time, but you need to be able to be so consistent with it that 4 hours into a run and maybe you've done 2-3 hours of resets, you need to be able to do that while you have the fatigue and everything else. But with that being said, we are off to go see this brand new world, and I'll shoot it over to you, Church.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I've been saying, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour. So, just so you can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Before we go to the break, just a quick reminder: your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games in a Quick Hotfix. So, if you enjoy watching these speed runs, these longer showcases of runs, any of our daily content, or weekly content rather, like Speedruns from the Crypt or Express Lane, it really does help us put on the channel. So if you can't support us, it would be really appreciated. With all that said, we will take a quick break and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing 2 Final Fantasy games. We're nearing the end of the Final Fantasy VI run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right, and again, let's just get right back into it in 3, 2, 1. So, the world has ended. We have saved Sid. Celeste is all alone. Things aren't really looking up for our crew. Best we can do is just try and see what's going on in this world. And as I say that, we're skipping the first town over. Don't even want to look in it. So the Charm Bangle is where, it's been shining quite a bit, but it really shines here. Since a lot of these fights at level 19 can be pretty scary. There's going to be a few spots where we're going to throw in a few saves until we do get some friends, because the damage that we take can be pretty... It makes you pucker. That's a good way to put it. Ooh, unless you get preempts, then we just run away. The reason we do that walk the way we did is depending on if you're on the grass or if you're on the dirt, it will actually change what enemy pack you get. Now, I like to walk on the grass. It takes a little extra jutting in and out. So maybe you lose some frames walking back and forth, but you get the Mesosaur fights, which have a very low run difficulty. And it saves me 2 smoke bombs. But now that we get another Chocobo, now we can just work our way across this entire continent. The world looks a little bit different since Kefka essentially nuked the entire thing. Looks a little less lush. Everything is kind of dying, poisoned. Things aren't really looking up for the world right now. There's a lot of sad people. Really, everyone's just kind of like, we're just trying to live until we eventually die type of situation. So maybe we can fix this. How? I don't know. But the important thing is maybe we can fix it. And the first thing we're going to do with that to fix it is shopping. So when we're doing the shopping, we want to make sure of a couple things. We want to get... Well, first we want to get some money. That's going to be the first and foremost thing. We want to make sure we get to about 23,000. Oh, we really are short on money, eh? We also want to make sure it doesn't end in a 1. Goodbye, Memento Ring. The reason for this is we are going to be hit eventually with a move called level Pearl. The way that level Pearl works is it takes the number that is in the 1 slot of your GP, And that is the level that you are divisible by. We are level 19, which is a prime number. Unfortunately, 1 goes into that. So we're going to make sure... Can I go out the door, please? Thank you. So we're going to try and make sure that we, in fact, do not get nuked by that, because it's pretty close to an insta-kill. But here we found a guy who is definitely not Edgar. You can tell because his palette is completely different, despite the fact that he talks the same, and he kind of looks the same. His name is Garad, Jared, depends on how you want to say it. Either way, it's definitely not Edgar. Especially since he's hanging around with a whole bunch of hooligans. We'll go with that. It sounds like their plans to go to the Figaro Castle, and apparently someone has found it. It's stuck underground, and they're just gonna loot the place, whatever it has left. Anyways, we're on a boat. Luckily, every single time we take a boat 3 times in this run. When we take a regular water boat, it always goes well. Nothing bad has happened on the water boats. The airship, different story. But, you know, sailing the 7 seas, it's working out pretty okay. So I head over into this here inn. Look at that, he's just sitting down on the job. Totally not Edgar. Now, if we just hold down, we can actually look like we're part of the crew. They disappear afterwards, but it always just makes me feel like I'm part of something special. And Step Road is going to be pretty... I mean, Step Road is always tight, but like, we have a variance of like allowable 1 step to lose, which if you usually go off Step Road, you usually lose 2 because you walked off of step and you go back to where you're supposed to go type thing. AKA don't lose your step. We do have an extra warp stone because there's 1 spot where we can fix it, but hopefully we don't have to. Now, this can be a little bit of a scary fight. Because of that Madsicle. I was hoping we were going to get the fun stuff. When you have a smoke bomb queued up, 1 of 2 things can happen when you get confused like that. 1, nothing. 2, you smoke bomb yourself. Or 3, you smoke bomb the enemies away. It's always funny to watch the enemies get smoke bomb away. But we got the nothing, which makes that fight a whole lot more eventful. So while they totally can't see us off to the side here, just gonna hop on this here turtle. This turtle is doing some pretty heavy lifting. Bunch of people just hopping on his back. He's just trying to live his best life. That should be all right. Just gonna carry on. I was trying to debate on if this is a scary HP or not, but now it should be. Even on a back deck, should be fine. So only 1 more encounter. This is the only time we actually get to go into the basement. World of Balance, you'd always be caught by that guy and he says, whoa, 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 wait, you can't go in there. Which is why in the new no sketch route, we kind of just slide right on past him with a little glitch, and all of a sudden you're in the world of ruin because you just got to get past him. It's pretty wild. Just gonna get ourselves set up for this fight. And wouldn't you know it, so these are supposed to be tentacles kind of like wrapped around all of the engines. They kind of just look like leaves fluttering around. But wouldn't you know it, it's actually Edgar. Bamboozled. So the whole plan here is Celeste is going to be chucking ice rods. And we're going to cast Doom on the bottom left one because he absorbs ice. There is a 70% chance that Doom hits. So the fact that we missed the first one just kind of tells the tale of today. Good blocks. There we go. Okay. Whew. I was kind of worried that he was going to botch the fight for us. So when you get slowed, you get grabbed. Celeste cannot get slowed because she has running shoes on, so she is permanently hasted. And that's the fight. Not the cleanest of fights, but we got through it all the same. And sadly, Edgar is gonna get back into his old sprite build. I kind of wish he stayed in this palette, but it is what it is. I think it actually would have been cool if almost everyone in the game got it like a World of Ruin palette swap, but c'est la vie. So we'll give him the Charm Bangle and the Sprint Shoes since Celeste took him off for that fight. And away we go. We're going to come down here for two high value items, the Crystal Helm and the Gravity Rod. Those two alone both sell for a lot of money. Now running away from places feels a little less scary because we at least have two people. Whereas with that solo Celeste, it's not comfortable. And now we have brought the castle back up to where we are back to the surface. This isn't where we want to be though. Bring us to Kolingen. Now this is the only time where it doesn't stop in the middle because we're kind of not ready for it. After you get your airship, it'll stop in the middle and say you hit something. That's how you can get to the ancient castle and all that fun shenanigans where you get Odin, Raiden, fight the blue dragon. But that is stuff we will not be doing today. I guess there's also the Katana Soul down there for the offering. But we're off to bigger and better things. Staying on the grass here means we get a fight with just a single RPIA? I don't know how you say that. It's the IAA. IAI that really throws me off. I can't even say the letters anymore. Holy. And who do we find here but Setzer? Really hasn't done much for us, but in this run, he's kind of he's the cool kid with the trampoline, and everyone is friends with him because we want to play with the trampoline. He's that, but with airships. Because it turns out he knows about a hidden airship. It's a Harpy AI. They're everywhere these days. Oh. Gotta look for the fingers. You can always tell by the fingers. That guy has a lot of flowers. Never really realized. That might be a little too much. You can't even really get anything going there. Anyways, there is a tube nearby. And he says that there's an airship in there. I don't know why he knows this. But he does. All right, off we go. So inside here, there's going to be a lot of undead enemies. Doesn't really matter because we're just going to be running away from a lot of them. I believe pretty much every single enemy drops 5 GP. So if your GP isn't quite working out for level Pearl, fighting one might help. The main scare down here is getting zombied. Now we have 3 people, so getting one person zombied isn't the worst. And if you see 2 people get zombied, it gets scary, but you're also like, how could I be so unlucky that I got zombied twice? Liking these preamps though. Still got 15 smoke bombs. Still gonna have to buy smoke bombs at the end. We would anyways, just for marathon safety, but because there's a few other things that I want to get in there as well. So we had a run yesterday. It was on record pace going into World of Ruin. Then the game decided that I no longer should get any more preamps. I think it's now playing with me, because it gave me 3 in a row there. But you know what? At the end of the day, you take what you can get. So we're gonna go hit that. There's a little bit of a puzzle in here that basically just tells you about this experience egg. We're gonna do a little bit of safety save. And now we can go to the boss. We've opened up a bunch of doors with switches. We're gonna go raise a water level, and that's pretty much the area. There is a Welk-like enemy in here. It gives you the Tiger Fang, I believe. But since Welk already cost me about 1.5 minutes earlier today, I don't think we're going to deal with it. Also considering the fact that Savin is not going to be needing a weapon whatsoever. We are going to grab him, but he doesn't need a weapon. It will do nothing for him. I mean, keep the preamps coming, I guess. There is an important pickup here. We're grabbing the Man-Eater. Does 2 times damage to humanoid targets. A little bit of a pre-menu. There we go, back guard, wall ring, and running shoes. So the opening level question mark Pearl should not hit because our GP ends in a 2. Last time I checked, 2 does not go into 19. Huzzah. Now, this boss is not undead, but he is weak to fire. I believe they just took away the, well, him not being undead means that you can't just throw a Revivify or a Phoenix down at him and kill him. Because that would be too cheesy. Now you'll notice that I hit Setzer with that attack. And you would notice correctly. That's going to be important for the grind coming up. This is a pretty scripted fight. That is also the end of the fight. Those magic power level ups that we did with Zone Seek are really starting to shine now. One more little thing we're going to do here. Put on the Experience Egg on Celeste. Put on the Gale Hairpin on Setzer. We're going to be doing a grind that's going to take about, by the time we get control, it takes about 5 minutes. We get Celeste from level 19 to level 42. She's going to get 2 magic power per level up. So if my math is correct, that is a lot of magic power. And the Gale Hairpin on Setzer is to hopefully help us get more preamp chances. To make the grind go by a little bit faster. Also for when we start running through areas when we're picking up people, the higher encounter rate would, or higher preempt rate might help. This is a top tier song, by the way. It's just so good. We learn about Setzer's friend Daryl, who was the owner of the airship that we're gonna get. She ended up crashing at some point. And that was her tomb that we went running through. As to why there is a Doulahan right in front of it protecting it, I don't know. I believe she was a faster racer than him. Yep, there she goes. I know it helps with like the character development, but it is definitely tough to be like, oh no, not Daryl, when we're like, 10 seconds before this cutscene even happened, we're like, who's Daryl?
Yeah.
But it does build up Setzer to kind of help us understand a little bit more. This World of Ruin is actually pretty good for fleshing out a lot of the characters. Anyways, airship, yay! And we're off. So now we're going to get into the grind. The grind consists of Celeste mostly throwing rods for a while. We're going to be doing it in the Miranda Forest. There's only going to be Reach Frogs and Mantadillas. It is a very safe and very consistent grind. A, because of step route. B, because we're vanished and they always start off with physical abilities. And you should not see more than me. You shouldn't see the 2-turn even on the first fight when you're setting stuff up. It's pretty quick for what you get out of it. Just gonna do a nice little safety save. Just in case. With the way today has gone, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Doomgaze at some point. So we need a flash to help with this first fight because Celeste will not be able to kill him with an ice rod. And now this is us. If I remember correctly, I believe Doomgaze you can't run into Doomgaze if you are strafing. I believe that is a true statement. Take it with a grain of salt. So after this fight, we're gonna go and buy a Tau robe. The Reach Frogs are really good because it gives us a lot of money. The Mantadillas are good because they give so much experience. Now, our magic is strong enough that for the next few Reach Frog fights, we can take off the earrings and throw on the running shoes in case we have less favorable ATB. Oh, excuse me, sir. Thank you, sir. And because it's Starboat, like I said, we get the same enemies in the same order every single time. So that's what gives it some of the consistency. And then the time save, time loss is basically on ATB starts. But the way that this works is when Edgar joined, he joined at the party average level. Now, we only had one character, so the party average was 19 divided by 1, 19. When Setzer joined, he was party average. We had 2 people level 19. He's going to join at level 19. Makes sense. We're doing this grind now before we go and get other characters, because when they join, they're going to join at a higher level, basically giving us levels for free. They're not going to get the Esper bonuses, but that's okay. The characters that join her, they're going to join around like level 30 and high 20s, I believe. So this all kind of works in tandem of grind one character to grind up the other characters. And it gets you just strong enough to get through Kefka's Tower. So the grind does go further than the rods that we have. By the time we run out of the rods, we're just strong enough to kill the last 3 Mantadillas with the typical Fire 2 spell. Which, because of that tentacle fight, I'm already set on Fire 2, so I don't have to go looking for it. So that kind of helps, I guess. The Esper equipped on this Celeste right now is Zone Seek, so she is getting +2 magic power for each level up. Which is why these rods are doing significantly more damage than they were just a few fights ago. Like those ones did 5,400 damage. These ones do, I don't know, like 59 or something. I've tried Sitar. There's so much that you can do to try and make something go faster, and then at the end of the day, magic is too good and you have a character with a lot of magic. So that's the it for our rods. We still have 3 more fights to go. Slap the earrings back on. 3 more fights and we're level 42. Now that didn't take too long, did it?
Like,
This
actually
Pokemon, if
absurd.
so, I am catching nothing. Sorry, what's that?
It's like actually absurd. You go from 19 to 42 that quickly.
It's pretty wild. The experience egg and siphoning all the experience to one character is the heavy draw. And these Mantadillas, I believe, have the highest attack power in the game. They hit really hard. So, have Vanish up. Otherwise, you're going to be very sad. And this is the last fight. And because we get to level 42, we learn Ice 3. So not only are we quite strong, we now have a tier 3 spell which does significantly more damage than a tier 2 spell. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do know it is significantly more. It also costs a whole lot more, but that's okay. She's got the MP pool for it. Now we're gonna go and get Mog. Why are we getting Mog? His starting magic stat is not bad, as well as the fact of Moogle Charm. Being able to run around from point A to point B and getting absolutely no encounters, kinda nice. So we're gonna grab him first. It's not that there's no evade in this game, it's just that all evade is magic evade. So physical evasion and magic evasion are the same stat. Which is why we're going to be stacking a lot of magical evasion on a character, and he's going to be our he's our evasion tank. Which is funny because in the final fight he's also the lowest level character. Okay. There's a thing that we call a faked preempt, where you start with full ATB, but it doesn't actually get the preempt flag. And I thought that was one of them, because it throws me off every time. You're like, oh, preempt, let's go. And then you're like, never mind. We almost got through this with only 12 smoke bombs left over. That's wild. That means we had a lot of preempts in this World of Ruins. We didn't come into it with a lot. Sounds like a glitch. More of a program. I can't make me not have... What, am I just not supposed to use stuff that has magical evasion on it? Not my fault they coded it badly. So we don't rename Mog because he doesn't have a lot to say throughout the rest of this run. And the 2 frames every time he says something, or the 1 frame every time he says something, isn't worth the time of renaming. So we're gonna do a little bit of a menu. Actually, we're gonna do a little bit of an extra one just for some safety money. All right, so now that we have this in the party, the Moogle Charm, going through the house where that Sabin is holding up, gonna be a whole lot quicker. You can get Seraphim if you so please for safety, but you're mostly just getting it for a Cure 3 heal at this point. Anyways, making our way downtown. Place is falling apart. It's fine. We're going to grab that Pearl Rod. And we're going to grab that Hyperist for some money. Grab the child. And we're out. Pretty easy. Moogle Charm, we love you. There is only one more character we need to grab. We're also going to get Bum Rush. So we're going to get Bum Rush. We're going to grab one more character. We're going to do a shop, and we're into Kefka's Tower. Then the rest of this run is go through Kefka's Tower. We're basically in the home stretch here, folks. The amount of head nodding that goes on in that scene is wild. Bros haven't seen each other in a year, and they're just like, yeah, sure. All right, so we're going to change the party up. You can't really get Bum Rush if you don't have Sabin in your party. So, Sabin, welcome to the party. We're going to grab Mog. Go to this nice little plus of trees, and hello, Duncan. Look who survived the end of the world. Now, I learned yesterday that Duncan is still married. Now, I find this odd, because when you talk to his wife in South Figaro, when you first get there with, like, I guess technically with your party, but even with, like, lock and lock scenario, you'll hear about how her husband went to go training on a mountain. Sure, whatever. It's been an entire year now, and he has obviously made absolutely no effort to go back and see if his wife is doing okay. I stand by, I don't think they're married. Anyways, here we are going to learn the ability of the Bum Rush, later renamed to the Phantom Rush. It has a pretty high spell power on it, and it ignores magical defense. Looks like they're just kind of using Pummel a bunch, but they're taking a break. According to my calculations, it's been pretty long at this point. I wonder if they both know that the Vargas is dead since Sabin punched him in the face. That happened a while ago. So now that we've got that, it's time to go get the final character, Go-Go. So we are going to do a save reset here. Battle speed to 1 because I don't want to take forever waiting for his turns. This save reset allows us to manipulate the green guys, I guess. I don't know what else to call them. The green guys in Zone Eater. It also gives us our step route for Kefka's Tower. So we have a 2/3 chance to see Engulf and a 1/3 chance to see Demi. We rolled bad on the first one. And that's for every turn, by the way. So every time you see Demi, you're like, I lost a 1/3 chance, or 2/3 to a 1/3 chance. All right, 1 Demi. Not the worst. I think yesterday I had 4. It was great. All right, bring that back up to slow because we don't need to battle speed 1 Kefka's Tower. That does not sound like fun to me. So assuming I went in and out of the menu at the proper times, manipulated, guys, and away we go. Easy. We're gonna do a save here, just because I do not trust myself. No, not Demi more, Demi less. Okay, I thought I bonked there for a second. If you bonk along that walk, you die. Which is why I did that save just in case. So coming into here, we get 2 things. Obviously, we get Go-Go. You also get a Thunder Shield, which is a really good... So shields are even cooler than rods, because not only do they do a tier 3 spell when you break them, it still does the whole ignoring magic defense, ignoring shell, ignoring reflect, all that fun shenanigans. They're really good. That being said, we only get 1 in this run. All characters in Esper's glitchless, I think we get like 2 fire shields and an ice, or 2, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff we get there. Anyways, let's think about what we're doing here. We're gonna go Blitz item magic. Hero ring, charm and sprint. Get him ready. This is just to make stuff kind of sit all in a nice spot. And now we're off to go do our final shop before going into the dungeon. So I want to make sure I get rid of this warp stone before anything else. So money is kind of the name of the game here. I also just kind of want to get rid of stuff that I don't want in here anymore. Flash can go. Gale and back can go. Normally I leave those on Setzer, but the extra money is always nice to have. I'd rather go a little bit safer going into this Kefka's Tower than not, because sometimes it has a mind of its own. Good enough. Got an extra remedy, got a lot of Phoenix Downs now. And once you know it, we didn't even see Doomgaze. Crazy. So we're gonna have 3 parties of 2. The Mog's gonna be going with Setzer, so they don't have to worry about random encounters. Go-Go and Sabin are gonna go together. They're gonna be the bum rushers. And Celeste is gonna carry Edgar. Well, we're here. Final dungeon. So the Mog walk is pretty easy. Step route doesn't matter, you just kind of go about your day. Which I always like to do it first, because once you get into Kefka's Tower and you're actually on a decent pace, you're like, you know what? I wouldn't mind having a couple seconds just to kind of like calm the nerves down a little bit. So this is the party that I usually worry about the most. Ah, fair enough. This is like a very low chance back attack, by the way, so that makes it awesome. Yes, you are dead. Good thing we got all that stuff. Little bit of an unfortunate, well, unfortunate everything. Back attack. I think that's like a... I want to say like 6 to 8% chance off the top of my head. I might be wrong on that, but it's pretty low. Okay, something a little more normal. Let's get those pearl rods up there. The Minerva is... We're going to get some really good stuff here. Minerva, Force Shield, Force Armor. We're not going to be grabbing the ribbon. Don't even need it. This is on the Super Nintendo. And in case you're wondering, are you playing on emulator? No. This is on the Super Nintendo. Which means when I'm doing world record attempts and I need to reset, it takes me about 5 minutes to get a run going. Really? How could I be so lucky? Welcome to Kefka's Tower, where we've had more back attacks than regular battles thus far. Awesome. Now we swap over to the other party. Why are you guys like this? We're also going to be grabbing the red cap, also a pretty good piece of equipment. Then I believe the only other thing we're grabbing in here is this hero ring is an optimization we picked up. Earlier, people were skipping and just doing a little extra menuing. Me and another runner, Lion Musashi, we're going through and figured out a bunch of menuing that actually saves a decent amount of menus by just grabbing that one, and it's worth the grab. So again, welcome to Kefka's Tower, where anything and everything can go wrong. Luckily, there's save points. So this is Inferno. Inferno is a fight where you want Edgar to survive as long as, at least for 2 turns. But because we have enough Thunder Rods, I can actually burn one here. And because normally you'd have him do 2 drills. That Thunder Rod makes up for the 2 drills. So if he were to die by not blocking something, he has a crazy amount of magical evasion right now, but he can still just not block something. Oh. We have taken a lot of damage. I just want to point that out real quick. We still win, but that was a lot of damage. All right, we got through. We're so healthy. All right, now we're healthy. This pickup is also very, very important. Huh, how about that? The Mega Elixir. I believe there's only a handful of them in the game. I had no belief on what my memory cursor was set up on. We have Cure. We're going to use Cure. There's no reason not to use Cure. Now the smoke bombs are getting low. We only need 12 to get through all of Kefka's tower. We did get one preempt, so we'll probably end off with one. I know you get one from Magi Master. And then that one. Other ones, nothing's coming to me off the top of my head. Unless there's like steals or something. Anyways, all this stuff we don't care about. Just gonna go about our day. Now we did lose a couple of steps, which is fine. It's gonna be a little extra menuing with the charm bangle here. Should circumvent that well, relatively all right. Oh, can you steal them off of the peepers? But if I use Cure, maybe Recure will proc, and then I can use a Cure 2 for free. Used to be a white mage main, it's fine. Alright, so like I said, we're just going to be swapping this around a little bit more just to make up for the lost steps. It's not a huge deal. Make sure you hit this button. There's a lot of people that forget to hit that button. Then you have to do the sad walk back. It's not full HP. We'll make her full HP. Now, this fight is all about... Well, actually, we can go about this a little bit differently, too. Because we have... another Thunder Rod. Yeah, let me get right on top of the Dragon's Den stuff that totally doesn't exist in this version until GB... Well, never in this version. So she normally will hit 9,999 damage. She can damage roll down to like 9,500. So normally you would use drills to kind of circumvent that damage. We have an extra Thunder Rod. Just gonna let her go. Yep, that pretty much makes up for all the damage we would have needed. Edgar, you have done your job. So he has 60,000 HP, so it's just a matter of just whittling it down. Basically, ooh, didn't even see Tentacle? Tentacle is usually what kills Edgar. I don't think we've taken any damage in this fight. All right. There you go. Nice little safety save once again. Those guys are an unfortunate encounter because they'll either seem to cast level 5 Doom, which won't hit, but it takes a while, or they will cast Bio, and then you have to deal with... Oh, that missed. Okay. Turn 1 and turn 3, he's going to cast Stop, and then he follows up with Blaster, which is an insta-kill. We don't want to see Celeste get hit by that, which is why she has the Force Shield on right now. Edgar... It's like, I don't even need your Force Shield. I'm gonna block it all, bro. And taking 0 damage on the Fire 3 is thanks to the Minerva. Alright, now he's sleepy. Sleep well, Prince. You did exactly what you need to do. He did nothing. Yep. So pretty much everything that Poltergeist is going to throw out here is fire-based. And Minerva's going to take care of all of it. There is the wind-based stuff too, but I believe Minerva takes care of that as well. So the only thing we kind of worry about is on one specific turn, there's a 1/3 chance we see Meteo. There's a 50% chance that Meteo hits. And at max HP, it doesn't even kill us. So what I'm trying to say is we're in the clear. And that's the fight. But he just spammed Ice 3. Sure did. So that is one of the Warring Triad statues down. We're going to get our boy Edgar back up. Give ourselves a nice little save. Now it's Morgan Crew's turn. This boss fight is fun. We'll say fun. He is weak to Pearl, which is cool. He also has a way to negate Pearl, which is less cool. It's a 1/8 chance near the end of the fight, but that doesn't make it any less cool. All right, we did not get frozen. This is a plus. Watch him get Pearl Immunity. I have got it 2 runs in a row at this point. I'm not saying I'd be surprised, but I'd be a little disappointed that maybe we're not changing it up game. Ooh. All right, 1/16th chance crit. You don't love to see it. We have 18 Phoenix Downs. That's wild. Good block. Oh, not end cross again. So this does a freeze. All right, Edgar or Setzer, you're up. Okay, it's a tier 1 spell. It doesn't take that long to cast, buddy. So now we should be getting close to the kill setup part of the fight. So Force Field is going to be coming up. He is going to negate 1 element. There are 8 elements. We don't want to see Pearl. Why? I don't know if you've noticed or not. I pretty much only have 1 swing. This is my home run swing. What happens when we get Pearl Immunity? I hit the reset button and we try again. Huh, I got the skip. How about that? Huzzah! Not often you get the skip. Wish I could get that in a run. Force Field takes forever to watch. Anyways, easy fight. Yeah, well. I promise you there was not a lot of skill going into that boss fight. There was me holding the A button for the most part. There's a lot of just send it at this point in the run. Or like, I shouldn't say just send it, because you can like protect yourself and save it a little bit, but go Force, we're gonna go Thunder, we're gonna go Earring and Hero Ring, And then we're going to find these potions that we had. And away we go. So we have one plan for this fight. It's Bum Rush. Ooh, that was a pretty good damage roll. I like to see higher damage rolls so we don't have to worry about it later on in the fight. Sabin kind of hit a little low. I'd like to see him hitting closer to 6,000, but whatever. Gogo's hitting close to 7,000 or above. I'm usually a pretty happy boy. And this is why we have the Thunder Shield. For those counterattack Bolt 2s. For when we see Bolt 3 eventually. We need to make sure that Gogo stays at full HP. In the event of Quasar. If Gogo's at full HP and Sabin is alive, Quasar will not kill Gogo. However, if Sabin dies or if Gogo is below, I believe the highest damage roll leaves Gogo alive with like 5 HP. So it's close. And we're coming up to that turn here pretty soon. Now, we haven't really talked about it, but blitzes in this game are actually really easy if you know how they work. You don't have to like roll your finger around. You just need to hit the cardinal direction. So like for Bum Rush, it says you do like a full circle starting from the left. I just hit left, up, up, right, right, down, down, left, left. And that's all you need to do. All right, that's it for that. We're gonna take that off. You're gonna get the red cap. And that's just what she's gonna be. So now we're just doing the final setup here. Let's go beat the final boss. Let's see what's up. So the final boss is split up into 4 sections. We just call them tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. There's a decent amount of RNG that can happen in pretty much all of them, minus tier 4, assuming everybody is alive. And you can make it a scripted fight. Worst game ever because... No! Don't let the blitz of the childhood days ruin your memory. So, we don't have Terra in the party. But she still makes an appearance for this scene and for the ending. But Kefka's basically going on about why do we even continue to live? It's all pointless. Kind of going on like this whole tangent. Now that he's achieved like the highest point of being that anyone can get, he has nothing to strive for. He has nothing going on. It's just, we thought he was unhinged in the world of balance. He has hit a new level. And we try to reason with him. And then at the end of the day, he's like, come at me. And so that's what we're going to do. You sound like quotes from a self-help book. He's over it. This is the array of judgment that we were talking about. And he is, like I said, he's just letting her loose. Yeah, unhinged and depressed with godlike powers. That is a triple threat. I do find this part where he's just like terraforming all of the ground and our party members are just like stuck on it. I really like just how it feels like you're just ants under the boot. Luckily, he doesn't have this ray of... Can you imagine if he had this ray of judgment ability after like a certain amount of time? It's basically like an enrage timer. It just hits for 9,999 on everybody.
Oh my god.
Ignores life 3. It'd be wild. enrage timer on a final boss back in the SNES era would probably have people rage, especially after you have to fight through 3 tiers alone. And here's Terra. She doesn't get to be part of the party, though. That being said, it is really ATB tight as well. So, let's see what we got, kids. We are going to ATB weight the first Ice 3. The first bit is we want to skip Fallen 1. Hopefully. Okay. Good. Now this next part's the hardest part. We need to get to Celeste's turn, but we have to flick over like just before she gets it. A to B weight the Ice 3. And assuming it says Ice 3 and not Goner, we have made it so that Kefka has not done a single thing this whole fight. There you go. And when we get the flash, it should be time.
GG.
There you go. Even better than what I predicted earlier, so I'm happy with that. All thanks to Gao.
Yeah, no kidding.
But there you go, everybody. Final Fantasy VI, any percent glitchless done in 5:11:36. Is what I got on my time, at least.
That's, yeah, probably about close. I think ours is 47, but there's, you know.
That's peanuts over 5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And what
Thank you guys all for the
incredible-
GGs. It's nice when that Kefka's Tower was not the worstest thing. It was decently kind. Started off a little rough, but other than that, I can't complain.
Yeah, do you have shout-outs or anything you want to give?
I guess the only thing I have is make sure if you guys ever want to learn anything about this run, check out ff6speedruns.com. There is a multitude of information there. I'm currently grinding out world record for this, so if you guys are bored and want to see Narsh like for an hour or two every Saturday and Sunday morning, that's probably what I'm doing. Hopefully we're getting preamps and stuff because that's pretty much what you need for world record at this point in time. Other than that, make sure you check out the Discord as well. I'm pretty sure it's Googleable, and it's definitely on the FF6 Speedruns thing as well. And other than that, thank you, GDQ, for having me on. And I'm glad that the laryngitis and the voice disappeared as of like Wednesday.
Yeah, there's a lot worse. Yeah, thank you so much. Everybody definitely be sure to give Vidu a follow here. Fantastic FF6 speedrunner. Absolutely, wonderful. Definitely check him out. And yeah, thank you so much for showcasing the run. I had a blast. This looks like, I mean, there's definitely some RNG to it, but it looks like a really fun run. And yeah, thank you for
as
showing
long as
it
you're
off.
okay with a run falling apart in the last
Yeah.
20 to 30 minutes after 5 hours, it's actually really fun. Like, I love Kefka's Tower, despite the fact that it is after all the hard work where everything just goes to die. It's just all the fights, all the menus, everything is just like 30 minutes of just straight gameplay. I love it.
It's a really cool way to end like a speedrun like this. It does suck when it ends, and you're like, oh well, there goes 5 hours. But it keeps you on your toes, I guess.
It's about the friends we made along the way.
It's about the time save we made along the way, not what we
There you
ended
go.
with. Yeah,
It's about
thank
the
you.
mid-game greens, not the end-game reds.
Yeah. Look, as long as there's green somewhere in the run, everybody's happy.
There you go.
Do you have any closing thoughts? Anything else you want to mention?
Other than what I hit with the shows and stuff, I think I'm good. Again, thank you for hanging out with me for these past little bits. Hopefully you learned a little bit about 6. Can't wait to see the name on the boards.
I'm starting right now. All right. Well, we've got more show coming up for you. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing some Final Fantasy runs. We just saw a Final Fantasy VI run. We're going to jump into a Final Fantasy Mystic Quest run. Just before we get into though, just a quick reminder, GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are now open. You can go visit gamesdonequick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. With that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, Hotfix. My name is Ten, and I'm doing commentary for this wonderful Mystic Quest run today, which is being performed by my friend Langsion here.
Hello. My name is Langsion. I am going to be performing somewhat of an RNG fest of Legends Mystic Quest here. I'm going to have Ten do a lot of my talking here. I'm just going to have being sick and a lot of stuff I got to pay attention to. So thank you so much for joining me, Ten. I appreciate it, dude.
Of course, nowhere I'd rather be on a Sunday night than watching Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, let me tell you. For all those who don't know, Mystic Quest is kind of like baby's first RPG. At least that was the whole intention when it was created. You'll kind of see that, and we'll mention things as we go, quality of life things, or even just kind of like holding your hand along the way. Basically, you can't lose this game. You'd have to try really, really hard, which is not the case for speedrunning, as you will see, I'm sure. So I say we just get right into it, Langsion, and I will start off explaining a couple things as we go through the tutorial.
Yeah, you wanna give me a countdown real quick, and let's go.
All righty. In 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yellow tough.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so he's gonna do a lot of commentary here on. This is a Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, one of my favorite games of all time. The start over here is very ambiguous, plot for our boy Benjamin over here, talking to an old man who's regales us with the tales of destiny and some great adventure we're gonna have to undertake here.
Yes, there's one thing that Mystic Quest is known for. It's his very in-depth story. Super detailed, super makes a lot of sense. Everything about it is just fantastic. And then maybe the most infamous thing about Mystic Quest as a game, the tutorial boss, maybe the hardest boss in the entire game. Has 100 HP. You do 25 damage unless you get a critical hit. Critical hits are like 10%-ish here at this stage of the game. And you can very easily be defeated by the behemoth here, and we've seen it many, many times.
Yeah, it's very rare that the first reset point in the game is 6 seconds in, but here we are.
And we get some amazing marathon luck. We have defeated the tutorial boss.
Having a 4/ is just perfect. I'll take it every single time.
And here we are walking down the mountain. We're going to enter Level Forest, where we will do just about nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just walk a couple tiles, talk to him, help this old man through his plight of moving this boulder here.
So to explain the first actual speedrun tech that we've used here that you guys actually didn't get to see, Langsion started by loading a save file from the very end of the game where you'll have Phoebe at the very end stage of the game. And the way this game works or doesn't work is if you soft reset, whatever is loaded into the RAM basically is going to be kept there. So whatever resistances the end game partner has, Langsion will now have on his partner for the entire run. Now, if he was to save his game at any point and hard reset, it would then load the correct character's resistances, but we don't do that. The speedrun, you basically get endgame resistances from start to finish, and it is a huge deal. Starting a brand new cart or a save file to try to save, get an endgame save is maybe one of the worst speedruns you've ever done in your life, because not having resistances for the whole thing is just terrible.
It's brutal, absolutely brutal to do.
Langsion went through Foresta there, got the Cure spell, which will end up being the most important spell of the game. Also picked up our first companion, Kaylee, who is known for speaking to trees and wielding an axe, which does a ton of damage. As you can see here, she just one-shots these enemies. And ideally what we want is just no misses in the forest. That's kind of best case scenario for a speedrun. And I shouldn't have said a single word.
Yeah, instantly. It would be like more coincidental that, but Benjamin misses all of the time. He is such a low hit rate. It feels like the first start of the game. Oh my boy.
You can see resistances there. That was actually a critical hit on Kaylee, that first attack there. Still did 1 damage. Just all the resistances, just make your partners overpowered. They're already overpowered in vanilla, but the speedrun, the little glitch there makes them just an absolute unit.
It's actually crazy in how good just the added stats allow you to one-shot certain game enemies you wouldn't normally be able to.
We have our first quote-unquote real boss. However, Mystic Quest is Mystic Quest. And if you blinked, you missed it. Kaylee used the life spell on the Minotaur. Life generally in RPGs is used on enemies if they're undead, such as a skeleton or zombie, right? Minotaur is not an undead enemy. What's going on?
Oh man, it's almost as if nothing in this game is coded to work correctly.
Yeah, that's pretty much an apt description of Mystic Quest as a whole. When the game was translated, or however this works, somehow the flag for an undead enemy got messed up. So there's like maybe, I think, 2 enemies in the game where life doesn't actually one-shot. So you'll see that abused later on in this game. But yeah, the very first boss of the game, that's not the tutorial, you can just one-shot with life. It's pretty awesome. A question from chat, is Benjamin the main character's canon name? Yes. That must have been like the #1 United States name or something like that at the time in 1992. But yes, it's just straight up Benjamin.
Yeah, I think you had to have owned the gaming manual to know that his name was Benjamin. When I was a young kid, I only had the card. I did not have the manual or anything. I had no idea who this guy was. He was just Lanks in my mind, right?
Or if you let the title screen play too long, you'll see a demo play. They named the main character Demo Play while you're just sitting there watching him jump around. So maybe you thought his name was Demo Play. Who knows?
Ooh. That's actually not a bad idea. So I'll name it next time.
This is our first main dungeon. It's called Bone Dungeon. The whole goal of the story of this game is for us to rescue 4 crystals. Shocker. And this is where our first one is located. We will see Lynxion throughout this whole run kind of switch weapons, if you notice on Benjamin's side. Right now he's got the bomb equipped. He had an axe earlier. We also have a sword. It's kind of cool thing about Mystic Quest is that you can change weapons on the fly, and each of them have their own benefits and downfalls. Bombs in this game, from like the first level bombs to the end game, actually cannot miss. So even if Benjamin is afflicted by the blind status, you will still be able to hit all the enemies with the bomb, and it does AoE damage. It's pretty important for pretty much start to finish. Swords will actually give you a speed boost for whatever reason, and axes are just axes. But then you'll also notice the partner has a weapon, but you can't actually do anything special with your partner. Notice how you're really, we've only seen him menu with Benjamin, basically. That's because Mystic Quest is Mystic Quest, and they built in a way that you can make the partner do what they think is best for you in the situation. So right now, Tristan was on auto. That means that the partner will automatically do what they think should be done. You can switch them to manual, and you'll see also Lynxion doing that through the whole run, because he knows exactly what he needs to do for every single fight, every formation that can happen.
Yeah, that's one of the more exciting parts of this game. Is like, it looks like I'm just kind of bashing through some of these things, but like knowing every single formation, exactly what is the realm of possibility, is kind of like the exciting part of this game for me.
Yeah, the speedrun as a whole is relatively easy, but the learning is the hard part. Each one of these fights you see can either be 2 or 3 different varying formations. So you'll see 1, 2, or 3 skeletons, and each one of those fights have to be taken care of a different way. Or later on, we'll see fights that can be 2 enemies or 2 enemies in a different type of enemy, and that is like drastically different movement or menuing you have to do. So knowing exactly what to do for every single instance, and then also having backups, because Mystic Quest is Mystic Quest, and your partner will miss. It's complicated, but it is a lot of fun to having to quote unquote flex your brain a little bit. We just saw probably the second most important glitch in the whole run here. After the skeletons, we picked up the seeds in that chest. Seeds are how you restore your magic spells in this game, because our spells are on a spell count instead of an MP. So what spells do is just recharge your magic spells to full. We only get 3. However, there's a duplication glitch that's super easy to perform. And he did that there when he got a formation that wasn't a quick kill. And what you do is you queue up a seed with Benjamin, and that the game thinks you've used a seed, but then you back out and run away because you're going to run away from that formation anyways. So then the game refunds your seed, but you never used the seed. So now he's got an extra. And a lot of runners will have different numbers. So I think, Lingxian, your number is 3 seeds you want to do before the big glitch?
For the most part, yeah. I do want to, I've done the extra because I've put the seed on Benjamin for this fight specifically.
Okay. Yeah, so some runners will do like as few as 2 seeds. I do 5 seeds on my runs. Lingxian is a 4-seeder. It all comes down to like preference and the routes that you've figured out. But here we see Cure being used to do massive damage to our Flamer's Rex box. Boss Tristram is usually terrible, but we see a nice big crit from him.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And then that's classic.
Yeah, we're seeing the full range of this fight, what it could do for you right now.
Yeah, this is the third major reset point of the run 10 minutes in.
Yeah, one of the reasons, like the different seed routes, is that I go for a seed on Benjamin here because you get extra cures. Makes this fight a lot safer and more consistent, but sometimes you just get some wonky luck, so it is what it is.
Yeah, and that's why this run is considered one of the worst just RNG fests to run. White spells in this game, which is, you know, the cure, life, heal, all that stuff, has a 10% chance to miss when you use it on an enemy, and we saw 2 10% in a row, which is just classic.
Yeah. The closer that our bony friend here gets to death, the more likely he is to use Rip Earth. I am out of life spells, so this guy's gonna go.
Yeah, our strat here is basically use Cure on Flamers, hope that he targets Tristram, hope he doesn't use Rip Earth every single turn. And then here's the first really hand-holdy thing about Mystic Quest. He can just restart the fight. It's like nothing happened.
Yeah, that would normally be a reset in a normal run, but if he chooses to use 5 or 6 Rip Earths, there's really nothing you could do. I took that fight as safe as I possibly could, I think, so.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't do anything in this game. You just have to accept the fact you've got to start the fight over.
Yeah, and like in later fights, you got like the time that you lose isn't so bad. This one is so early in the run you would usually reset this thing. Jeez. 10% is
exactly
looking pretty
what
big.
you don't want to see, where he only targets Benjamin or then Rip Earth, which is the only AoE he's got. So he's oh my goodness, man.
Oh yeah.
So Tristram has gotten 1 attack off and has had to heal Benjamin every turn. We just saw a very rare miss from Flamerus.
Yeah, he doesn't do that very often. No one's got their eyes open in this fight here. I'm gonna get everyone to lock in. Ooh. Oh boy, he's spreading the damage around. Oh, thank you for the crit, friend.
Okay, Tristram.
Oh, okay.
So things like that are great too. Even better when uses it on your partner, because the partner is immune to sleep because of the glitch. So that's just like an insta no turn, which is fantastic. We're playing very, very safe.
I don't like.
We have to, but it's funny how bad this fight has gone.
Yeah, this fight. Thank you. Okay, buddy. Crit him? Oh,
Hey.
Tristram. Thanks, buddy. Oh yeah.
And there is our first crystal save.
I've never worked so hard for the Earth Crystal in my life.
It's funny. I was talking with Lingxian earlier today about this, and I was telling him there has not been a good, quote unquote, good Mystic Quest marathon run since El Maga set a world record 6 years ago now at one of the ESAs or something like that. So there's bound to be something happening. Like no matter what, something's gonna mess up the run. So I'm glad we got it out of the way. Now the rest of the run's gonna be perfect. We're gonna have a floor 6 because it's gonna be great.
Oh, absolutely smooth. Yeah, no, the game, like sometimes when you're showcasing this game, it feels like it just wants to set the pace early for you. Really let you know what's in its range, you know?
Play.
Oh no. We don't want to trick people into playing this game. They got to know what they're getting into. Oh boy, now it's just a nice lengthy walk out.
Yeah, movement in this game is relatively non-existent, with the only tech being you can technically jump, It's one frame
boy, now
slower
it's just a
than
nice
just walking
lengthy
the two
walk
tiles.
little
And then if there's
desert town
quicksand, you
movement.
can move twice the speed if
About
you're
the
actually
only fun you could possibly
use
have
the D-pad the right way.
here.
So that's a quote-unquote display of skill, if you were. Other than that, these walk out of dungeons are just kind of a slog.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to play the Mystic Quest randomizer, one of the massive improvements they have is the doubling the walking speed of Benjamin, which is just chef's kiss. So nice. I wish you could just like playing a vanilla speedrun on the rando ROM. It cuts what, like an hour off the game just from the movement speed alone. It's crazy. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, so we just finally saw our, well, I guess technically our second chest that we've opened, the brown chest, which is our consumable items. The way that we have to pick up items in this run are very specific. So you'll notice Lexion skips most of the brown boxes because we need our inventory to look a very specific way for a very major glitch later. So we've got seeds in slot 1. He just picked up the cure potions to be in slot 2. And then I'll touch on a couple things later when we see them, but it's all very deliberate. So we returned the elixir to Kaylee. We kind of glazed over it earlier, but Kaylee got sick after the Minotaur fight. We've given her the elixir. So we'll see her later when she's all healed up. But until then, we will go use the sand coin, and head through that first locked door in the focus tower and head up to our next region.
Yeah.
Where Lexion will enter the Libra Temple. And this is where we find everybody's favorite companion.
Oh yeah, #1 girl here.
eBay.
She's pretty good
Phoebe
here.
has-
She's excellent here.
She has by far the highest magic stat out of all the characters in this game. And when you get her in the end game, she is, I believe, maxed out 99 magic. So the damage she deals is pretty massive.
Yeah, it's insane that she just comes packed with the first wizard spell you're gonna see in the game, Thunder, and it absolutely makes very, very short work of some of the enemies in this game.
Yeah, now that we do have a mage, if you will, we will be seeing pretty much 50% of our attacks be magic from here on out until Benjamin finally gets something usable. Then it'll be pretty much only magic because, it's a Final Fantasy game. Of course, magic's the most powerful thing.
Oh, of course.
Tell me if you've ever heard this one before. A water city is frozen. So we've got to go figure out how to thaw that out. So we'll make a stop over here in the Wintry Cave. Get it? Oh, Wintry. It's like frozen. It's like everything. Okay. Anyway, so another thing where I'm going to touch on that Lexion is thinking about constantly is his spell counts. So as we mentioned, just like in Final Fantasy 1, Chad had mentioned that spells are on spell count, not by MP. So Lexion needs to know how many spells he has left of each type. So fire is the black spell type, and then thunder is the wizard spell. I think that's right.
Yep. That's correct.
So he's got 10 of the fire casts and 5 of the thunder casts. And every single usage is very deliberate and important. So he's got to know when is the appropriate fight to seed after. And then he needs to know how many seeds he's got. There's a lot of things he's thinking of that you never have to actually worry about as a viewer or somebody not running the game. We fall down a cliff, and Phoebe just so happened to have the item that would have prevented us from falling down the cliff in the first place. But then she gave it to us after we fell down the cliff. So, okay, so now we can climb cliffs. Awesome.
Yeah, she's a strong mage. She's really good at keeping items you would have loved to have 2 seconds before she gives them to you. That is a theme we're going to see.
We're not getting some great formations here. Normally, if a formation is consisting of all the same enemy, you can set your partner in auto, and they will just automatically clear in one turn. But at all these mixed formations, you actually have to manually cast because for some reason, partner AI gets really strange when there's not matching enemies. So Phoebe will instead on that one would like either fire a single enemy or she will physically attack. It's strange how it works and nobody quite understands it to the fullest extent. We just know that we have to manually cast things when there's a mixed formation.
Yeah, and like if you can get a bunch of good formations in a row, it means you can save like different menus. I could have stayed on a Thunder manual, but that's not going to be allowed here for me.
These centaurs are the worst enemies in this whole dungeon. They're very fast. So we use these as opportunities to duplicate seeds if we can. We are ideally looking for a strike first, which is, you know, allows us to move before all the enemies, or these formations here, which are the 2 centaurs, 1 worm. Doesn't guarantee that we can get through it, but it gives us a pretty good shot. So that's what we're looking for right there, is a confuse on Phoebe and then Benjamin actually moving before somebody else. So that's good.
We take those opportunities.
Look at that. Lynxion knows. He knows what his spell counts at.
Yes. For now. It's like, this is like the thing that is constantly, this is the main reason you ask someone to commentate your Mystic Quest runs, is so that you don't have all these numbers jumbling through your head while trying to explain things. And a 10 has those dulcet tones, so.
Yeah, the main thing we're thinking of is Thunders here, because they are strong and we do have fewer of them. So for this dungeon and the next dungeon, it's really important how we route them out. And that's exactly what the whole difference is in how many seeds a runner will duplicate. So like I said, I duplicate 5 of them because I used a ton more Thunders in the second dungeon. Lynxion has his own spell route, and it's fun to see the way that different runners will play these 2 dungeons because of the way that they duplicate their seeds. So it's nice being able to see somebody who does something different than me, and I can, you know, at least give my input on it.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of like runners will have like a fluid count depending on what you see. Like you could dupe less seeds if you need to, depending on how many positive formations you get, which is pretty cool. Probably should have duped.
Yeah, that's the thing about this run is it's so, like we always say, it's so simple, but there's so much more in depth you can get if you want to really optimize the way you play the game. So like you said, depending on every formation you've had up until this point, you can change the rest of the run if you want to. And then the great part about Mystic Quest is most of these dungeons are incredibly boring and offer nothing to actually talk about. So here we are, we're at the boss in 2 more fights, and we've talked about the game almost 0%.
Yeah, perfect. That sounds about right. I'm gonna dupe another seed here just because no, I'm good actually. I'm out of this. Here we go. I want 1 more seed at least, I think, but we're
We can get 1 more in Pyramid if we need to.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, never mind, that works too.
Uh-oh. Well, oh yeah. Never punished. So the way I say it is,
Punished.
yeah, it's this is a terrible
Hell
formation to
yeah.
just take for no reason, but we got to strike first because I'm really, really lucky. So, you know, that's payback for whatever Skullers did to me, or Flamers rather.
Here is our second boss, but not a main boss. It's just considered a mini boss. Squidite. The only annoying thing about Squidite is that his birds are almost going to outspeed Benjamin, so you've got 3 slow attacks before you actually clear him out. And then basically it's just whole day. Pretty exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, you'd actually rather Benjamin die here because he's just slowing up the count here. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to see. It is insanely hard to lose this fight. But if he attacks Phoebe every single turn, that's how you lose it.
Yep, or it gives her a blind. Oh, that's a good one. All right.
There we go. Yeah, Benjamin's bomb is one of the longest animations in the game. That was actually a pretty decent fight.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, his actually thanks to 10, he charted out all the frame counts for each item and weapon and spell in the game. So you know that the bomb takes like what, twice as long as every other attacking animation in the game.
Something like that.
So you want to,
it is very slow, which is unfortunate because it is by far the best weapon Benjamin can use. So it's kind of a trade-off where you can't miss you and it's AoE. It's slow, but it's a lot faster than attacking 2 different turns with a different weapon. So we just take what we have to.
Yes.
And now we've got
Yeah, that's like one of those small.
I was just gonna talk about
sorry, you go.
leaving the dungeon and how slow and awful it is. However, this one actually has something. We are going to pick up our third consumable item to pick up our. Sorry, this is our fourth now. No, I lied. It's our third.
Yep. No, third. Seed potion and then this thing. Yeah, heal.
So yeah, we have the heals in our third slot, but we needed to use the cure potions in our second slot because we need to put cure potions in our second slot in a second. It'll make sense.
Yeah, it all looks like a bunch of gobbledygook until it makes sense. And I don't know.
And then all of a sudden we have all
15.
the items we need.
Absolutely, yeah. It becomes very, you need to manage your items so bad until you'll never have to think about them again, which is nice.
Yeah. So for beating that squid, we got the Libra crest. And in this game, crest allows to warp on these tiles that have the corresponding crest on them. Wouldn't you know it, this is where we teleport to get the item that thaws out the region. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, we've done it. We're going to save the whole region. That was a pretty easy exchange. One squid.
Right?
More. This is about as close to plot city as you get in this game. Hands off. She's gonna go save the city right now with our
Speaking
wake water.
Of leaving Phoebe on auto.
Jeez. That wake water got us one green leaf, so we're 1 out of 100 tiles to save this place. We're gonna do this. Yep.
So this is where that using the potion comes into play here. The game actually allows you to buy 0. So Langxian's going to use 0. It actually still acts as a regular cure potion. So experienced runners will actually route out their item usage on certain characters specifically because they know there's a fourth 0 potion. But if you notice, he used the 0 and all of a sudden he had 99. So underflow in this game is very real and very important, as you will see in the next, in about 20 minutes. That's just step number 1. Now we're entering Falls Basin, the most complicated puzzle that you've ever seen in a Final Fantasy.
Of all time. The optimizations are off the charts on this puzzle. Unbelievable skipping on one single fight.
You know, in terms of Mystic Quest, that's pretty optimized.
Oh yeah, that's insane. I'm sure when they broke the game like this, it was uncalled for, unparalleled. All right, this is actually
Question from chat: does that not count as a glitch? So it's one of those weird gray area things. It's kind of like the character resistance glitch. We don't consider that a glitch because technically, if you're playing casually, it's very likely that it has happened to you before, and you wouldn't know about it. Because in 1992, who's thinking about my character's resistances at all times? It's technically not a glitchless category, but it kind of is. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. I don't have a real answer for you. It's just that's what it's accepted for this category.
Yeah, well, one of the things there is like the Japanese version of this game that does like a glitchless run, but it does require you like saving and reloading all the time. That's why it's kind of hard to do because this game is kind of so buggy. So it's kind of like a kind of glitchless. So
yeah, that's very accurate. Like Langshay was saying, the Japanese run does do it technically appropriately because of the saving and then reloading the correct resistances. In this game, not having the resistances makes this run not fun. I think is probably the real reason. It actually makes some fights almost unwinnable without just grinding and throwing yourself against the wall. So we just kind of let it happen for this category.
Mostly because status effects later in the game become just so unwieldy. It's impossible to handle.
Yeah, as we just saw there, Benjamin was confused and it ate his turn. So now this fight's up in the air.
Yeah, that second turn after that happens. Yes. Oh yeah. I know. I'm not really sure. Oh, we're just gonna start doing some damage here. Oh yes, that's my favorite.
Crab is a very fun fight, not frustrating at all. Benjamin's never confused ever. There we go. Okay, so this fight requires a combination of 5 thunders and 2 axe swings from Benjamin on the crab itself. However, a critical counts as 2 axe swings, and 2 axe swings counts as 1 thunder. So runners during this fight have to kind of keep in mind what numbers they're at, so they can adjust whether or not they need to use an extra thunder, or if they can just use an attack from Phoebe and save a thunder for the next dungeon, things like that. And then confuse Benjamin using an axe, just claps to Benjamin. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the part. You always think like these things never happen, but like when like Benjamin getting an all bomb attack on both characters like really messes the math up in your head about how many attacks each character can take.
All in all, good recovery, Lanxion. That was as good of a fight you can get when Benjamin gets double confused.
Yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, and that's the fun part of this game is you actually get to like do some weird like on the fly routing situation. I actually have no idea how many thunders I have. I don't think it's any.
I think you got one.
I think I have one. We're about to find out. Nope. You know what?
Oh, you do have 0. Okay.
Yeah, let's just do that appropriately, I think, is the way that's gonna happen. Like, cause so going through that fight without thunders there, so like generally in my normal routing, I would have a single thunder after the crab, but given how awkward that last part of the fight went, I didn't have an extra. So fighting those two lamias, what they can really do to screw you up is they can put you to sleep. And they can really troll you a bit and get you killed that way. So it's easier to back out, dupe a seed, and then just go back in and kill them. Small time loss, but like much less time loss than it would have been if Lamias decided to be pretty mean about it.
Yeah, not only that, but you can use those bad formations or those bad times to duplicate a seed like Lanxion just did. So he didn't lose that much time, but he also now has an extra 5 thunders to play around with in this dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
So he can use that to his advantage to speed a couple fights up here later. So all in all, it's not a net 0, but it is pretty close.
Yeah, and like a lot of the fights in this game are like that. They're just trade-offs. Like how like you could lose a little bit of time here, use your resources to speed this fight up, or to lose time down the road, or take a bet on a different formation down the road. So it's pretty cool. Like I like a lot of that decision making on the fly for this run, even though it looks like the same thing is happening every fight over and over.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like if you don't know a ton about the speedrun, it does look like you're just walking through a dungeon and killing the same enemies 30 times, which you kind of are. But
yeah.
Behind the scenes in your brain, there's a lot going on. I will say there's definitely not a single run of Mystic Quest that's ever been the same, because there's always one thing that happens that screws up the next 30 fights, it feels like.
Yeah, that is exactly.
We get to see, Lanxion with the life strats on this one. Okay.
I was gonna go to defend, but then I realized that I was pretty sure that I was at 1 or 0 thunders, so I also used that to check my thunders while I was doing that. I like life strats on there because then if you auto over here, it's like you auto there, and then it's possible that I could get just life on the crab later, which is also a little faster. So
Fair.
yeah, here we are. Oh, that's the worst miss you can have.
Oh no. I'm delayed by 3 seconds, and I knew what was going to happen. Okay. Yeah, in this dungeon, missing a bird with the arrows is sometimes literally a run killer. So thankfully, it looks like they're playing a little nicer this time. Yeah, Phoebe is more likely to critical hit with her bow and arrow than she is to miss. So when she misses, it is really devastating.
Yeah, and then those 2 birds can cast stone on you immediately, so
yeah, they can really screw you over.
Yeah, they're not great.
And this little hallway here is where we can see a lot of extra thunders coming in handy. Normally, most runners won't have enough thunders to automatic or set your partner on auto for the beholders, those little octopus-looking guys. So Lanxion having these 5 extra thunders to play with, he can just auto through here.
Yeah,
and not have to bother with menuing with Phoebe at all.
Yeah, so this is where I would save the time for that Lamia fight I ran away from. Oh, or
you can forget you're below 50%. So
Make
that's the quirk about auto in the speedrun. If you aren't paying close attention to HP, your partner is always going to prioritize healing HP, healing status effects, or reviving Benjamin. So you have to know what half of your max HP is at all times, and you have to make sure you're over half if you want your partner to be on auto, or that will happen. And it's, you know, it's fine. Now Benjamin's full health, and he still got through the fight, no problem, but is technically slower than making sure she could have thundered that.
So I don't know what's worse. Would it be me forgetting that, or me seeing 174 life and thinking, oh, I'm over half. I'm over half. Oh yeah. So
Yeah, I get that.
So yeah, no, I definitely forgot it completely. Yeah. I'm not horrible at math.
That's why I believe that Mystic Quest is not a marathon, like can never be a world record marathon game again, because it's just, if you have to talk, you can't pay attention to every single thing all the time.
This is where it gets scary. So if one of them did stone it again, it's an automatic wipe. You have to restart the fight. So. Let's see now. See, but the thing is, like when I do these like extra seed strats, you got to try to think of how many extra thunders you have. I think that was 4, but she bow with Grace is on auto. She does not just kill him, huh?
The main number we care about now from here until the end of the dungeon is Benjamin's level. I did a very deep dive into Benjamin's level in this dungeon, and for some odd reason, I guess because I had nothing better to do for a while. But having Benjamin at level 11 for the boss fight is incredibly advantageous. You then reach 440 HP, which allows you to survive with more than 50% HP every attack that Ice Golem can do. At level 10, you will be under half, so you'll have to heal more often if you don't reach level 11. Kind of makes sense, but it makes more sense when you know like the actual attacks and how important it is to get Benjamin's damage off every turn, or sorry, Phoebe's damage off every turn. Lanxion just got level 10 at a very early fight, and in my experience, in my knowledge of the experience table in this dungeon, for whatever reason, you should be very unlikely to be level 10 for the boss, which is good. It's what we want.
Yeah. A lot of it was pretty vibes based. And then 10 put out an incredible tracker that'll tell you exactly how close you are to being level 11, like down to the enemy formation, down to where you get your level 11. So like right now I know because I got it early, like I got a triple fight there. If like just like kind of an idea, I'd have to get a lot of really awkward 2 formation fights for me not to be level 11, I think.
Yeah, that when you get 10 on the hags, you have to almost get completely the worst RNG possible from here on out. Which, you know, Mystic Quest's gonna try to do to you.
Oh yeah, I've done it before. And we'll do it again. All right, so
these chimeras also, every single time you see chimeras in this entire speedrun, they are the most dangerous, like one of the most dangerous enemies. They always inflict some terrible statuses, and they're always very fast. So that was a nice fight to see both of them die before they could get a turn off. We are seeing some pretty bad formations here.
Yeah. I was like, as soon as I said it was just 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah.
I'm saving a thunder for this fight in particular. Here we go. Okay.
We did see Lanxion pick up the heal potions out of the chests in the lower right-ish area. That's going to put those in slot, I don't know, one of the slots, and then the refreshers go into a different slot. At this point, I don't know. I just know what boxes to pick up. There we go. So where those refreshers go? I don't know. They're invisible somewhere.
Who knows? Who's to say? And normally, like what you would, you could, now that you have those 3 potions to use, you just want them dumped before you pick up another item later in the game. But right there, I like to use them just to get the heal, get a check on my inventory, make sure everything's all set, especially here and on a marathon, just to make sure I'm safe.
Yeah, the key is you have to, the thing to remember is get all of the items before you use your potions, which I've definitely never not made that mistake before.
Oh, never. Especially when learning this route. Never.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about this game. There's 2 major routes. One that was developed within the last like 5 or so years, which seems like a long time ago, but in Mystic Quest terms, I guess that's pretty recent. But there's like, quote unquote, the El Magus route, which is the OG. It's been on GameFAQs for 15 years. The world record holder did a guide, and it's what every single person used to learn this game until, what, 4 or 5 years ago? Yep. So it's crazy. It's awesome to have a run named after you, or like a whole strategy named after you. It's very fitting, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's fun now that we have an entirely new strategy that you have to learn, and it's actually different enough to really screw you up sometimes.
Yeah, I actually I learned El Magus route, and then because of how this route's a little safer, a little cozier, but also just I don't know. Every single time I get paralyzed or miss getting a paralyze, I thank you and Claude for the help.
Side note, did that statue really just open that hole?
I know.
What?
Did.
No,
Huh?
no, I'm being serious.
Wait, what?
They always go straight up. I've never seen somebody go right one.
They all open the hole.
What? I didn't know that. Oh my goodness.
Oh, did you come back left one?
I just go straight up.
Oh, I didn't mean to go to the right. I guess I just jumped off, I guess.
Huh. I was legitimately just mind blown there for a second.
So that's why you never do what I just did. Oh, we'll kill him. Never punished.
Sorry for that tangent. I was so shocked.
I'm here to teach the people. Well, this is a new runner.
Go ahead.
This is a new runner thing. Like I'm a relatively newer. Everything in this game is new if it's 5 years or less, right? But yeah, I'm relatively newer to this, so I kind of just like some of my quirks and things that I do are just different than what most people should be doing, right?
I wouldn't say should, but it is always fun to watch runners, especially newer ones that aren't quite all the way there. I still learn things to this day, and I've been running this quote unquote professionally for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And there's our level 11. Who would have guessed the guy who knew the entire table knew what was going to happen?
Yeah,
so that's
exactly.
really good. Hopefully that means our golem fight's going to be okay.
I was gonna say something, but I was gonna say it could be worse than some other things. But here we are. Let's get into this fight, and then we'll take our first break here. So,
yeah, this is our next fight that we actually think about numbers on. The golem has 6,500 HP, and our attacks just so happen to do about a round number. Phoebe's fire doing 600, Benjamin's doing 400. So every turn where they both attack is 1,000. We just kind of count 4, 10, 14, 20. And then eventually the golem can do a sap attack, so we'll just do minus 200. A lot of runners will just count out loud, kind of fun. I already lost count because I'm talking, so hopefully Linksound's not letting me distract him too much.
they're at 3,000 currently, and this will be 3,400. Yeah.
The cool thing is at 4,000 HP, he enters his last sprite. Or no, 5,000 HP?
Mm-hmm. 5.
So at least you'll know when the 5,000 hits.
But then he starts to heal himself, which is like a little awkward. Oh, that's a good one.
Nice.
That's not a good one. I think I can go
The
for it
reason
here,
counting is
actually.
important is because we know then when we can YOLO with Phoebe, or when we know we have to heal, like he's more than one hit away, we've got to play a little more conservatively. But that was an incredible Ice Golem fight. And what we're going to do actually here is we're going to collect this river coin, and then we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Yeah. So I'll grab this, and then we'll grab some drinks, get some water, the whole nine. Just I do not want to forget this river coin on the back end here.
I have never done that either.
All right. So I'll grab this, and let's take our first break, I think.
Perfect. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody would like to take a break every hour. So just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break. The GDQ 2025 schedule is now out. You can go to GamesOnQuick.com/schedule to check it out. Let us know what you're most excited for. Also, the new game submission period for games released after September 6th is open now until Thursday, November 21st. Be sure to get your submissions in if you're looking forward to that. With that said, we are going to take a break, and then we'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of our run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing some Final Fantasy games. We are in the middle of a Mystic Quest run. I'll hand it right back over. Take it away whenever you're ready.
On the last time, on Dragon Ball Z, we beat the Ice Golem. So we beat Ice Golem. We've obtained the river coin, as you can see on the screen here. We're going to go ahead and continue with the best part of the speedrun, and that's the 2-minute walk with nothing to do. So take it away, Linksion.
3, 2, 1, river coin. Right now, do my little pirouettes all the way down the ice golem, ice palace here, ice pyramid, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this
is literally just walking simulator.
I love that this is even a split that we do. It's like we just like wrap 2 minutes of walking into like 2.5, 3 minutes of RNG.
Yeah, this split is arguably the best split ever.
Oh yeah, 100%. You get to see these fine and walking animations of Benjamin, all 4 frames of it.
To recap for chat, I saw a question about this. Is this legit? Yeah, this is an actual this is the only Final Fantasy game I've ever heard of, actually.
Yeah, this is the only one.
This is technically main series, just not numbered. As all the other people have mentioned, is Baby's first RPG for the West, because the West was not smart enough to do, classic JRPGs, which, maybe they're right. Who knows? But yeah, it's super easy in terms of RPGs. In terms of speedruns, it is terrible.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's got a little campy in the charm that makes it like every time I boot this game up, I get a little bit of that. I get a little hit of that dopamine. But other than that, everything in this game tells me I should hate it, but I love it so much.
So Linksound grabbed a bomb refill and I think that was refreshers on the way out, and that is going to finish off our inventory setup for the underflow glitch, which we'll do in a minute. But the second half of this awesome split we were talking about is this battlefield Linksound's about to enter. Battlefields are a series of 10 battles you can do, and that's all you just hold A kind of. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
So this one can either be a single squid or a squid and a chimera. And as we mentioned earlier, every time you see chimera, it's terrible. So this is basically how many chimeras do we get out of 10?
And it's almost physically impossible for you to beat the two monster formation at this level, because he always opens up with a confusion on Benjamin, which is just a nightmare.
Yeah, there's like a 90% chance the Chimera formation will outspeed Benjamin, or not outspeed, like surprise attack you. So you'll be confused and or blinded, and then a bomb won't kill both of them. So literally you have to run no matter what in terms of speed running. So the goal was obviously 0 Chimera formations, but it's kind of a thing. I think the record we've been recorded was RPG Chick had like 22 or something. It was not fun for her, I'm sure.
I can't even imagine what's. I think I've gotten like 7, and that's like.
Yeah.
22.
Once you hit like 6, you just you keep going just to see how bad it really is going to get.
So you just can't like peel your eyes away from the car crash. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like even among good formations, like you saw one where I opened up, I bombed them, it was over. And then this one, a good formation, he hit me and then he hit me again. So it's like you can lose so much time on these, even on the good. Here we go. Even on the good formations, that's okay. I would take like something like 3 or so of these is like fine. Like you just gotta like build that into your own head count, right?
To completely not talk about the fact that you're on a 0 Chimera until it finally happens, and then you hope for only a couple.
Yeah. This was actually a fairly good exit split here.
Yeah, 1 Chimera is incredibly above average. So
yeah,
that was that one split we were talking about, the walk and that battle tile. Woohoo! So now we've got the most overpowered spell in the game, kind of.
Oh, for sure.
The exit spell, which allows you to leave wherever you are.
Huh.
I know that's a wild thing to say.
Yeah. Too bad I can't.
Here's where that the secondary route we were talking about earlier comes into play. The way that we've managed our inventory allows us to have the key that opens this box, which gives Lexion the Venus Shield. And the Venus Shield in this game allows you to be resistant to paralyze. So normally in the Almagus route, we won't have this. So if we could get paralyzed from here on out, we would get paralyzed. And we'll see one dungeon in particular where it's kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm. And like the one boss in which it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen a couple of times. So it's just what was it? Saving 1 paralysis is basically worth the time you would lose getting it, because there's some pretty clever routing that people have done to get the Venus Shield and only lose minimal amount of time.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think it's a 14-second loss if you play optimally to do this route versus the Almagus route, and it does give you that paralysis resistance. And of course, Almagus being Almagus doesn't use the Venus Shield route and still set a new world record within the last couple of years. So Venus Shield not necessary.
Yeah, proven just being better is better than being lucky over here. But I'll take I'll go for my luck, please. Oh yeah, speaking of being lucky. That guy can do like 14 different status effects, it feels like, and him just attacking you is like unbelievable.
Yeah, that fight also can be a run killer. Just kind of like any single fight in this game, you could say that for. That one specifically, we've seen troll some runners pretty hard.
Yep, he can paralyze you, he can sleep you, he can petrify you, I'm pretty sure as well.
Yeah, and crits, I think, also one-shot you. So it's overall just fantastic.
I want to dump this seed, right? Right? Yeah, I could dump this thing.
Wait until you exit tree.
Exit.
I wait until I exit tree.
Okay.
I use it in the exit.
Oh, the exit formation over here? Okay. Yeah.
So you're going to use exit 3 times here, or 4 times.
The only time I ask is like, so like this is one of the true like things that can really go wrong in your run is if you dump this seed before you were supposed to do something, or so I always
you
ask.
You could have used it there and it would have been fine.
They're not even. This is the objectively the incorrect thing I was supposed to defend there, but
Yeah, so our good buddy Tristram's back. So not only are we extremely frustrated with how he treated us in Bone Dungeon and how he missed 100 attacks, now we get him and he's still terrible. Isn't that just fantastic?
Yeah.
And we get to see the exit spell. So not only can it make you leave the dungeon, if you use it offensively, it actually just eliminates enemies, which we've also seen in many Final Fantasy since. The key being, though, that exit also prevents you from getting experience for the enemy, and also can miss, which is super cool. But the funny thing in this game is we actually want to get rid of experience from here on out. So we end up using exit quite a bit, which helps us keep below like a level, I think it's 23 or 22 threshold, which will kind of ruin our final boss kill at the end.
Yeah, 23 is dicey, like 22 or lower is where you want to be, right? I thought? Yeah, you're right.
I believe that's correct. So yeah, the more experience we can get rid of, the better.
All things considered, this went well. That could go way poorly.
This is a Tristram Bridge, and Tristram Bridge is usually either terrible or okay. So we'll take pretty good. And here's Tristram's like, hey, don't you have that one friend who can talk to trees, even though Tristram's never met Kaylee in his life? But, you know.
Yeah, there's like some like backstory where they're all friends or something. I don't know what that is about.
Yeah, I don't actually know the story. I just run the game. We saw Linksy on there use the last seed in his inventory. So now slot number 1 is free. And then we'll explain why in about 15 seconds. Why don't we want to level up in the speedrun? The end of the game, the final boss, there's a, we can use Cure against him because of course it's Mystic Quest. And we underflow his health. However, if we hit level 23, I believe it is, then our attack or Cure does too much or too little, whatever way that works. So if we're too strong, we actually do not enough damage. So it screws up our quick kill, essentially.
Yeah, it's like 23, you have to have like a claw set up, and 24 is like downright just a totally different and more convoluted fight. It's just like not great.
Yeah. It's really hard to be over leveled in this run, but if we get bad RNG in Pazuzu's Tower, then maybe. So here we're going to buy 0 seeds again, the game being really nice and letting us buy 0. So now we have 99 points. That makes a lot of sense. Now we're buying 32 cure potions. And where do those go? They're in the ether somewhere. So we're going to use exit here to leave and re-enter the town very quickly. It takes about 4 seconds to use exit. So any walk that's longer than 4 seconds, it's more beneficial to use exit. And he's actually going to go over here, and surprise, surprise, we have the Gemini crest now. That lets us warp. And Lynxion. Okay, no, we're good. I'm misremembering. He's going to use exit to leave and quickly re-enter. And now that everything's thought out, we can go under this house here to Spencer's place.
Yeah. Well, one of the coolest parts about this route is that like if you had to like go with the item underflow, and if you had to go and get the Vita Shield, and then if you couldn't get that crest to warp from Fireberg to Aquaria, this would lose so much more time. But I think, was it Claude or someone who went through all the underflow options and found one that gave us that like that ability so that we could save all that time. So it really helped out this run a lot. The speed on this one is so cool.
Yeah, whatever Claude, there's technically two different Venus Shield routes, and that was like before he tested everything. And I made a tutorial using that one, and it is significantly worse. But big shout outs to Claude. Like, he's the real MVP of Venus Shield. Yeah, we lose 14 seconds because all of a sudden we can warp from Fireberg to here when normally you have to walk the whole way in the overworld. But yeah, we have the Venus Shield now, and we have the Gemini Crest. it's just fantastic the way that he's done this and everything he's done for this game as a whole, that people like this route a lot more on average. I don't know, it's all great, it's fantastic. And it doesn't really change a whole ton, so it's nice.
No, it's just very cozy. Makes it a little like the more frustration you could run out of this game, the better. That's the
Yeah, that's the key.
yeah. Because the game is fantastic, and then there's a couple of points that are like really painful, and the less of those, the better. So, right, we're about to find out why better.
Place.
Yeah. Oh, you go for it.
Spencer's Place, we lost Tristram. Oh, no. And he gave us the Dragon Claw, which, funny enough, he actually picked that up in Bone Dungeon at the very beginning of the game. That was the treasure he wanted, which if you were following the story, which I really hope you were, he wanted the treasure in Bone Dungeon, which is why he recruited us to help him. And in return, he gave us the elixir, or let us take the elixir. Who knows? So he left, gave us the Dragon Claw after all this time, instead of just letting us take it in the first place. Whatever. I'm not salty. And then we pick up Kaylee and like, hey, we need to talk to some trees. Can you help us out? And that's the story up until now. Thumbs up.
Yeah, and so for astute observers, you notice that Kaylee was in bed for about 2 places, and nothing's changed from her, but she did gain 28 levels, so bed rest is key. Getting a good night's sleep will do wonders for your health, is what we found out here. I know an annoying fight coming up here.
There's that exit spell is going to be coming into play again. It does take you out to the last entrance. So you saw Lengxian leave and then actually go back into Focus Tower. So he reset his entrance point to the side of Focus Tower that he wants to be on, so that he re-enters. As I mentioned, if the walk is longer than 5 seconds, it's better to exit. So we'll see here, he's going to grab the item and exit, and we'll be right where we need to be. So perfect. Now we get to go to everybody's favorite one. I guess every dungeon is kind of terrible. So everybody's first favorite dungeon.
Just take a pick. Any of them are great.
Thankfully, now we have an actual spell that Benjamin can use.
Yeah, except for I didn't hit the right one.
Which Lengxian remembered before he actually used exit. So it's perfect.
Yeah, that was about to be a disaster. It still is a disaster. Thanks, Mystic Quest.
Yeah, thankfully Kaylee is very strong because she is a partner character. Like I said, partners in this game are just your carry. They're your hard carry. You notice that we're only level 11, and while we shouldn't technically be here yet, like on vanilla, you might be level 20. So your partner's always going to be super strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the way that they did this game is they have your partners at the level. Their level is a good benchmark for what you should be when you leave the area you get them with. So. They're always going to be pretty overpowered for the duration of the time that you have them.
Kind of forgot to mention earlier, the one thing at the very beginning of the run, I said the axe is kind of the axe. The one thing it can do is cut down trees. So we actually get to see that here in the forest. And that's pretty much the rest of the axe.
Yeah, that's it. Won't be using, like, we use it a lot in this dungeon specifically, and then never again. We use it a lot in this dungeon specifically. All right, since I'm level 12, I get to do one reasonable strat.
So now that we finally have, an upgraded claw, we can talk about a couple more weapon quirks here. So the claw, I believe even from state 1, even from the cat claw, the base one, it does actually give you more magic, +5 magic.
Yeah.
So when you have that equipped, when using spells, you can actually do more damage. So that changes this fight specifically. If you're level 12, then Benjamin can actually kill 2 mummies with the claw, which is what Lengxian was saying that nobody understood because it's a Mystic Quest thing. So there are a few things in this game where the claw actually makes a big enough difference that we have to switch to it to make the, get the kill. Not only that, the Dragon Claw can actually be used as a grapple. So we'll see that used extensively in this dungeon. And then that's it, I guess.
Yeah.
Mega grenades we'll see in a little bit.
Yeah. Most of the routing in this dungeon specifically, actually 10 helped me out a lot with. What item you have out at the different times and what strat you want to do depends on what formations you get, and you want to optimize it nicely that you could keep on the same item for longer. Intended a lot of work on some landworm strats, I guess. I don't know what they're called. Leeches, I think. On
Something like that.
yeah, like doing claw strats has helped a lot for this run, I think.
Yeah, the worms in this dungeon are kind of the big deal. They can make or break this dungeon by far for the speedrun. Until then, it's just let Kaylee automatically swing her axe because that's kind of her shtick. We use exit until we get to the worms, essentially, and it's kind of boring until we get there.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes like you'll switch to your sword with Benjamin because it's a little faster to give you the chance of being faster than something in this game. Speed's a bit of a dice roll. I don't actually know how it works completely, but
Yeah, the speed's kind of like, I kind of make jokes like it's in Pokemon. Sometimes your Benjamin will have the hasty nature, and some runs he'll just outspeed more often, and some runs he won't. It's nobody quite understands it fully.
yeah.
But here's our first of the worm formations that we care about. This room, every formation can either be 2 or 3 worms. 2 worms can be killed in 1 turn by Kaylee's arrow. 3 worms cannot. So the ideal scenario is everything's 2. However, if there's 3, you have a couple options. You can either try to kill them with attacks by Benjamin and Kaylee, because they can kill them both. But Benjamin's so slow, all 3 worms are going to get an attack. So you kind of have to balance things here. So the other option is to run away. Because this room is a 50-50, this is a perfect example. Lengxian gets a 2 worm. It is faster to run away from worms twice and then get a 2 on the 3rd fight than it is to fight a 3 worm straight up. So that's kind of the strats that Lengxian was talking. Myself and Calmlamity did a lot of testing with this years and years ago to kind of, I guess you could say, develop this strat. This room is ideal because it is a 50-50. The next room is a 33-ish% chance. So I don't personally do it in this next room, but it is pretty hype if you do get a run into a 2 worm. So
Yeah, I ascribe to those strats where like the chance of getting this is,
because this is what you don't want to fight.
yeah.
Like it's just unfortunate. Sometimes you commit to it. The claw does also, which I keep forgetting, there's 30 things the claw can do. If you use it as a physical attack, it attempts to inflict just about every single status effect in the game. So we actually just got a petrify there on that ooze. So normally the ooze doesn't die to a single hit, but that's why we use the claw. They also reflect magic, so we can't use arrow, which is why it's kind of the bummer formation here. So ideally we see Kaylee not miss. We see Benjamin's claw proc, and then Kaylee can just auto the last worm. So that's ideal for this formation. Or, we get the miss, and then we have to make something up.
Yeah, it's probably better to bomb here, but that's fine. Yeah, it's like you have like the first like 1.5 turns mapped out, and then it's just a free for all from there. Given this is a 33% chance to get that formation, all right, this is a thing I can handle.
But that's about as exciting as this whole dungeon gets. Is two different rooms with worms, and you're like, oh, this is peak speed running.
Yeah, this really gets the blood pumping.
From worms.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, it's like, oh yeah, tell me more about that.
Take a break and cut down these mushrooms.
Yeah, tell me more about that 33% run chance. Let me get in there. All right, we're oh yeah, just lining up these horrific formations. I'm glad the game gave us a chance to showcase all that could be offered here.
And this is exactly what I was talking about with the worms can make or break this entire dungeon. Like, if you get 3 or 4 2 formations in the second room, the difference in like sometimes multiple minutes.
Yeah.
We see a nice little movement glitch there where you can actually claw off the side of not a cliff. I don't know. It's strange.
It's all
But we also see another ooze formation, so we got that going for us.
Yeah, this is the most ooze formations I've seen into like random crits from Benjamin.
Nice.
Benjamin's he's trying to really mitigate this RNG. I appreciate what he's doing for the team here. Yeah, the reason that these 3 fights are so difficult is because Benjamin, like, these worms do a lot of damage, and more often than not, they're going to do more than half of his health, which is going to require me to heal because I can't keep Kaylee on auto when Benjamin is less than half, as Ten had explained earlier.
Yeah, you almost always have to manually attack the second turn on these fights, which is very frustrating. But we're out of the worms. Almost, kind of, mostly.
Oh yeah, she does this sometimes.
Yeah, so this dungeon has the first really showcase of the AI of your partner learning. Oh, it's kind of strange and super hard to explain, but your partner can do something that's not correct and then learn from it and then not do it ever again. So these oozes, like I said, reflect magic. There's a formation here that is just 2 oozes by itself. And sometimes if you leave your partner on auto or leave Kaylee on auto, she will attempt to arrow like the whole group of oozes, which obviously isn't going to work. After she does it the first time, though, she'll never do it again.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how it works, but it's so unique, at least to my knowledge, unique to this game in terms of like learning AI, I guess. I don't know. Fun.
It is very strange. She only really does it on the first time she encounters those types of enemies, and then never again. And you'll see it. We'll call it out when we get to a tower as well. And just some more. This is the first dungeon you really start to see that how many enemies in this game, like how many encounters there actually are. A nifty little claw puzzle we got here. This is about the depth of Mystic Quest puzzling here.
Yeah, when we said baby's first RPG, we meant it. It almost pales in comparison to the pillar puzzle, but it was still so that was difficult right there. You almost didn't make it.
I know, it would have been a tough. If I fell down, we'd have had to walk for another 6 more minutes.
And then this is the last worm formation in this dungeon that can be the 2 or 3. So no more running strats for the rest of this dungeon, unfortunately.
No, this is it. Peak.
And here is our ooze formation we were just mentioning. So if you were to leave Kaylee on auto, there's like a 50-50. I don't really know the chances, but she would use arrow on them. So we almost, if you know what you're doing, we'll use manual attack. And then after that, she's good to go. But they are also weak to bombs. So Benjamin is actually our damage dealer for the most part for this part of this floor.
Yeah, and normally you try to you don't want to heal as much as I currently am, but I'm not really getting great tip patterns from our friends here.
Yeah, having to heal is going into a menu and then going into the spell menu and then healing. So obviously speedruns, we don't want to do that. But if you enter a fight under 50% health, then you're going slower anyways. So it's just one of those necessary evils in this speedrun specifically where you've got to make sure you're over 50% or else you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Incredibly difficult mushroom culling puzzle here.
Thankfully getting good ooze formations so far.
Yeah, these are of the rougher enemies in the game because you cannot magic them at all. So exit does not work on these guys, so it's just going to have to be manual attacks and see if it goes. Oh boy.
And in Mystic Quest fashion, there's nothing to like. This is the dungeon. We use bombs on the oozes, and then we use arrow on the skeletons, and we do that for every fight. There's like 57 fights in this dungeon, and they're all besides those worms are just a variation of the same attack and use arrow. So
yeah, you're just like trying to gain a second or two on every fight, and hopefully that's enough for the boss.
I can talk about that right there. Does dissolve. So dissolve is normally an attack that will sap like HP from your character and heal the enemy. But if you notice, they use dissolve on Kaylee and they actually got hurt while Kaylee got healed. This game is super cool in how the resistances work. If you have sap resistance and it's called, I think, reverse sap or inverse sap resistance, then that's what happens. Then it gives you like the poison ooze kind of effect. it's strange how they worked resistances in this game. But if you have both of them, then it actually damages the guy trying to sap you. We wouldn't have that if it wasn't for that partner glitch in the very beginning of the run that he had set up. And in that same kind of vein, I think it's thunder resistance is only gotten if you have both water and wind resistance. So there's actually no thunder resistance in the game, but it's coded that you need both of those other two, and then you would just have thunder resistance. So kind of fun little tidbit that we can talk about for about 35 seconds and then go back to bombing Isuzas.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, so one of the other things that you also, like, you get to talk about is, like, how you could actually have a little bit of downtime after a fight, a couple of frames to change your weapon. Sometimes you can get a double change.
That is true. Yeah, you actually immobile for a couple of frames after, like, you'll see you can't move, but you can actually switch weapons. You've got, like he said, 2 frames we can technically switch weapons. So you'll actually, there's different timings that are seemingly dependent on the song that is present in the dungeon or wherever you are at. So in Bone Dungeon, if you are experienced running, you'll notice that song specifically, you can change weapons very quickly after the fight ends, but in later dungeons, you actually have to wait quite a bit. So learning the timings of the songs to be able to do frame weapon changes, it's so in-depth. This is such a technical marvel of a speed run.
It's like, at first we thought it was just the dungeon, and then we noticed that it was this is the same, it only works in these 2 dungeons where they actually share a song. It's the only 2 dungeons that share a song.
And then I started using the randomizer, and if I did song shuffle, the same song, you'd notice the exact same pattern. So it was kind of a fun little discovery Lynxion started off with, and then we kind of discovered together at the end was the music. I don't understand why, but it's just kind of cool how that works. Like, the song determines how fast you can move after the fight.
I wonder what other things that are not linked in this game
Right.
actually matter. All right, we are almost done with this dungeon. Thank goodness.
So here, Lynxion, if it were me, I don't know what Lynxion does yet, but we set up our attacks for the final boss here. Yep,
Yeah.
perfect. So Kaylee does kill, but we still want to set Benjamin up on arrow all because that will be exactly what we want to use basically from here on out.
Shove a claw for a minute.
One more fight, and then we're at the boss.
Yeah, it's the only formation that have 3 skeletons in this area, and they are spooky. Thank goodness. Sorry, I wanted to have the sword out just in case.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is beautiful.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
So the sword, like I mentioned, gives you +5 speed. That is the one fight in this dungeon that really it matters big time. And it's like, I think that maybe the second time I've ever seen it happen. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's like the game giveth and the game taketh away. This is
If you don't understand anything about this run, just know that was wild right there.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yep.
Okay, no big deal, no big deal.
No, that's good. That's actually fine. Doesn't really lose a ton of time because Kaylee can just do arrow wall here.
Yeah. And that's the benefit of knowing all the backups. Knowing that Kaylee can kill any 2 formation in this dungeon, so you know that she can kill that skeleton as a part of a 2 here. That's just like the optimal backup for when Benjamin misses his turn.
Yeah, and trust me, the game gives you a lot of time to flex those backups because she. It's not
nothing
great.
ever happens the same way ever.
I do want to make sure that Kaylee gets back to doing arrow single because that's what she's gonna do later on.
And this is that fight we mentioned where the Venus Shield can come into play big time here. He does like to use the paralysis attack. So if he does use it on Benjamin, normally you'd have to waste an entire turn for Kaylee to heal it. And there's a chance he will outspeed Kaylee and then petrify her. And that's just rip run right there. So Venus Shield literally can be a run saver if the run were to deem it that way. And then of course, we're not going to get a single paralyzed attack on Benjamin now that we've got the Venus Shield, because that's just how it works.
Yeah.
But very clean fight.
Yeah, that was him using 3 tornadoes on Kaylee is incredibly lucky. He has a lot of nasty attacks that will make your life pretty miserable. Most of them start with petrifying Kaylee and then petrifying Benjamin spread after. This is actually probably the one fight where like the resistance glitch is a little worse because Kaylee comes with innate petrification resistance, but because you're using Phoebe's armor, she doesn't have it in this instance.
We saw the tree walked, actually, believe it or not. It actually uprooted itself and moved, which we actually won't see in the overworld, but it did. And yes, Chad, Goon Kid. The famous American saying of Goon Kid.
Does it say Goon Kid or Cool Kid? I always thought it said Cool Kid.
It's Go On Kid, but there's no space. And here we see the last usage of second to last usage of our axe, but the last time we'll see it used to chop down mushrooms. So sad.
Oh, no. The fungi population is rejoicing.
But we finally get a really big damage dealing spell with Benjamin here. He gets the Meteor spell, which is an earth-based spell. So there'll be times throughout this run we've got to switch between this one and the fire spell we get later. But I guess if it's not the randomizer, we obviously know it's going to be here, but it's still nice to have Meteor. And we'll go ahead and top off with 31 cure potions, which makes no sense, but for our inventory underflow reasons, we need to do that.
Yeah, you need the, I think that this is the one that gives you the crest to get back to Fireberg to get the Mega Grenade. I think that's what that does. I'm not entirely sure.
That sounds correct.
It just works for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, so now we can warp back to Fireberg into a room we're not supposed to have access to. Normally you would need an item called the multi-key to unlock the front door of this. You just into this guy's house and he's like, oh, here's an upgrade for your bombs. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So we just warp there, we get him from him in the back door, and then now we've got the best Benjamin weapon in the whole game.
Yeah, Mega Grenades are awesome.
We also did purchase the Cupid locket from the house on the left side. That gives us blind, confuse, and silence resistance. So 3 big ones that you're mostly just a huge problem. Oh, sorry, silence is not a big problem, but blind and confused can be a big problem. So getting Cupid locket is kind of priority number 1 when we get there. And immediately we're going into the next mini boss, which is going to be Doulahan at the top of Mount Gale here. This is actually one of the first, you could actually say, interesting boss fights in this game. So it will be exciting at the very least.
Something like that. This is actually one of those random spots in the run where after this fight, there are like several more frames where you're locked out and you cannot change your weapon. So it's like very difficult to get like the 2-weapon switch on this fight specifically.
Yes.
I don't know why.
The music for this location, for whatever reason, it leaves you stuck in place for significantly longer. And when you're used to a certain like frame count to be able to switch, this one really screws you up. And every time I run this game and I get here, I'm like, I can never get it either. And I don't understand it. Even
after a couple of 100 runs, I still screw up after the Bone Dungeon one, even though I know it's coming. To like once you get to the ice cave. You like with how little is going on in some of these walks in these games, you have to latch onto something to pay attention to, and that's one of them.
We see Meteor coming in clutch here. It can kill any kind of 2 formation in this whole area. So we just arrow single with Kaylee, take out the rest of them with Benjamin. We kind of have to be careful with these vampires because they can duplicate themselves, but there's not much we could do about it. We just hope they don't ever do it.
Mm-hmm. I don't actually ever see it very often. I'll probably also mitigate it more often than not. Like you probably should just hit the hag. Yeah, and this is like one of the first points of the game where you're starting to see that this is where Benjamin's going to start taking over with his spells. Hit the spell now and a spell later, where he actually becomes a significant damage dealer in the team.
Yeah, exit and arrow were nice, but now he's actually he is your damage, and Kaylee's there to heal, or Kaylee's there to take out one enemy, or something like that. It's a nice change of pace after being carried by your partner for the last hour. Got one more fight here. Lanxion knows he has to use a seed because Benjamin only has 4 casts of Meteor. And there's 5 fights here, so perfect.
Yeah, but you have to end up seeding twice in this dungeon unless you get a really odd. I probably could have defended here, but that's yeah.
This specifically is what you could have not used the seed for.
Yeah.
You never would have known.
Does the arrow they could both just arrow there, right?
Yeah. But then it screws up your menuing for the next fight, so it's still even not worth it really to me.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah. Fight my favorite
boss.
So
now we're entered the Doulahan fight. And this is fun because now it's become really popular that most runners do, where Kaylee can use the heal spell offensively. And what heal attempts to do is also similar to the claw, where it tries to inflict like multiple statuses on something. And for some reason, Dualahan specifically is susceptible to paralysis. It's about a 10%, so like a 1 in 10 chance to be paralyzed. And then if he does get paralyzed, it's a 1 in 10 every turn thereafter to continue to be paralyzed. El Magus's new world record has just an absurd 7-turn paralysis. I have achieved a 7-turn para twice also. We just got a 1-turn at least.
Yeah, we'll
That's
take
high.
that. Big. Okay.
All right, hey, 1 turn. Honestly, 1 turn is bigger than it seems. Just because that's just an entire turn where he can't use Doom Dance, so like the insta-kill moves on Kaylee or Benjamin. And the whole goal is just 8 meteors and 2 axe swings or some combination thereof if you do the math. So the only goal is keep Benjamin alive, use heal on Dualahan anytime you can, and then just use meteor. It's kind of not fun, but at the same time, Dualahan can do things that you don't want him to and then ruin your run. So
Yeah,
just hope for not that.
Yeah, it's like the you'd rather stop one of Dualahan's turns than have a turn with Kaylee for the most part. That's all my heal potions, though. Only notable for... Actually, I guess the glitching is fine here.
Hey, there's another para-turn.
All right, we're only getting 1 turns, but that's still fine. That's 3 turns that he took off, so... And I've gotten my axe hits already, so we're in good shape, actually.
And now that he's near death, Dualahan becomes the horseless headsman.
Horseless headsman.
Should just be 1 or 2 meters away from victory here. This is... I'm not going to say anything yet, actually.
Oh, that was not... Oh, okay, thank goodness.
Oh, okay, yep, perfect. I didn't want to say anything and jinx it, but that was great. Just know you do have 1 heal left. Just
1 heal potion?
yes.
Yeah, so I just got... So that's all notable because we do need to get rid of that heal potion before we set up our next spot. She'll use it in our normal fight against one of the enemies later coming up.
Now, overall, nice Dualahan fight. Wasn't ideal. Obviously, more paralyzed would be great. You can't ever bank on the 10%, 7 turns in a row. That's just kind of a once or twice in a lifetime kind of deal. And then the run's ruined to a different boss anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. But we now are entering the most infamous dungeon in Mystic Quest, Pazuzu's Tower. An hour and 20 minutes into the run, you've got an RNG check. That means you've got a 1 in 5 chance to continue the run. And there's nothing you can do about it. So for marathon reasons, we're hoping for a floor 2, which is the worst. For speedrun reasons, we're hoping for a floor 6.
Yes.
And then we start off with these beholder enemies, which are similar to the oozes, in which they will bounce back magic if you use it against them. And then we mentioned like learning AI. If you leave Kayla on auto, she's going to use arrow against these for some reason, but then we'll learn not to. But we're just going to bomb and have her use axes on them. And that's kind of it. This is another dungeon of just knowing what fight needs what spells, because now here we can actually utilize the life spell and the exit spell to get rid of these relatively quickly. There's also like arrow will still kill these enemies, but it's slower by frame count than using exit or life. So we kind of, some runners will pick and choose which spells to use here based on safety or based on speed.
Yeah, a lot of these fights so I've chosen to use life. I think a lot of like other runners have chosen to use life just because like the odds that it misses are like okay, and like the downside of missing once every once in a while is like not that bad. It's like not run ending, so it's fine to kind of go for those odds.
And we see another use case of the run command here, running from the 2 birds, 1 beholder, who allow us to just get rid of this formation of 2 birds quickly with 2 spells. And then we see our big bad bird right here. Yet we talk to him and he runs away. So the whole gimmick of Pazuzu's Tower is that we have to locate which floor he went to, which has already been determined now in RNG. So we can't do anything to change it, even if we wanted to before that. And then we need to lock the floors over on top of him and below him so that he cannot move. Because if we were not to lock the floors and talk to him, he would just run away again. So we find them, we lock 2 floors, or ideally just 1, and then we finally fight them. But the difference between a floor 6, which is the ideal one, and floor 2 is what, like 12 minutes of speedrun time. And so obviously, if you don't get a floor 6, it's a run ender, but not in a marathon. So that's why we hope for a floor 2, just because it makes Langston work a lot harder.
Yeah. Brutal. But also, like, the thing is, like, the more you run this game, the less you do a floor 2 scenario, because, like, once you, like, you'll stick around for a 4 or 5 sometimes, finish a run, feel good about yourself. A floor 2 is such a slog over the rest of them that it's like, what was the last time you did one, right?
To that point, the last there was a GDQ Hotfix. I can't remember which one I participated in a race of this any percent, where that exact scenario happened. I'm like, I went into this thinking, there's no way I'm getting a floor 2. I don't need to worry about it. And I got a floor 2, and I literally had to have commentary guide me through to do it because I hadn't done it in so long. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm sure you're a lot more prepared than I was, but
I have recently
just be.
I recently forced a floor 2 to make sure that I actually knew where at least I was walking recently.
Good, hey, that's good. That's good.
Just because it is like exponentially more fights than anything else. It's actually insane. This is like, I hate this formation so much. It's like you're banking on to make this fast. She has to hit through her blindness. Her turns are relatively useless because she's very magic based, and none of her axe attacks one shot anything in this place.
Yeah, this little hallway here with the beholders is ideally, like Langcheon mentioned earlier, we need to get rid of those heal potions. They're almost guaranteed to use a blind move on Kaylee. So then turn 2 is almost always going to have her automatically use a heal potion. And then we use it 3 times. And then from there, runners will either continue to just auto her to heal herself, or will try to hit through blind to save a little time. But then she's blind, so she's going to miss. So there's just no winning in this hallway. It's just you have to take, what the game gives you.
Yeah, like that was that's a fun one.
That could have been fun, yes.
Yeah, that could have felt something on that one. What? Hold your horses, Gabe. Yeah, the game is liking to give me a lot of the 3 formations that you can normally dodge. A lot of the end formations in this game, in this tower, are 3 guaranteed 3s, and this is where you get a lot of your like nice time-saving 2s. Oh, and there's a nice little quirk that I forgot about.
Just to touch on what Langcheon said earlier about how much more of a slog floor 2 is than floor 6. If you get a floor 2, you have to do a total of 51 battles. No, sorry, 53 battles from the start of the dungeon. 54 battles from the start of the dungeon until Pazuzu. And floor 6 is something in the realm of like a low 30. I don't know the exact number. But it's just so, it's almost double the amount of battles you have to do just because Pazuzu decided to go to a different floor.
It's almost full clearing the entire dungeon. These are probably
exactly where those end game levels come into play. If you have a floor 2 and you're doing those extra, 20, 30 fights, then you've got to potentially be level 22, level 23 and figure out the alternative quick kill on Dark King. So hopefully we don't see that. I don't know. I can go either way because I'm not the one running the game.
That is true. I will tell you. So I definitely prepared for a floor 2. I did not prepare for a level 24 Dark King. I would have to walk a little bit to my right to grab my notes for that. That's
down to it. I'll make sure we're on top of the ball.
Yeah, I've never actually encountered a level 24 Dark King.
Yeah, so that same GDQ hotfix that I was in, where I also got the floor 2, I also had a fight that I had never done on Dark King, so it wouldn't be the first time on hotfix. It would be exciting.
Yeah, sometimes you got to showcase the good stuff. Oh yeah, that's good. That's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Like Ted said, anytime you see a Manticore on screen, it's just a pure nightmare. Oh boy. They really do not like Kaylee today. I've also that fire spell did 800 damage to Kaylee. That does not seem right.
Yeah, that was a critical hit. So that's another Mystic Quest quirk. Have you ever been critical hit by a magic spell? Yes, absolutely. Have you ever critical hit an enemy with a magic spell? No, because you aren't allowed to in this game. So you'll see like there's technically a chance for one of the bosses to do like 1,700 damage to your party because of a critical hit fire breath. Yet you can do, you know exactly the number of damage you're going to do to every enemy in this game with spells. It's unfair. And I'm just gonna leave it at it's unfair. I don't like it.
Yeah, there's also just like this a chance for like every boss pretty much from Dullahan on out to just use Doom Dance for some reason, and that just one-shots you. And so it's like the area that you skip over in this game, you're supposed to get life on Benjamin. You don't get it. So it's just a straight up like if your partner dies, you have no way of resurrecting her, and that's pretty much the fight is dead. You have to kind of just die and restart the fight.
That's thankfully something we haven't really seen besides Flamers at the very beginning. Like I mentioned, we don't get life. Partner dead, we're dead. So anytime, and like I don't know why. Why did every single boss have to get Doom Dance? It's a great question. It's kind of excessive in my opinion, but it's just it's so fun in the speedruns.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, it's just like just to get you, just to show you that the game all the way through. I'd like to have a special shout out to the Venus shield there, actually saving me 1 paralysis.
As long as it saved you 14 seconds, it's totally worth.
So another like fun, stupid little quirk in this game is that the game will remember the last spell, like where you used it. Except for life, it will remember it the first time, but it will not remember it the second time. If you cast it a second time in a fight, or if you cast it on something and it's gone. So you've seen me life my own partner a couple times. That's user error right there.
Yeah, it's kind of like memory
Need
cursor
to pop
until it's
that
not.
off of him.
Makes it really fun.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of rules in this game until it breaks its own rules. And you have to remember all the broken rules. Half of this game is trying to remember where you left your partner's cursor on, it feels like.
Yeah, a lot of this game's menuing is just knowing that fire is up, right from thunder, and you have to know where you left the last fight so you can know exactly which buttons you need to press. And that's kind of like a start to finish thing, all the way from like Kaylee using life in the very first fight in the level forest, all the way into Dark King using cures and then going to defend and having to go back to cure. You need to know where every spell is in your spell book and how to get there optimally, and then how to get there quickly, and then how to not screw up where you use it. So it's a lot of this, like we mentioned a few times, doesn't look hard, doesn't look technical, but there's a lot of things that you just Lynxion makes look so dang easy. It's not easy, like as a speedrunner.
Yeah, it's one of those few things you get to actually latch onto when you're doing things, and like also like just the consistent, like if you're not a masher, this is not the game for you, because this is
yes, the American category for this English category does not allow turbo controllers. Thankfully, this game does allow you to advance text boxes in battle with the D-pad, so you do kind of get to mash 6 buttons at one time with A, B, and D-pad. But yeah, there is a lot of mashing. Pretty much anytime you see him in a fight, he's mashing. Anytime you see him in a cutscene, he's mashing. I've broken so many controllers just running this game.
Yeah, my D-pad is getting a workout. And like that's like so there is like an auto, like if you enter a fight without a strike first, you do get the option to like hold A through it, but mashing just a single A button is a little bit faster. So you opt to do that on runs where you're trying to go for a PB. We actually get a new spell here.
Yes, Lynxion finally gets the Flare spell, which is the spell in Mystic Quest. And pretty much the only thing he'll use from here on out until he comes across enemies that resist it or reflect it. So for the rest of Pazuzu's Tower, any 2 formation Benjamin can kill with Sword and Flare. And that's what we'll see unless we find a third, like a 3 formation, and then Kaylee will take care of 1. Yada, yada, yada. Flare is great. And then this is our last fight before we decide, before we figure out if we've got marathon luck or a good speedrun on our hands.
Oh man, I would be remiss.
I would laugh if this is your second ever floor 6.
Sure isn't. All right, that's fine. That's okay. We're all right. Yeah, if this was number 2, that would be quite the sad spot. After dying to Flamers early on, getting one of those would be a little sad.
So unfortunate for Langxian, but great for us. No floor 6 means we've got a couple more floors to check before we can fight Pazuzu. However, if he was there, we'd be fighting him in like the next 10 seconds or so. And that's how terrible this speedrun is. It's all great. It's all fun and games until an hour and 20 minutes in, until you have to reset.
Yeah, you keep that in mind. So normally what would happen is that I would have hit that axe check. I would have walked to the right, walked up, saw no Pazuzu, and hit the reset button. So we're playing more Mystic Quest. This is a DLC Mystic Quest for those who want to see it. This is an odd one because if Kaylee misses that life there, it means that the flare does not cleanly one-shot all the enemies in that fight. So I need to kind of do a little bit of a backup strat there.
And again, knowing backups, very important for even fights all the way this deep into the game.
Mm-hmm. You should always plan on Benjamin missing a spell or Kaylee missing a spell. Something getting missed. Always plan for it. You'll never be disappointed.
No floor 5 either, which is technically the second fastest for this route. For all those who are interested in this game from a speedrunning perspective, wait, what just happened? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry, got sidetracked. Anybody interested in speedrunning this game, but the thought of Pazuzu not being on floor 6 is taking the wind out of your sail, you could say. There is actually a ROM hack leaderboard, which is like an always floor 6. It will force Pazuzu to go to floor 6 every time. It's significantly less competitive. However, the runners on there are good runners. But it is an alternative to bashing your head against a wall when he doesn't get to floor 6 and after an hour of game. So if that is something that interests you, you can go to the leader or the Speedrun Live. Speedrun.com is what I meant to say. Leaderboards for Mystic Quest and find your way there. It's a good alternative. I've dabbled in it quite a bit. It is very fun to finish runs guaranteed every time.
Yeah, the world record holder in that, I believe, is an incredibly handsome gentleman. Really put a lot of time into the game, so very happy to see that board going. No, it's where you go when Pazuzu really has beaten you down. It's something I'm willing to try at some point. Now that I'm a little more comfortable at the time of the 156 now, but yeah, just also I will say though, it's like the rest of the game is fun. Like if you really go into the game playing like, hey, I don't need to PB or anything. I just want to like play well and execute well, without thinking about Pazuzu too much. It's not so bad. When you really try to start grinding the time down to close to world record, that's when it kind of gets a little bit of a slog. But the game overall is very fun if you like the speedruns that are not the same every single time. There's a lot of like nuances in your fights. It's a really, really fun speedrun.
Yeah, let me tell you, playing Mystic Quest at a high level and showing off to other people who understand Mystic Quest is the coolest part of this game. And then you're like, people who've never played the speedrun, they're like, this is just a boring RPG. But people who like Langxian watching me would be like, whoa, that was so cool. And you'd be like, he just attacked an enemy. Yeah. But I did it real cool, I promise. Yeah. This game is actually fun. As much as we rag on it, this is what we do. We rag on this game because of Pazuzu's RNG and because of the rest of the game. But it's also fun.
Yeah, so like when your runs are awful, and then you can always just blame Pazuzu at the end, and that's like
there's always an excuse.
Every runner needs that.
Yeah, I've never made a mistake in this game ever. Trust me.
Yeah. So now here's where we're checking here. So now this is a we're going to a little bit more uncharted territory here because I gotta go check if this is a floor 2.
Yeah, this is rather uncharted.
Yeah, I don't go here very often. I am opting to arrow instead of just so I could guarantee that these are not going to be that the flare is going to be able to kill the other 2 enemies, because these ones you could lose a whole lot of time if you life and miss, like you saw on the very top floor. I do need to see Benjamin here. Okay, well, so this is good news.
All right, so we have not seen Pazuzu yet, which means he is on floor 1, which technically, even though it is the lowest floor, is not the worst floor. So what Lynxeon, I've actually legitimately never seen the strategy that Lynxeon is implementing right here, which is kind of cool to me, is it opted to skip the floor you skip the floor, essentially, and allows you to check this floor. You know he's not here, so you can hit this switch to lock him on floor 1. And this is the one thing in the game that stays after you exit a dungeon. He'll use the exit spell, enter the dungeon on floor 1, and be able to fight him there. Normally, if you leave a dungeon, like all the enemies respawn, everything gets reset, like all the trees and mushrooms would reset. But this one, the floor stays locked. So he actually goes in and can just skip all the staircases and everything. It's pretty fantastic. And I actually like what I'm seeing here, Lynxeon. Thanks for teaching me something new today.
Would you check floor 3 first?
Yeah, I do really. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I never would be here in the first place because I would have quit already. But
that's true. Yeah, this one I looked up how to actually do a proper floor 2 is what it came down to.
Then maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. That's fair too. I can admit that.
Oh, that's not the right. This is definitely not the way you do this fight. Arrow all.
Arrow all, flare all. Really want to make sure these birds go away.
Yeah, well, they deserved it. So, all right, let's get into this fight here. Heal up. I could have fought this guy 2 levels ago.
The only good thing about this floor 1 is it almost guarantees we can't be over leveled for Dark King. So no need to worry about like different fights or whatever. So it's yay.
Whoa.
But now we actually get to fight Pazuzu, where we'll just see a lot of arrow and a lot of flare as much as we can.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Benjamin cannot revive Kaylee, so we're hoping Kaylee is faster than Pazuzu every turn.
Oh boy.
Pazuzu has a nice little quirk. After being rude and running away from you and hiding on a floor that makes your speedrun super slow, after 5 turns, he'll actually enter a state of Psych Shield. And what that means is, just like every other favorite enemy in the game, he will be able to reflect magic back at you. So we'll use that the 2 turns where he has Psych Shield active to use some seeds to regenerate our magic, or to heal up, or do some physical attacks, ideally if we're full health. But knowing the patterns, because now it's going to be every 4 attacks for all the rest of the fight here. So the experienced runners know exactly what they're supposed to do on which turn, and know when not to use flare. And then it depends on how risky Lynxeon wants to be. I'm sure he won't be too risky here. But you can technically use flare with Benjamin on the turn he's going to come out of Psych Shield, because Benjamin's so slow, he will use flare after he comes out. There's a chance Kaylee will move after Pazuzu too, so you could technically get 2 spells in, but it's so risky that I don't think I've ever seen a runner do it on this fight. Just, a lot of things you can think about.
It's a little scary to do it that way, especially also like the fact that you're going to be fighting Pazuzu on a PB run means that you actually have a run that you get to play. So it's like it depends on what you want to do with your. Yeah, I am going to seed and have, I guess. I'm being a little safer. Like normally, what I would do there, and I would probably have Kaylee use her axe attack, but I'm trying to be a little safer, just so we can actually get through this fight. Because he only reflects magic attacks. He doesn't reflect a regular attack. So
I'm trying not to speak too many positive things about this, because I don't want to be the one responsible for the death of the run.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our sexy French bird now, which means we're in the final stages of the fight. Cross our fingers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the wall. Oh, boy. Okay, wow. That's 2 stone beaks that didn't do anything. Oh, wow. I have never... Normally you just do that claw attack because, you're just like, he'll reflect it. And that usually just gives you a wall of text because it tries to, like, petrify, confuse, all that stuff that he resisted. But it just killed him. So that's good.
That was a Pazuzu fight. Like, that was actually, in terms of Pazuzu fights, pretty incredible. You didn't have the greatest RNG, but you didn't have bad RNG. You certainly could have been worse, but like,
2 stone beaks that didn't turn to stone
Yeah,
were
I'm
actually
still a
pretty
little-
insane.
A little speechless from that, to be honest.
I don't need to do any of this.
Pazuzu usually tries a lot harder to ruin your run than that.
Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. So now we are going to get... we're buying 0 potions here. Let me remember to do this, right?
Yeah, so now that Pazuzu's done the whole RNG check, you ruined your run, or you didn't ruin your run, now there's the rest of the run to do. So we're going to buy 0 cure potions to set up yet another item under flow here. And it's going to give us necessary key items to essentially the ones that we need to finish the game. We'll get, who's this guy? I mean, we've never seen him before. It's Ruben, somebody we should have taken to the region we completely skipped. And once Ruben's in our party, Lengxian will be using the 0 potions he just purchased, which did go in that heal potion slot that we mentioned earlier. That will give him the Thunder Rock, and all these other items we can't use anymore because it's, a bunch of stuff we don't care about. But that allows us to move the boat. And the boat's kind of a big deal in a little bit here.
Yeah, you get to see all the stuff we kind of missed. And Ruben, all you saw Ruben was get kicked off a bridge, and that's about his contribution. He's not going to contribute much more in fighting either because he's pretty outclassed currently. So we're just going to run back for some more plot.
Yep, we opened the Rainbow Bridge there. We got to bomb Spencer's place, which moved the boat. Makes a lot of sense. It's a story that nobody's ever read, I think. We'll go back here and we'll grab the captain's cap. I think that's what we're at now.
Yeah.
Which allows us to actually convince the captain of the ship to move the boat, I believe is the canonically correct story.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's something. That's an idea we could have had. Yeah, he's just trapped on this boat for a long time. And his daughter, Kaylee, spoilers, has his cap. And so that, I guess that cap says that, Kaylee trusts us or something to that effect.
This is the last bit of game before our boss rush, because yes, there is a boss rush where all of the main crystal bosses that we totally fought all of will have reprises and be stronger and definitely not easier in any way, shape, or form.
This is
this whole boat's usually just kind of a formality. There is one formation that can kind of mess with you a little bit, but you just run away from that one.
Yeah, that's the triple formation up here, right? You go sword here.
Yeah, just make sure you're on sword because you actually can miss the run if you're on claw sometimes.
Yeah, and actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh yeah, I forgot. He is useless and he doesn't have cure. There we go. This is just a nice flare, and then you use his body to defend you. And that's about all. Ruben cannot one-shot any of these enemies, so you need to actually have Benjamin do all the heavy lifting. He does have a really incredible spell called White, but his magic stat is so poor that he also can't kill anything with those either. So the triple formation that you actually can't really even win, so you just have Benjamin do all the heavy lifting here. Yeah, this is what's super annoying because all of the there's not really a lot of technicality to a lot of these fights, but you lose all the time you lose is that bad formations, and you basically attribute all of your bad luck to Ruben. So that's why nobody likes Ruben. Even someone in chat said Ruben's the worst partner, and they are right. He has life. He actually, the sad part is he doesn't even resist. Doesn't even have fire resist in this instance. Because he currently has Phoebe's resists. But good thing there's actually not a lot of good fire moves in this game until one boss at the end.
We will get to see Ruben do something technically here in a second.
Oh boy. Oh yes. This guy, I think. Look at that. Nice job, Ruben. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, so we played an entire hour and a half of speedrun and we saw Ruben do one attack. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he did really well. I'm really proud of him. The most he has done is all the Ruben sandwich-based puns that have happened in chat. So he's contributed a lot more than he usually does to this run. He's still hurt from his fall 40 hours, I don't know, 4 hours ago. Maybe more like 40 minutes, but here's our other guys. Is Spencer, does he have a hat on or is he bald? I don't understand. All right, we're warping out of here. We're gonna go get the best character in the game. Phoebe, up to her full strength here.
Yeah, this is the point in which if you were trying to make a fresh save for a speed run, you would have to play the entire game with vanilla resistances up until this point. Which is why it makes this so tough, because Benjamin is going to be like level 20-ish still in vanilla Mystic Quest. So yeah, we'd save here and then we'd reset the game and then we'd have BB level 34's resistances for the whole game. But now we've got her in our party, so now it's legit.
Yeah, I think my other save file on this cartridge is me standing in that one spot with Phoebe after the slog that is the entire game without a resistance glitch. It is brutal. All right.
Thankfully, she is the one that we get to bring to endgame, though, because I can't imagine anybody else in this scenario.
No, could you imagine an endgame with Tristram? Oh boy, what a night that would be.
Yeah, the best part about Tristram, if anybody doesn't know, he is supposed to have a built-in like resistance to death, but it doesn't work. So he insta kill moves. It just doesn't work. So
yeah,
it's fantastic. He's like just as useless as possible.
But
here we are in Doom Castle. We've got one fight before our first boss of the boss rush, and it's
I'll be honest,
pretty nondescript.
Yeah, I was like, I think you have to be 21 for the other strat with this. I think, but am I wrong? I might be wrong. Who knows?
I think Claw does too, no matter what. But this is fine.
We'll be all right. And then we're gonna do a nice little boss rush refight.
And I mentioned earlier that they may or may not be easier than the original versions, and that's because there's weird things we can do here, such as on Skullrus Rex, which is definitely not a repainted Flamerus. Remember we talked about earlier the undead flag being messed up in this game? He's technically undead, but there's a weird, it's like the quirk of the life spell is that the user has to be a higher level than the target. So we can actually use Exit with Benjamin on Skullrus here, or we can use Life with Phoebe because Phoebe is over the level of Skullrus, and it will do 10,000 damage to him, and it's just insta-kill. And then Benjamin can take care of the ninjas by himself. So that's boss number 1 of the refight, just like that.
Nice
and Benjamin didn't even have to do an attack.
All right, he just watched his friends die around him. It was thanks for contributing, bud. Oh,
that was wonderful. And then we've got boss floor number 2, which let me guess is the Ice Golem refight.
Well, you would be kind of close, yeah. My actual least favorite fight in the entire game.
Yeah, not only is the fight itself kind of just a bummer, we have to do this whole actual puzzle, which in speedrunning is not hard, but it's very easy to mess up.
Oh yeah. We've all done the thing where we forget to hit our switch and have to backtrack a lot. Some of us have done it on PB pace. So
yeah, this whole floor is a series of switches that open doors that open switches to open a different door to open this switch, which then opens the other door. So missing one of these essentially would ruin your run if it was like an actual attempt, depending on how far away you got before you realized. But yeah, it's very easy to either miss this one because you forgot to go left first, or there's like I don't know how many, like 8 switches you got to hit. Pretty much all of them guarded by an enemy. It's not a fun puzzle. It is a puzzle of all time, though.
For sure, it is a puzzle that you could put in a video game. For sure. I have noticed in this game though, like when you're trying to puzzle out like his speed stuff, like when I'm in this zone in particular, either all of these are strike firsts or none of them are strikes first. It's not like a couple. So like, I don't know. Like I still have I think there's a lot of weight to your hasty nature situation where like he has different stats. It feels like. I do like that they tried to give you all the best enemies from their different regions, but they like didn't bother to reskin any of them. So like the squid still has 400 HP like it does when you fight him back on the exit battlefield.
Yeah, that is the fun thing about this boss rush is sometimes the enemy's just like, hey, remember me from like 20 minutes ago? Yeah, I'm still the same guy.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, you only had 200 HP? Thanks, I guess?
Yeah, we did no work for these guys. I see. I've gotten a strike first on each of these fights. This is where I usually do my seed routing here.
I guess an important thing I kind of glazed over about an hour ago was the fact that the seed underflow gave us unlimited seeds. So when we talk about routing, at this point, it's just when do I run out of spells so I can just throw another seed at Benjamin real quick. Because now we can use them indiscriminately, basically. We have 256 of them. If we wanted to get rid of them, we could. It would just take a long time. A lot of mashing A.
Yeah, and that's that's actually one of the more forgiving parts about learning the speed run, is you don't really have to get into any of that routing, like for the back half of the game, because you could just kind of use seeds whenever you want, kind of try out where you like the spot the most. So as you're kind of learning how the game works, it's pretty forgiving in spell count.
We got one more fight before our stone golem. And just like Skullrus Rex, we can actually just use exit on him, because why wouldn't you be able to insta-kill a final boss?
Yeah, exactly.
The problem with that is that he is so rude.
Yeah, this with two of the most insane enemies in the game here. All three of these enemies have instant death.
Terrible.
Yeah, they all have instant death. So it's like,
Yeah, ideally you want to see the golem use an attack on Phoebe. Most of his attacks will one-shot Benjamin or put him into a status effect that makes it so you can't. Oh, baby.
yeah.
Opting for the flare just to really send the point home. But, you know, we got lucky. That's all that matters.
All I know is that exit can miss. So flare cannot. So here we are. Yeah, and believe it or not, that's like one of the more positive outcomes that happens in that fight.
Yeah, that was as optimal as you can really hope for.
Yeah, usually you get stuck in a loop where they just continue to kill you the whole time, which is fun. My favorite, honestly, especially when you're on, like, after you got a nice floor 6 and you're on PP pace.
Yeah, that's the real thing. Like, everybody talks about Pazuzu being the worst RNG in this game. They're not wrong, but then remember that there are still 5 boss fights after Pazuzu that can ruin your run. Well, technically only 4 because Skullrus is pretty free. But these bosses can still body you. There's a Pazuzu refight for I mean, come on. Of course that thing can still ruin your run.
Oh, this is
But we are on the boss that we didn't fight. We skipped the twin head Hydra. What is it called? Dual
head Hydra.
And now we're gonna be fighting the twin head Wyvern.
Yeah, they did not want to use it. Yeah, I also like that Skullrus Rex and Flavorous Rex are like, I don't know, not really much. You think he'd be a fire boss, but he's not.
Yeah, he was Earth. I guess that makes sense. He matches the crystal, but yeah, you definitely think he's a fire boss now that you mentioned that.
It took some liberties here. That's all I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, this floor and the next floor are the actual formations. The regular enemies are a problem pretty much all the way through. A lot of status effects, a lot of enemies that require specific spells to actually, kill all 3 of them in one turn. Those djinns specifically can resist certain things. A lot of things going on in Lynxion's head that we don't really need to talk about. Just know that he's got to make a lot of decisions that normally you wouldn't even think about.
Yeah, I am getting a pretty good with, like, a lot of the formations. I can kind of just do a flare and white situation, so that's nice. But know that, like, what could have happened was worse. Oh, this is nice. It's a strike first. Normally you'd opt to kill the dog first with fire single because that's the most, like, punishing guy. But because I got a strike first, I'm bailed out of making a decision.
Yeah, little things like opting to kill all 3 enemies in one attack, which allows the death animation to play all at once instead of having 2 separate death animation plays. There are very minute, like, optimizations that some runners actually think about. Specifically early game a lot more than late game, but that right there is impressive to see from a runner like Lynxion who has not actually been playing that long. So I personally like seeing that from him.
Thanks, buddy. This is
And it's our nice twin head fight.
Yeah.
It's pretty terrible. There's some attacks that do over 50% of Phoebe's health and can outspeed Phoebe. So if you get 2 of those in a row, it's just GG's, well played. Hopefully we don't see those. Hopefully Phoebe can keep up on the heals and we just see a bunch of meteors and arrows or whites, and there's our move right there. But you know what? You queued up a life. That was genius.
Yeah, a genius, or like, I don't know, a little safe. I could feel him staring at her a little too hard, you know? Gotta get that idea in the back of your head. It's like, it always gets a little weird when both your characters are like in a low spot. You have to think about what the next turn looks like if the worst possible thing could happen to you.
Yeah, you're always you can be in no man's land where you're not under 50%, so you can't auto heal, but you're not quite like low enough to manual heal. So like, what do? And sometimes it's a gamble, and sometimes it's just a big brain play at the end of the day, and sometimes you're just like, you just pretend like you never made the decision in the first place.
Yeah, I kind of got punished with that one, but
ooh, yeah, that's exactly, it's a gamble. You hope that he doesn't just kill Benjamin there, so that cure actually matters, and then you gotta waste another turn healing him. It is what it is.
Because like, you could be lucky if you have her on auto, she will, if your partner, if Benjamin does go down in the middle of the fight, she will decide to life him instead of doing what she was going to do. She doesn't queue up her spell at the beginning of the turn on auto. She does it basically responding to what she sees on her turn, which is like something you abuse a little bit during the game.
At the risk of a major jinx happening, the boss fights since Flamers have been spectacular.
Yeah, they've been really, I'm really happy with what I have had so far. Right,
yeah, this was an actual regular PB attempt, and had Pazuzu had done a 4-6, obviously, this would have been like, you would be any runner would be very happy with this.
Yeah, I agree. Oh boy, I'm losing it. All right.
So this floor, there's a couple different main strategies for this floor, and I don't know what Lynxion specifically does for his. I won't go too into depth on both of the things, but every formation here is awful. These dogs, like Lynxion's mentioned, are pretty much the worst enemies, just vanilla enemies in the game. They can petrify, I think they can insta-death, they can do, it's just terrible. They can outspeed Phoebe, even though Phoebe's supposed to be Bae. And it's just every formation has a dog.
Every formation has a dog and like Pazuzu level enemies, and which are all pretty bad. So, oh, that's not right. Yeah, so like a lot of these ones require very specific turn orders to do. Good thing I got bailed out and he just killed me. So,
yeah, Mystic Quest, the game where dying is sometimes faster.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh yeah. This is good. So you want to use Meteor because both those chimeras are resistant to fire, but the problem is that one stone gas really puts you out. Yeah. Like, you have the sword equipped because sometimes it can get you faster than them, but
also never.
Also never. Ideally, with any formation,
this floors.
Yeah. Anytime you see the dog, you'd really like to just fire solo with Phoebe, but it would require a third turn in order to kill all this stuff. So I usually opt to just trying to get them all down in one. But there's risks to that where they could just outspeed you and stone gas you and you're dead. So it's everyone
really putting in the work right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. So like the bosses aren't carrying the weight here. So because this formation, like even like not nitty gritty stuff, but because you know that Benjamin can flare and kill those two mobs by himself. You can opt to just do flare, and fire the solo dog, and then Phoebe can go first and do that. So it's like, these are the kind of things that you're thinking about every time you do something. Like, what does my next turn look like? Can I clear this into? What are the risks of that, right? So, oh geez, they're throwing a lot of weird formations at me today. Oh boy.
The funny, unfortunate thing is that the other strategy is the one that I came up with where Calm Lamney came up with it. We worked on it together. Is significantly safer, which is funny now looking at the way that this floor is treating Lynxion, because normally it's not that big a deal. This one time it's a big deal, and he is getting punished for absolutely no reason.
Yeah. Like my PB, but the problem I also have is that my current PB has a really, really good floor here where I get a lot of good RNG on this. So even if I do get another floor 6, my coming back to do this portion of the run will be something for sure.
Yeah, like we said, it's not just Pazuzu anymore after Pazuzu. It is Pazuzu only for the first hour, 20 minutes, but then it's the rest of the game. Because the rest of the game, including the regular enemies, can still ruin runs. It's what makes Mystic Quest speedrunning Mystic Quest speedrunning.
Yeah, I am level 22. That's some crazy. All right, well, it's like that's like you also get a pretty good level of satisfaction from like performing well, and like having RNG beat you, that's fine. But like when you perform well and play well, it does feel good. Just cleaning up a couple more enemy formations here before we do our refight with the bird. I was like, yeah, some people have mentioned it's like at least the music here is keeping the people excited, because it's some of the best music in a Super Nintendo game by like far and away. There we go. Another quick kill here. And he gets a nice little movement tech here. Can move right on the stairs there, even though it wouldn't normally let you. So you don't have to deal with this Cerberus at all. Very good enemy to be skipping here. I'm going to do a little heal before I do this. The Cerberus formation. Just trying to clear them all as efficiently as possible, and hopefully that your boy Benjamin doesn't get hit with a Petrify, and he doesn't, so we're doing okay. There should be one more fight before we fight Z. Here, and a white should clear these guys pretty quickly.
And then we get to everybody's second favorite bird in the whole game.
Oh boy.
So he is basically just Pazuzu, but he's weaker. But he's also worse. Sorry, not weaker. He has less HP, but he also, instead of a 5-turn psych shield, he does a 4-turn, which honestly doesn't really matter. You just have to know that there's a difference. You also have to make it through this fight first, I guess, before we fight Zoo. So I guess I should stop counting my chickens before they hatch here.
Yeah, they get pretty upset when you start talking about them here. The Dullahan lookalike can also cure, which is a great addition to this fight. All right, let's the only thing that could really go wrong for this fight is that you really want to get as much damage into Zup before he gets his psych shields up, because if you're only doing damage every other turn, it's not great. This is oh boy, arrow here. And then give him the happy face.
Yeah, there are too many things that Zoo can do to just really ruin you. So you want this fight obviously to be as short as possible. Speed run, obviously, but it's not. It's a lot more complicated than that, just because of the way he is. It's the way the game is. It's just you can doom like there's so many insta kills. There's so many status effects that he can do. You want to see a lot of psych shield attacks, which only does 1 damage. I don't think we've seen a single one from Pazuzu for this run, which was really cool. So I didn't get to mention it earlier.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see one here.
Nope. I think I left Phoebe out to dry there, which means that I think that I guess I could kill him from here, but he'd have to be pretty nice.
Yeah, you would need psych shields from here on out.
Yeah, not double hurricane. I don't know if Exit's gonna do it. I'm just gonna wait for him to kill me here. Nope, just psych shields, huh? There we go. All right. Yeah, so that's like if he doom dances and just kills her, or just like kind of kills her with a normal chunky attack, that'll like makes your life a little more difficult here, and then we can also just thunder him instead too.
Yeah, the worst part is when your partner dies and you're not close enough to YOLO with Benjamin, like, and then he refuses to kill Benjamin quickly, and you're sitting there trying to run away because you want to be over and try again, and he's just refusing to do anything that does damage, and you're just like, for once in your life, just please kill me. And it's so frustrating as a runner after going through this whole game and having to deal with not dying fast enough.
Well, and that usually happens when you're like, oh, I'll be fine if he doesn't. If he kills me quickly, I'll be fine if with another manual refight, and then he kills you, and then like he takes forever to actually finish the job. He likes to play with his food, this guy.
Yes, very much. We did finally see an actual useful Psych Shield attack from him, though, which was nice.
Yeah, we take those. So this should be his Psych Shield turn, I think, like his actual. Yeah.
Yeah, the nice thing is when you know it's coming, you guarantee both like Companion or Benjamin and Companion will move before him no matter what. I guess they just put Psych Shield into the lowest priority slot for whatever reason, even though they didn't do it for him coming out of Psych Shield. But this is the one fight where you can gamble with Phoebe using white on the turn you know he's coming out. You don't have to. It's a really hit or miss. Sometimes, like the second you decide you're going to do it is the turn that Phoebe is going to outspeed. It's just kind of how Mystic Quest works. So it's almost always better to play safe here.
Yeah, I like debating I could defend with Benjamin here. No, he's dead. Okay. All right, so they did die. I'm gonna like cycle all my stuff here.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So
fun little quirk again. With dying on Zoo, I don't exactly know how it works or why it works, but the game doesn't reload the boost from your current weapon or whatever you've got equipped. So if you keep your claw out, then you might, if you switch to your claw or switch to your sword or something, it'll still have the magic boost for whatever reason. It's very confusing, but the whole point is you have to cycle through your weapons if you die on Zoo, or else the game might put you in the wrong stat boost, because you'll expect to do like a +0 magic cure, but you'll be doing a +5 magic cure even though you're not using the claw. And that has ruined many runs from many runners before, and they're all just like, what's going on? Why did the cure not do what it's supposed to do? But Lanxion knows better. He cycled through. Well, the key is being on axe or bomb, and then the cures will do the amount we need it to do.
yeah, and I believe that the only reason I know how to do that is because it happened to me, and I messaged you, and I autoed her for some reason, which is not. Oh boy. That's supposed to be defend. I don't know
This is gonna be fun.
I hope this is fine.
I genuinely do not know.
I don't know
I
either.
have never done that.
I have never done that either.
Just send it, see what happens.
Yeah. You're supposed to defend with Phoebe there. I just like never have her on auto at the end of that last fight, so I just like was too busy yapping. And this is just defend.
Yeah, the numbers for damage on this fight are very specific, so it will be very interesting to see if that white spell ruins this fight for you.
Or I could
be
just
on
missed it, huh?
theoretical time when, oh my gosh, when the damage numbers pop up, theoretical time.
Yeah, he's dead. Okay, yeah. All right. So that's time.
Wonderful.
Usually it's normally it's time when you see the white damage markers there.
GG.
But if that's only if you knew that he was gonna die. He's good. Awesome.
Hey, GG's Lanxion.
Thank you.
What? After that start, you really pulled through and you showed us a lot of skill and backup knowledge, and the boss fights were just insanely good up until Zoo there, essentially.
Yeah.
A fantastic run.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging out with me and giving me the courage to take this on. It's 10 joined me. You're a bastion of knowledge. You did a lot of work on, especially on this route specifically, and a lot of backup strats. So a lot of my knowledge comes from what you've done and Ten's done for this game. So I appreciate you coming along for the ride, bud.
Of course, man. Anytime.
I don't even know what time we ended up with at the end here.
Yeah, do we have an official time?
1 second. I think it is it's a 2:09 and
Oh, just
trying to find the window that actually has it. 2:09:16. There we go.
just underestimate, right? Just as much Mystic Quest as the people could handle is essentially what this was.
Yeah, for a floor 1 with a couple of boss deaths in there, that's a respectable time for any runner, really.
Dude, that's actually like about a death from that boss off like my 206, 207 that I had before 4-6. So, yeah, pretty good run. Yeah, thanks GDQ for letting us showcase this game. This game does have a lot of bad like press because of the Pazuzu but there's just like so much cool stuff going on under the hood. So like if you like speedruns, especially like people that like Pokemon speedruns, where like you have to do a lot of adapting during the middle of the run, this is such a fun time. I actually really enjoy it. As much as we complain about it, it's a really good time to run this game. And
there are so many resources and guides out there now. Like this game is overly resourced and guided. So if you are at all interested, visit speedrun.com/FFMQ. If you want to be, start running and learning, there's so much information that you couldn't possibly not learn this.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have you, everybody loves answering questions.
Yeah, like to give some context, I started running this in July, something like that. And I was able to get pretty reasonably okay at this game pretty quickly because of the resources that are out there. And everyone was willing to like feed my addiction of like doing 2 runs a day. So like it's a really awesome time. And if you really want to get better or do it, people will definitely give you a hand and help you out with however they want. So like you should see some of the guides that 10 has done, like what to do for every formation in the game. And we saw some formations, we didn't see all of them. It's pretty nuts. So a lot of good stuff out there. So thank you so much.
And with that, final GGs to Lexion. Thank you very much for that showcase. The skill, the Mystic Quest, the RNG, everything about it was fantastic. Thank you, GDQ, Hotfix, and all staff involved. And I think from here, we're going to let you guys take it back from us and wish everybody a great night or morning or whatever time it is for you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing the run, talking about it. I've learned a lot about the run. Like I've seen runs before, and still like a very well informed run. Y'all both knocked it out of the park. Everybody, be sure to give both of these fine folks a follow. Both great Mystic Quest speedrunners, so definitely give them a follow. And I appreciate you showing off the run. That is all we have for you tonight, though. We do not have any more show. And I just had it up 2 seconds ago. Our next show is going to be on tomorrow for you. It's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern is the premiere of Game Over, and then following that will be Think Fast. So we will see you all there. Have a great night, everybody.